Good morning. On behalf of Dr. Victorina Vikhe Patil Foundation's Medical College, Nursing College, and Physiotherapy College, warm greetings and welcome to virtual international conference on transformation in health science, a review of 152 research papers on recent progress and applications of digital technology in healthcare showed that digital health technology became highly sought for fast and effective solutions. Telemedicine and e-health technologies help to lessen the pressure on healthcare systems. Recent trends in healthcare, we see application of artificial intelligence, big data, telemedicine, evolution of remote care, blockchain technologies, smart devices, Internet of Things, virtual and augmented reality, 3D printing technology, wearable devices, integrated with AI, and so on and so forth. Transformation in healthcare is the key to enhancing quality, boosting access, and promising efficiency. As we press on into the future, it's critical to remain mindful of the trends driving healthcare technology in 2023. Tech innovations forcing the healthcare industry towards digital transformation. One of the most useful applications of virtual reality in healthcare that is in use right now in training and education. Creating virtual training situations for healthcare professionals to improve their skills. In 2023, automation is expected to be a key part of healthcare industry. Automation technology such as robotic process automation is predicted to make more than half of all healthcare IT investments in the end of this year. It's important to stay informed about the latest developments, new tools and technologies that promise more accurate and quality care. So, what are we waiting for? Let's explore in today's International E-Conference on Transformation in Health Science, aptly chosen theme with appropriate sub-themes, namely recent advances in healthcare, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, robotics, health informatics, AI, recent advances in healthcare equipment and health science education, use of high-fidelity simulation labs, virtual and artificial augmented reality, online learning, and assessment. All these topics will be delivered by experts from India and abroad. Would like to conclude with quote by Reinhard Niebuhr. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Please enjoy the rich menu of knowledge fiesta. Good day. Over to you, Dean Sir, Dr. Sunil Maske, for the inaugural.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Sunil Natha Maske, Dean, Dr. Vittal Rao Vikhe Patil Foundations, Medical College and Hospital, Ahmednagar. On behalf of Dr. Vittal Rao Vikhe Patil Foundations, Medical College, College of Nursing, College of Physiotherapy, Ahmednagar, I welcome you all in International E-Conference on Transformation in Health Sciences. Now, I request all the dignitaries for lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you. This e-conference on transformation in health science is patronized by Honorable Sri Radhakrishna Vikhe Patil, Cabinet Minister of Revenue, Animal Husbandry and Dairy Development, Government of Maharashtra. Honorable Sau Shalintai Vikhe Patil, ex-President, Jilla Parishad, Ahmednagar. Honorable Dr. Sujay Vikhe Patil, Member of Parliament, Ahmednagar Constituency, Member of Standing Committee of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and Chief Executive Officer of our foundation. Transformation Honorable Professor Dr. Abhijit Roy, Director Medical. For this conference, we are honored with national and international speakers like Dr. Keshav Sen from USA, Shalintai Vikhe Patil from Mumbai, Dr. Maryam Banasi from Muscat, Honorable Dr. Indas Sevan from Mumbai, Member of Parliament Kavita Malekar from Abu Dhabi, Member of Standing Committee from Noida, Family Welfare, John Solomon from Manipal, and Dr. Elizabeth David from Kerala, our foundation. Dr. Sridhar, Professor Dr. Abhijit Roy, Director Ubai Jacob from Oman. This conference, Dr. Blessy Prabha from Oman, Dr. Musa Abdullah Al Usadi from Oman. I welcome all about academics in our conference. For this conference, Maharashtra Medical Council has given 2 accreditation points, and for this, I welcome MNC Observer Dr. Prabhas Patil. Also, Maharashtra Nursing Council and Indian Nursing Council has awarded 5 credit points each And I welcome for this observer Dr. Sangeeta Vikhe from Team Sloni. On behalf of organizing committee, I welcome all the participants of this conference. For this conference, we are blessed with video message by Honorable Lieutenant General Retired Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar Madam. At present, Dr. Prabhas Patil. Madam is working as a Vice Chancellor of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik. In her brief introduction, Madam is a medical graduate from Armed Force Medical College, Pune. Also, she is a on behalf of graduate MD Pediatrics from Indian Naval Hospital Ship and is pediatric nephrologist from Mumbai, followed by fellowship at NUS Singapore and GOS London. She has also completed the FEMOR fellowship in medical education and has been a guest speaker at various national and international conferences. Honorable Vice Chancellor has been professor and head of pediatrics at FMC and also dean at her alma mater. She has over 22 years of teaching experience and has been awarded Best Teacher Award by Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik in 2008. Madam has published several publications and work for community. For this, she is awarded with Param Vishish Seva Medal in 2022, Ati Vishish Seva Medal in 2018, Vishish Seva Medal in 2014. Commendation by Chief of the Army Staff in 2003, 2004, and 2012 twice, and awarded by GOC in C in 2008. Now we will see the video message given by Honorable Madam. Several publication and work for and been a guest speaker at various national Ati Vishish Seva Medal in 2018, Vishish Seva Medal in 2014. Commendation by Chief of the Army Staff in 2003, 2004, and 2012 twice, and awarded by GOC in C in 2008. Now we will see the honor message given by Honorable Madam. Several publication and work for
other dignitaries and all the faculty members and delegates. I compliment the institution for two things. Firstly, this is a conference. Good morning. At the outset, Professor Bhinte, principals of the colleges of physiotherapy and nursing, other dignitaries, and all the faculty members and delegates. I compliment the institution for two things. Firstly, this is a conference conducted in collaboration across various faculties. And secondly, it is so much the need of the hour. With the need for aligning medical education and research towards patient care, we feel that all of us will be illiterate unless we are illiterate. And in all fields, I think we need to learn more. When it comes to medical education, new ways have to be seen. For example, using the LMS and digital technology came as a big respite during COVID times, where everyone was working from home, learning from home. In the same way, MUHS recently conducted a workshop and is hoping to bring mixed reality to make it more immersive and engaging for the student and the teacher. So both of us have to learn, the teacher and the taught. And in this, the student has an advantage who is digitally more savvy. But we need to keep up with the times as faculty. When it comes to research, I think we have a huge edge over everyone else because there's so much data that we can generate across our institutions, colleges, hospitals in patient care. Because if we need to have a good artificial intelligence and innovation, or for that matter, research, we need to look forward to deriving good data. So having an excellent healthcare management informatics systems is the first, I think, we have requirement. But more than that, we have to have innovative ways of capturing this data and making it available to the researchers. And we did look forward to a workshop recently where we looked at I2B2 open source software available for digital research. When it comes in the same way, when it comes to research, we again need this data, and we need also to do data and understand all our large data management. So therefore, as I see the future, there's going to be a little divide between healthcare personnel and engineers. Even today, point of care devices, ambulatory care, and using technology has become the mainstay. Telemedicine is another thing which came to our rescue during COVID times. And India was hailed because in record time we brought out the telemedicine guidelines, and I personally was part of the team which did that. And I think digital health is the way forward because the National Digital Health Mission requires a huge capacity building and understanding among all our healthcare workers. This is the only way that we can reach the unreached. I once again compliment you all for this excellent program that you have put together, and I wish the delegates all the best. Jai Hind was part of the team which did that. And I think digital health is the way forward because the National Digital Health Mission requires a huge capacity building and understanding among all.
Dilip Mehsekar, sir. Sir is currently working as a Director of Medical Education and Research at Mumbai. Sir has served as ex-Vice Chancellor in Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik. Also served as a Vice Chancellor in Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, and Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University, Nasik. Sir has worked as a member of Indian Council of Medical Research for 10 years, and he is a member in National Medical Commission since its inception. Sir is currently working as a director. Sir has been working on different committees, including Governing Council of All Indian Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. Head of committee set up to select a director for all Chancellor in Swami Ramanand. Head of panel set up by central government of enforcement of colleges and PG course upgradation under 11 5-year plan. As a member of Indian Council of his contribution to the education, sir is honored with many awards by the government at national and international level. Sir has been working since the video message, including Governing Council of All Indian Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Government of enforcement of colleges and PG course upgradation under 11 5-year plan. As a member of Indian Council of his contribution to the education, sir is honored with many awards by the government at national and international level.
Welcome to all delegates and organized faculty for this conference at Medical College and Hospital of College of Nursing and College of Physiotherapy of Dr. Vittalrao Vikhe Patil Foundation. First of all, at the beginning, my tribute to Shri Balakrishna Vikhe Patil. I welcome all the delegates for this wonderful conference which has been organized by the Ahmednagar Vikhe Patil College faculty. I have gone through that. That it shows that it's an international conference on transformation of the health system. And particularly, they have chosen the subject of nursing and physiotherapy. Now, the physiotherapy has got a very excellent scope because you know that even after the treatment of the patient needs and physiotherapy has been organized for getting completely in the physical state. have gone through that. I congratulate all the faculty, eminent faculty who I have gone through that. I congratulate all the faculty, eminent faculty who. Good morning. Namaskar.
अजून पण स्क्रीन म्हणून आलेले आहे सर. आपण इंक्रीज करू.
Good morning. Namaskar. Welcome to all delegates and all the respected faculty for this conference at Medical College and Hospital of College of Nursing and College of Physiotherapy of Dr. Vittarao Vicky Patil Foundation. First of all, at the beginning, my tribute to Sri Balasaheb Vicky Patil. I welcome all the delegates for this morning wonderful conference which has been organized by the Ahmednagar Vicky Patil College respected faculty. I have gone through that conference that it shows that it's an international conference on transformation of the health science of physiotherapy, and particularly they have chosen the Vittarao subject those are of nursing and physiotherapy. First of all, at the beginning, my tribute to Sri Balasaheb. See, now the physiotherapy has got a very excellent scope, because you know that even after the treatment of the patient, for the patient needs and physiotherapy, which has been organized by the for getting completely in the physical state. I have gone through that. I congratulate all the faculty, eminent faculty, those who are participating in this conference. I congratulate the director. They have chosen of the Nursing Vicky Patil Foundation, Dr. Abhijit Jidute, for organizing such a wonderful conference. Excellent. And Principal Mr. Shan Ganvi, that even after the treatment of the College of Physiotherapy, patient needs and physiotherapy. I have seen number of topics. Really, it was a wonderful academic feast for all the participants. Telemedicine, and about the robotic surgeries, health informatics, and artificial intelligence in physiotherapy. It is another one topic which I saw is that the virtual reality for upper extremity rehabilitation in a stroke. Really, this is a wonderful topic College of Physiotherapy. To share with you, I have seen, I had experienced myself also regarding this, and this is really now a need of time in the interest of the patient, and this such wonderful academic conference will be helpful for all the all the coming faculty in physiotherapy and for the nursing. I once again congratulate organizing team of the Dr. Vittarao Vicky Patil Foundation, Medical College, Hospital, Hospital, College of Nursing and College of Physiotherapy. Thank you very much for inviting me for this conference. I could not attend because of my academic conference emergency appointment. So I just convey my messages. Thank you very much. For the nursing. I once again congratulate organizing.
Now, I request our director, Professor Dr. Abhijit Jidute, sir, to release the conference souvenir and give his valuable speech.
Because of my wonderful academic conference.
Now, I request our director, Professor Dr. Abhijit Jidute, sir, to release the conference souvenir and give his valuable speech. Now, I request our director, Professor Professor Dr. Abhijit Divte sir to release the conference souvenir and give his valuable speech. Now, I request our director, Professor Dr. Abhijit Divte sir, to release the conference souvenir and give his valuable speech.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I welcome you all to the International E-Conference on Transformation in Health Science. Yeah. As the word transformation goes, we say that change, even from bad to good, is not easy. And when we say transformation in health sciences, we already have set practices and proceedings and procedures in line, which we have been following in years. So transformation itself is a kind of a war, not a war which we are witnessing now, but war here will represent willingness to accept and to learn new things, willingness to change. A will stand for acceptance of knowledge from all allied faculties, all the pathis who are willing to contribute to the transformation. And R should be for readiness to implement that change, what we are going to do. Today's e-conference is one of the unique examples I would like to say regarding transformation in health sciences. As health sciences will deal with many aspects like health education, academics, research, patient care, and other things. So when we speak of education or academics, today we are witnessing one of the eminent gatherings where all the eminent speakers across the globe have united in a very short moment of time to share their expertise and knowledge with all the delegates who have joined to accept the theme of transformation. I would like to thank one and all who have joined and contributed for this e-conference, and I hope this e-conclave will empower and strengthen all of you to win this war of transformation. I wish all the very best. Thank you so much.
Now, I will request Principal, College of Physiotherapy, Dr. Shyam Ganvir, for vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. A very good morning to everyone. Myself, Dr. Shyam D. Ganvir, Principal, College of Physiotherapy, and Organizing Secretary of the International Conference on the theme, which has been already told and which has been already displayed on the flyer. I take a privilege and also honored to be the part of this wonderful event. On the behalf of organization, Dr. Vittalrao Vikhe Patil Foundation, Ahmednagar, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Honorable Dilip Masekar sir, who is the Director DMER and also ex-Vice Chancellor MUHS, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam Dr. Madhuri Connector Madam, who guided us in many ways in the development of digital health through the use of artificial intelligence. From the bottom of my heart, I thank them for giving their valuable time. I am grateful to the speakers who have accepted our invitation to guide the participant through their vast knowledge and experience. Delegates who have joined this conference from the various parts of the country and outside are an important part of our academic event, and I wish them a happy e-learning. I extend heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Director Dr. Abhijit Divte sir of WIMS, always being support system for organizing any event in most organized manner. Last but not the least, I also thank to Dr. Pratibha Chandekar Madam, who was behind this event from last 1 month. So I request all the committees to give a big applause to her. I also thanks to the auxiliary staff for providing the necessary infrastructure and equipment. I will not stop here. I will extend my heartfelt gratitude to other committee members who has contributed this event to make successful. All the scientific committee members, Dr. Sona Gandhi Madam, Mr. Nilesh Maske, Dr. Prachi Chaude for the scientific committee. Also the resistant committee, Mrs. Urmila Dravid, Dr. Ajit Kumar Das and Ms. Mohini Sonawani. I also thanks to the conference proceeding committee members, Professor Dr. Deepak Anand, Dr. Gopal Bagal and Mr. Amit Kadu sir. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the deputy deans, Dr. Avari sir and Dr. Patil sir. I also extend my gratitude to the medical superintendent, More sir also. I also extend my gratitude or thanks to the deputy dean, PG of Medical College. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all. Everyone. Superintendent More sir also. I also extend my gratitude or thanks to the deputy dean, PG of Medical College. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all. Superintendent More sir also. I also extend my gratitude or thanks to the deputy dean, PG of Medical College. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all. Superintendent More sir also. I also extend my gratitude or thanks to the
First session.
PG of Medical College. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all.
Foundation for Nursing. Welcome you all to the first plenary session on transformation in healthcare. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the chairperson for the first session, that is transformation in healthcare. Chairperson for today's first session is none other than Dr. Pratibha Chandekar ma'am, Principal Dr. Vikram Vicky Patil, Foundation Scholar of Nursing. She has done her PhD in nursing from Medicine University, MSc in Community Health Nursing, Diploma in Hospital Administration, Postgraduate Diploma in Education Management. She is a member of various associations, DNI, NSI, Chairperson for the first session, and CMS, Transformation Experience in Education and Management. She is a member of Board of Studies, member of PP Savani University, Gujarat, RRC member at the Patil Scholar of Nursing. She has done credit. She has a number of international and national certifications. MSc in Community Health Nursing, Diploma in Hospital Administration, Postgraduate Achievements. She is a member. Ma'am Hills Best Worker Award at the KEM Hospital, Mumbai. Shiksha Bharati Award by Indian Achievers Forum, New Delhi in 2007. She was felicitated for her exemplary services in community health at National Conference at CMC Vellore in 2008. RRC recipient of Venus Pathway Scholarship
uploaded now here.
and Student Exchange Program, Sweden in 2011.
This
Ma'am
month,
also has to her credit
already
Lifetime Achievement Award by the National Society of Best Worker Award at the KEM. I'm happy to introduce the co-person for the first session, Dr. Shyam Gandhi sir, Principal, Dr. Vikram Vicky Patil Foundation, Scholar of Nursing, Sir holds a PhD from Emeritus 2017, PhD from RT University 2005, postgraduate diploma in geriatric care 2008. Ram has vast academic and clinical experience. Sir is an ex-member of Board of Studies, Academic Council and Senate at Emeritus Nasir. The ex-member of Board of Studies and Academic Council at BMIMS Nagpur. He is also an ex-member of Board of Studies, Yoga Patil University, Pune, and KLE Belgaum. He was elected member of Occupational and Physical Therapy Council, GMR Mumbai. Sir was also Sir is an ex-member of Board of Studies, Academic Council and Senate at Emeritus Nasir. The ex-member of Board of Studies and Academic for his achievements, Sir has outstanding He is also an ex-member of Board of Studies, Yoga Patil University, Pune, and KLE. Awarded National Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar Fellowship Award in August 2006. Sir was also Sir is an ex-member of Board of Studies, Academic Council and Senate at Emeritus Nasir. The ex-member of Board of Studies and Academic for his achievements, Sir has outstanding He is also an ex-member of Board of Studies, Yoga Patil University, Pune, and KLE. Academy of Association of Baba Sahib Ambedkar Fellowship Award in August 2006. He also has a scroll of honor and a NAC accreditation of standalone college faculty. I thank them for accepting the chairmanship and woman chairmanship of this first session. Now I would like to hand over the session to the chairman for continuing the first session. Thank you. Academy of Association of Baba Sahib Ambedkar Fellowship Award. I welcome Dr. Cassie Sands, who is clinical, regulatory, quality, engineering specialist, a versatile person based in Greater Minneapolis, USA. Cassie contributes to Prestige Incorporated and Elementix, the Minnesota Diet Research Center business in project management, execution of clinical research, clinical evaluation, regulatory submissions, quality system management, and engineering reports. Dr. Sands received her Master's of Science in Nursing Informatics degree at Boston University and subsequently a PhD in Nursing with emphasis in education in 2021. Her dissertation, professional values of corporate nurses, explored ethical concepts associated with non-traditional nursing contribution research industry such as business, aerospace, medical devices, and pharmaceuticals. Dr. Sands has 8 years of experience as a registered nurse providing clinical care, informatics support, and senior leadership in various settings, including geriatrics and home care. She also provided review, research, and leadership in the healthcare payer industry. Dr. Sands is a member of nursing organizations associated with of various from US. Her work experience in clinical, regulatory, quality, engineering specialist. Dr. Sands has 8 years of experience and she is project management, including planning, implementation, prioritization, data entry, analysis. She also provided review, research, and leadership in the healthcare payer industry. Dr. Sands is a member of nursing organizations associated with various from US. Her work experience in clinical, regulatory, quality, engineering specialist. Dr. Sands has 8 years of experience and she is
Good morning. Can you hear me? I think we're having some audio issues. Conference members, can you confirm that you can hear me and see my screen I'm sharing? I think everyone's on mute.
Yes, Cassie, we can hear you, please, and we can see your screen. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Casey Sands. Thank you so much for the warm greeting. And I'd like to thank my colleagues very generously for organizing this international conference on transformation in health science. As we have heard now more than ever, we as healthcare professionals need to unite both across healthcare fields, nursing, medicine, physiology, health education to transform the way that we learn and practice through innovations in our operations, in our technology, and our roles that we play in orienting patient care and patient centralized care throughout our practices. So by way of introduction, I am a nurse, as Dr. Shandikar had already indicated. I'm currently working in medical device, quality, regulatory, and engineering. And for our learning objectives today, you'll hear from many experts across healthcare fields, but it's our goal that by the end of the conference, you'll be able to become familiar with what transformation in health science means, understand the recent advances in the healthcare industry, and know the recent advances in healthcare equipment, also understanding the recent advances in health sciences, education, and administration. And in this presentation, I will be talking mostly about introductory information on what transformation in science is, define what it is, and help us understand why transformation is really a critical part to health sciences. So this presentation I organized into 5 separate chapters based on a literature review that I conducted. The 5 chapters represent 5 themes that we'll talk about. But first, let's talk about what transformation in health science is. So although we already know what transformation means on its own, I'd like us just to stop and think about more carefully what transformation means and what it means in health sciences in particular. I added a picture here on this slide of a butterfly because the symbolism is very important. Obviously, butterflies undergo a change process from an egg to a larva to a pupa or a chrysalis, and finally into adult butterflies. But what transformation represents from this is exactly that. It's a change process. It's a metamorphosis. It's an evolution. And transformation is starting in one place and building a bridge to go to the next. But unlike butterflies, us in health sciences, we have an ever-changing transformation. It's a continuous process. So what sparks change processes and creates change is innovation. And innovation is driven and conducted by transformation. So creating new processes, methods, technology, products, and equipment are some of the ways we take actions to transform health science through innovation. Health sciences are underpinned by a long history of innovation, as we know. Thinking back just a few hundred years ago, we were in a very different place than we are now. But sometimes there are major historical events that cause a wave of innovation. The COVID-19 pandemic, starting in the year 2020, was one of those major catalysts. And we will never be the same as we were prior. As rapid social changes occurred, health science providers were put in challenging situations. But now in 2023, we're able to reflect not only on these challenges and honor our colleagues and all of their effort, but also review what has changed and discuss how it's going now and measure the impact that those changes have had on our patients. So why transform? First, innovation to create transformation does not occur passively, meaning we must take action to begin our transformation. And really the reason that we're doing this, as my colleagues have mentioned already, is to improve care delivery and the administration of healthcare and the way that we educate our health science colleagues. The primary goals related to the improvement, of course, are to increase our care quality, to increase the efficiency in how we provide our care services, and how to decrease cost. So here, this slide is showing the 5 chapters. I scanned the literature for high quality meta-analyses and systematic literature reviews just to get an idea of what our colleagues are talking about in the last 3 years as far as transformation is concerned, specifically to health sciences. I found 270 or so articles, 64 of which spoke most clearly and precisely to health science transformation in the fields. And the first bullet point is the general impact of COVID-19 on transforming science, its effect on healthcare providers as people in general healthcare operations. Second, we'll talk about advances in technology. My esteemed colleagues will be expanding on these topics as well, but by far in the literature, most common theme was actual technological advances. Then we'll talk about healthcare operations, including change management, themes such as nursing practice changes and quality improvement coaching. And then we'll talk about research and education as well. So firstly, we'll talk about the COVID-19 impact in general. Obviously, the global pandemic directly affected healthcare workers, and many of us and our colleagues face psychological consequences brought on by the multifaceted traumas of caring for patients under circumstances that often included limited resources, both with people, equipment, and more. And post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, is a psychiatric disorder that may occur in people who have experienced or witnessed a traumatic event, such as working and seeing the trauma that occurred through COVID. One meta-analysis that I found measured PTSD across the board in the population, in patients, and in healthcare professionals. And 24 countries' data was selected. Unfortunately, the pooled prevalence of PTSD was 17.52%, which is extremely high and something that needs to be addressed, of course. And as PTSD is a psychiatric condition that can negatively affect many areas of our lives and our patients' lives, psychiatric care should remain forefront in all of the care that we provide. Additionally, moral distress occurs when you know the ethically correct action to take, but you are constrained for some reason from taking it. It's a phenomena that can negatively impact healthcare professionals and has been well studied, especially in nursing populations. But moral distress in healthcare providers can lead to other psychiatric disorders and cause burnout in leaving the profession. Additionally, changes in general have occurred in workplaces in the last 3 years. So prior to the pandemic, studies conducted in the health sector determined a positive relationship between job satisfaction and workplace engagement. However, this relationship was found to be negative or neutral during the pandemic. So traditional people management interventions to strengthen work engagement that we had been using before were no longer going to work. Additionally, healthcare workers not only deserve thanks for their heroic actions, but truly deserve effective human labor rights, a humane working conditions. And indeed, we can work better if we have humane working conditions. And although healthcare workers may be perceived or even have a sacrificial mindset at times, this should not and never should be taken advantage of. It's a matter of social injustice that these essential workers often work under poor working conditions, earn low wages, and sometimes can't refuse unsafe work. And then improving healthcare worker retention is also critical to limiting the strain placed on healthcare systems due to the pandemic, especially financial challenges. So how should we address this? I like to always include action items in everything I do. We can talk about problems, but when are we going to resolve them? And that's part of transformation in health science. So addressing these issues first, we will address moral distress, working conditions, and employee relations in the next slides. So addressing moral distress is a subjective, the moral distress itself is a subjective phenomena. So there can be different causes and effects depending on the person. So the interventions which we come up with must be flexible and sensitive to each individual's needs when possible. Some ways moral distress has been addressed is through talking about it and acknowledging it exists. Sometimes that is the first step that's required. And additionally, educational interventions have been taken in varying length and breadth, but people have had success with things like facilitated discussions, even short ones, 30 to 60 minutes. Specialist consultation services, we can't, of course, be experts in everything. So people coming in to specifically address, educate, and treat us for moral distress has been used by certain hospital systems as well. Also, multidisciplinary team member support. And finally, ethical decision-making strain can lead to moral distress, as I mentioned. So supporting clinical decision makers with things like ethics committees in hospitals is another way to address and prevent moral distress. And then when we think about working conditions, conditions at the organizational level is a good start, but we have to consider each individual sector, each department, each unit in our hospitals or our healthcare systems may have a different culture. So sometimes solutions are not one size fits all, unfortunately, but I would personally argue that humane working conditions are one size fits all. We all deserve that. But what I want to emphasize is that operational transformation can be different based on different subsections of the whole organization. So the goal is to create, of course, a work environment that enables employees to engage even under difficult working conditions. So taking these actions can also improve the person's self-dedication over time and reduce their chance of burning out. So proactive measures should be offered to meet the needs, including having flexible work hours if possible, a dynamic workload management, which means workloads are modified or changed depending on the acuity of the person's caseload or workload, employee allowances if there's any way that we can reward our employees, and motivational speeches from dedicated leaders in just creating a strong collaborative atmosphere. So then improving employee relations. What this means is that the organization has a responsibility to support its employees, just as the employees, we as the healthcare providers, have an obligation to provide our best professional services. So I wonder if any of you have had a similar experience to me in which resources were given during challenging times in healthcare, of course. Most of them seem to be directed towards personal self, meaning I was asked to get psychological help if needed, try to get more sleep, eat a good diet, get exercise, meditate, mindfulness, spirituality. All of those are positive things, of course. However, this can also be seen as a way for the organization not to take accountability for their responsibility as the organization to have a proper, humane working environment. So just a few ways to improve employee relations. Or with possibly financial incentives, again, if possible, development opportunities, offering flexible work schedules and having team members with strong community links be a part of your team. And going forward, we must view ourselves, our colleagues, and our staff holistically. Like I mentioned, providing resources is important, but also as leaders, finding ways the organization, department, can actively transform the environment into a positive and supportive one is crucial. And since there may be quite a bit of variation in our roles, our departments, organizations, our professions, what should always be done first is an assessment. Many of us healthcare providers are very familiar with assessments, but what I mean here is assessment of the work environment. So how are people feeling at work? Do people have ideas for improvement? What are the challenges, and of these challenges, which require employee individual support and which can be changed at the organizational leadership level? And what has worked before the pandemic may not work again. So finding ways to change and try new things is absolutely crucial. And these assessments should be discussed, of course, collaboratively, and changes implemented with plans to identify if they've worked or not. So a little change management as well. Then we'll move on to technology. So some of my colleagues will discuss much further the different types of technology, including AI with you. But here I have this primary innovative force has been rapid technological growth through the pandemic. So there was an undoubtable boom in technological advances, some of which included medical supply delivery with drones to places with resources that had limited availability, or the massive increase in telehealth or virtual provider visits outside of typical health settings. And in education, we saw a boom in virtual reality use and other simulation types of training, and even 3D printed medical devices, medical robots, mobile health applications, giving patients accessibility to more data than they ever had before with wearable technology. And devices such as ventilators were mass produced by non-typical device makers for the greater equipment availability and of the increase in artificial intelligence as well, which we'll go further into. So entirely new equipment and technology were developed during the pandemic in the last 3 years to address various needs across our healthcare fields, including the resource availability, remote patient access for patients physically outside of the health area, and for patients who are at high risk of being cared for in person. And these remote triage systems, where patients are actually triaged remotely before receiving care, received as surgeons as well. Remote triage allows interprofessional teams, nurses, physicians, to access patients and make clinical decisions remotely. And the promise of remote triaging and remote home care as well is providing to address the need of rapidly aging populations, improve access of care, facilitate interprofessional teams, and ensure appropriate uses of resources. However, despite the rapid and increasing interest in these technologies, they've not necessarily equated to sufficient evidence to assess their outcomes yet. So more information is needed. But we as healthcare professionals in contact with these technologies can act on this by providing feedback when necessary, so the safety and effectiveness of these technologies have data. We can help provide the data so it can be researched and analyzed in the future. And I recently came across a systematic review on the use of virtual reality to help patients with schizophrenia as an example. And the study showed that VR use in schizophrenic patients actually increased their ability to retain social skills and decrease their anxiety, which is incredible. And there's also been advances in electronic health records and how they can be introduced and interconnected with patients and other healthcare providers, pharmacists, and therapists. And additionally, wearable technology, Fitbits, Apple Watch, you name the brand, have added technologies such as electrocardiograms to help patients collect more data for potential future diagnostics. And telehealth or telemedicine has a few different names. It was, of course, previously used for primary care needs prior to the pandemic. Surgeons in specialized use and urgent care and emergency use is what we've seen during the pandemic. We discussed a little bit how telehealth technology can replace those face-to-face visits, and that's one of the benefits. And even in emergency rooms take place of addition to prior to face-to-face care. It's important to note though that because this technology is so new, the long-term effectiveness and the impacts are still being collected. And artificial intelligence seems to be a buzzword globally, even outside of health sciences lately. But just what it is, so we kind of get a context of what we're talking about, it's theory development of computer systems able to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence, including visual perception, speech recognition, decision-making, translation between languages, and more. So AI in healthcare is currently being used in medical device technology, such as radiology, for example. AI and software is used in some radiographic imaging devices to aid and assist physicians in capturing clear images of organs such as the heart that would have taken them longer or more time to collect if they hadn't used the AI. And medical robot accuracy too is often operated by AI. So some of the advantages, there are several advantages, of course. The first is the capability to store large amounts of data, such as health and disease data, in a way that can be utilized and mined rather than simply stored without the AI. And it's an accessory to human decision-making and healthcare operations. Could really see an increase in efficiency in some procedures. For example, the cardiac imaging AI system I mentioned, it takes the clearest possible images and videos in an efficient manner to assist and aid support the humans that are taking the imaging and making the diagnoses based on the imaging. Data from AI can be monitored and reported on in real time. Some medical devices, such as continuous glucose monitors, for example, provide data over exponentially longer times than has ever been collected before. So just figuring out a scientifically valid method to manage this data can be a challenge on its own. And this real world data is massively available because of all the technology we now have, electronic health records, the fitness trackers. Simply having the data available, though, doesn't make it necessarily valuable or usable. That's our job as scientists. So some of the risks, of course, there is always a risk for error, just like there is with human error. There can be quality problems, and sometimes there is a risk for bias in the data, depending on where and what population and how it was collected. But there's other biases to consider, such for an example, fitness tracker technology. We could look at that data with the proper controls, but we also have to remind ourselves there's a bias there, and that only the people that could afford the data, the technology, are going to be able to have the data. So something to keep in mind. And technology and ethics, a crucial point related to technology is the absolute truth that technology cannot replace nursing skills or judgment. And I'm going to pose that although this quote on the slide came from the American Nursing Association position on AI, it can apply to other healthcare providers and decision makers as well. But that healthcare is just that. What I mean by that is that it's care, it's healthcare. Robots and technology may be able to predict and learn, but they cannot ever replace care. So we have to keep in mind that we are going to allow technology to support us, but never replace us. So our call to action related to technology. We talked about a few ways technology has changed or has been invented and used differently, but I'd like to challenge everyone to reflect on ways technology has changed or has not changed in your line of work. Let's think about how the technologies have impacted patients, their safety, and their health outcomes, and what has been the impact on your operation. And let's hope that we haven't replaced our entire clinics with robots just yet, but how has the technology changed or the lack thereof affected you as a provider? And how has technology impacted your community? Now, this information is valuable to understand changes that could still be made, so future changes in planning. And we must ensure feedback loops are accessible in order to collect the data. So changes are always great to make, but it's our obligation to also ensure that we have feedback loops available. How are we collecting the data to support the efficacy and the safety of our new technology? And ensure also that the benefits of the technology always outweigh the risks or the negative impacts. If there should ever be a time when the negative impacts, of course, are greater than the benefits of the technology, we should obviously cease use of the technology immediately. And lastly, encourage your colleagues of all experience levels and professions to think about innovation all the time. And we should work collaboratively to share our ideas and experiences to improve patient care. Going forward, we can, of course, expect technology to continue to change and improve in our lives, both inside of our health science professions and outside. And taking a multidisciplinary approach for a variety of perspective gaining will become more important as health technologies expand. So I'm going to stress a lot, collaboration internationally too, are crucial in extending and making accessible all of the innovation. Moving on to how healthcare operations, how we operate departments, our care systems, and our procedures have changed. So as I mentioned before, Electronic health record technology and this health information exchange addresses a gap with data accessibility problems. So with health information exchange, the ability is granted to access information basically for the right person at the right time. And the increased availability of these electronic health records that are interoperable presents the opportunity to leverage digital technologies and communication infrastructure for ensuring the highest quality of care and enabling access. And this HIE is either a verb or a noun. It's used both ways, but electronic health records are essentially interoperable with HIE. So in some countries and health systems, patient records do not follow the patient. This can lead to treatment delays, safety concerns, etc. So related to COVID-19, predictive modeling approaches have shown merit in the use of HIE-based data to enable the prediction of healthcare resource utilization. It's also been used to support population-level analyses, including those that may be correlated with socio-demographic, behavioral, or clinical data. So as the global population ages, more care accessibility and options for elderly people are needed. Most healthcare providers work in inpatient settings. Although not a new concept necessarily, assisted living care is becoming more popular. And what assisted living care is an emerging model of care in countries where long-term care needs are escalating, with emphasis given specifically to the person's independence, autonomy, and holistic care. And assisted living is popular in North America, but it is spreading globally. And compared to standard long-term elder care, like skilled nursing care, AL, assisted living, offers a higher amount of independence. And operating assisted livings are regulated by health authorities, but are also highly varied in how they operate. And I've personally contributed to several assisted living organizations, and I can attest to the significance and for the flexibility of operations in the nursing staff and the staffing structure based on the patient acuity, so what kind of care level they need, and the available technology, as well as the size of the units and the staff available. It depends on the location, the patient population, staff instruction. All of these things determine how we should approach in a tailored manner the care for the elders. And then in acute care, transformation involved how services are delivered. So there's been positive changes in more integrated care. And one approach for acute care setting is actually to develop primary care, preventative care, and outpatient services, such as ones that utilize telehealth and telemedicine, to reduce the strain on our hospitals, our inpatient acute settings. And when we look at healthcare operations and acute settings, it's necessary to identify root causes for problems, such as decreased quality in services and safety issues. And this specific review that I have quoted here identified that not identifying root causes when problems are caused actually caused more problems. So it's important to do the analysis step and really monitor how we're doing and what we're doing all the time. Another way transformation in health sciences is occurring and should occur, I think, is through the professional roles in which we contribute our skills. So healthcare fields are not the only places that we can contribute our valuable skills. Medical device manufacturers, for example, require clinical guidance in developing new medical products and equipment to improve patient care. And typically, engineers will design the products, but the scientific assessment of how the product impacts the people or the patients is sometimes best guided by clinicians. And doctors and nurses contribute to medical device and pharmaceutical industries by designing clinical trials, for example, and ensuring safety is forefront in several other tasks. And healthcare providers can also contribute to healthcare administration and operations. Who best to operate than people who have been working at the bedside themselves? And we also know where things can be improved and can contribute to the development of new products. So if you're interested in product design and technology, your clinical skills are very applicable to those industries. And informatics is essential in the technology support for all types of health organizations as well. So what is our call to action related to healthcare operations going forward? We'll focus on informatics professionals. They help us ensure our professional presence and technology work hand in hand, and emphasis on assessment and analysis. We want to be able to actively design, schedule, and collaborate to routinely identify how well or not well our operations are going. And taking a collaborative and multidisciplinary approach again here will hopefully provide us more innovative ideas to change and transform our practices. Then we'll talk about research. Innovation in research. So one way innovation in research has occurred is by large-scale real-world data use for research purposes. So in this example, the Mayo Clinic in America used de-identified data to create some treatments. So Mayo Clinic was actually already innovating pre-pandemic by partnering with a company that does artificial intelligence. They were interfacing their data and de-identifying the data for privacy in order to collect lab values, vital signs, and have clinical notes of over 12 million patients be accessible for research. And they're actually using the platform now to perform different kinds of COVID research studies and even develop new COVID-related therapies. So this process, this way with over 12 million patients data would probably be impossible, if not take many years without the use of AI. Real-world data is another hot topic in many health-related industries right now, and especially in research and among the medical device and pharmaceutical industries. So basically, real-world data is data that is collected from patient experiences. It's any and all clinical data that are gathered outside of clinical trials. So most patient-related health data is not currently collected in a clinical trial. So we can understand that there is a lot of this data available. People are especially interested in real-world data in medical device and pharmaceutical companies because some regulatory bodies are accepting real-world data to support regulatory submissions, so the safety and performance of medical products. So here again are a few examples. Other examples of real-world data are health insurance bills, so claims, electronic health records. Some disease foundations may send out surveys and collect patient data that way. Medical device companies and drug companies will do post-market surveillance. So they want to know what adverse events or complaints have occurred based on their product. That's real-world data, as are product or health registries, social media as well, and mobile health applications, and patient-reported outcomes. So after we have collected real-world data is raw. It's not for the purpose of research, so it can come in many various formats as we just discussed. But if we do analyze it, say in a prospective research study, it's called real-world evidence. So the benefits of real-world evidence are that we can gather this type of data and do this analysis, for example, when clinical trials are not ethical or not able to be possible. It does provide insight into greater populations than clinical trials. Clinical trials are very segmented and small and usually in a certain time frame. And real-world data, of course, can be collected over all time. But some of the challenges with it are that, of course, it lacks quality and control, and sometimes scientific validity due to bias as well. But let's talk about what we can do about this as health professionals. So in regard to research, one thing we can do is increase the quality of data when we are in control of it. So we may not be in control of how many people wear fitness trackers or how many people post in social media about their health condition, of course. But if we are in the position where we are collecting data, if we work at a pharmaceutical organization, characterizing the data, making sure it's organized and coded, and that we're collecting the right data based on the patient's outcome is crucial. And we should also consider finding ways that we can share information and methods globally so everyone can learn from our contributions. So going forward in the future, again, if we're in control of things, if we have that power, we should take advantage of that and categorize the data so that it's clean for research purposes if we want to. And additionally, within the respect to our country's regulations, of course, on privacy and data storage, we should strive to make de-identified data available, such as in the Mayo Clinic example. And this research is truly valuable, and that despite that there could be quality concerns, it represents the true real world experiences of our patients. All right, then medical science education. So obviously technological advances have occurred in education as well. Specifically to the field of education, the technology seeks really to address and enhance the educational experience and prepare learners for real world experiences, of course. So for example, as nurses undergo rigorous coursework and clinical rotations, there's a low chance that we'll be able to see and learn every situation that we'll come across in practice. So one way to address that is with technological development and simulations, including VR, in order to give nurses or doctors, healthcare providers, a chance to experience and learn in situations they may not come across normally. And like we discussed with ethics and technologies, we must not allow technology, of course, to replace human experience. Rather, we're still focusing on it, supporting us in our pursuit for good education. And online learning, of course, that's been available for quite a while before the pandemic. However, it did also make a surgency during the pandemic for learners around the world when in-person contact was not possible. And educational institutions that were previously not providing online learning went through what people are calling an emergency implementation state. And in this emergency implementation state, teachers were integrating technology to replace and amplify learning rather than to transform it. But synchronous formats on this slide are when we learn together as educators and students at the same time. And asynchronous refers to learning at any time, like logging into the program, doing the coursework on your own time. But engaging learners in different ways to support their education and growth is crucial to gain more information on post-COVID status of education, and we should continue to collaborate with long-standing online educators. So as we transition from this more emergency remote learning state to post-pandemic world, we as educators can work towards additional novel developments in regards to learning theory, additional outcomes reporting, and provide details that support replication of our efforts. And then continuing education. So big data and continuing education can be topics that are sometimes less on the forefront of our minds than critical care, for example, and that's okay, but ways to utilize data for continued clinical education and training should never be overlooked. We as health science professionals are obligated to keep up with evidence-based practice changes, innovations in health sciences, both in our fields and others, and we're expected to learn quickly and distill new information, but there is so much data available. How do we connect to that data, that real world data, and understand it and harness it to really learn from it? So if we could really truly capture and utilize all real world data, improvements could definitely be made in faster learning and more in-depth learning. But new technologies and the consequent increasing scale of data being generated in healthcare specifically, and especially for medical doctors on how to understand and connect data for new growth opportunities, is resulting in better addressing patient needs. But technologies that can gather and present groups of information, for example, electronic health records, patients with certain symptoms and diagnoses for analysis could be read by the technology and presented in a way that the physician can learn faster from. And quickly, deep learning, it's another way technology can support human tasks. So machine learning is an imitation of human learning by an AI or computer. But deep learning is essentially the method or technique in which machines learn. And another interdisciplinary example here is from the developing medical informatics community. And here they had a program that exemplified patient data. It was measuring dental disorders, collecting data from patients, and assisting physicians in diagnosing dental diseases based on the data that it was collecting and learning from. And contemporary frameworks are how we determine how effective our education and training is on how we actually practice. So due to changes, and of course, all of these things we're talking about, technology, operations, how we provide care, inevitably, we must also review how our competency frameworks for learning should be adapted. And primary competency frameworks related to safety, quality, the way we communicate, and how we use health information are competencies of high importance, of course, in healthcare. So our call to action, a few points here related to education at a high level, utilizing our informatics professionals again. And if our organization typically does not have an informatics professional, it may be a good time to invest or research that. Medical, clinical, nursing informatics professionals integrate into all types and aspects of practice to utilize, monitor, and help us control and measure technology. And changes in education methods, processes, and designs should have data collected so we can share how they've worked over time and monitor those. And we'll continue monitoring technology's impact on how we educate as well. And of course, continue to develop learning theories related to online learning, for example, digital technology use, and technology integration with our human decision-making. So going forward, obviously, education is complex, it's technological, it's being affected by everything else that's going on, and exciting things are really on the horizon for education. And the way we approach learning will evolve with us as our technology evolves. So in review, we talked a little bit about all 5 of these areas of transformation in health sciences over the last few years, starting with the COVID-19, the technology, the operations, the research, the real world data, and in health science education. So in summary, to determine how we fit in with all this information, how it pertains to our practice, we first should analyze where we are. What is our current state? How is it different than 3 years ago? What changes have been made and what kinds of impacts should be made in the future? And acknowledging the innovation and change efforts. So COVID-19 was a catalyst for change and no part of it was easy or simple. We can learn both from our successes, failures, and tragedies. And we should support our health science professionals and do what we can to take accountability at the organizational level for the work environments in which we are expected to provide our professional care and services in. And of course, we should continue multidisciplinary collaborative approaches throughout all of our efforts. So this concludes the first opening presentation. I want to thank you very much for your time and attention. Hopefully some of these topics have deep meaning to you and spur you to analyze, keep asking questions, innovating, and collaborating. And my colleagues will expand on these topics later today. And thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, Cassie. Can you hear me, Cassie? Dr. Cassie? Good evening, Cassie. Can you hear me?
तिला म्यूट केले का तुम्ही? Amol.
Yes, ma'am. Artificial intelligence is applied.
Okay, I've been unmuted. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Dr. Cassie?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Very nicely informative session was there, and I hope all the beneficiary will take the advantage of your the action plan. So you already told that COVID-19 was impact for the action plan to go for the artificial intelligence, right, madam? So what are the challenges that you are facing right now there for the for the innovative ideas for the artificial intelligence? Challenges that you are facing for this. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
You know, we need a lot of novelties, innovations and all. And we need a lot of funding agency also. So just I want to know what are the challenges in your area?
Related to transformation?
Yeah.
Well, as a nurse and in the medical device and pharmaceutical industry, some of the challenges that I've seen are related to rapid innovation, and that there's a lot of people with really good ideas, a lot of brilliant engineers that want to get products quickly to people. And sometimes the regulatory process, the pathways in which we need to take to make sure our devices and drug products are safe and ready for people are longer than needed. And so sometimes there's a delay. We should really help each other focus and think of ways to decrease time it takes for regulatory approval to get products faster out to people in still a safe manner.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks a lot for giving your valuable time. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night.
Hope you enjoyed the previous session. Advances in healthcare. I would like to introduce the chairperson of this session, Dr. Abhijit Nawaz, Professor and Head of Microbiology Department and Deputy Dean, UG Academics. The list of his achievements is endless. Let me mention few of his best. Best Employee of the Institution Award, People's University, Bhopal. Received Best Teacher Award, Midward Asia International and by our institute. Awarded for his contribution to the field of infection control, Myanmar Awards. Nodal Officer and Death Audit Committee member for COVID-19 Task Force, Ahmednagar. He had arranged training programs for doctors, medical staff during the pandemic. He is the director of the molecular lab and the in charge of the academic cell committee. He has published more than 24 research articles in national as well as international journals and has 3 copyrights of his name. And last but not least, he is a LIC inspector for MUHS. Let me Also introduce the fourth chairperson for this session, Dr. Vijay Patil sir, Professor and Head of Forensic Medicine Department and Deputy Dean Administration. His journey is appreciable. His strong career path and achievements go along. Ex-Dean, SCPM Medical College, Dhule. Ex-Medical Director, Sri Sai Baba Sansthan Trust. He has published many research articles in national and international journals, 3 copyrights and 1 patent too. He is the chairman of the Dr. V.B. Patil Foundation, which is engaged in the prevention and treatment of alcohol and drug addiction. Finally, he had received many awards in the field of de-addiction and his contribution in the recent pandemic. Let me now hand over the session to the chairperson, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words. To begin with, just I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers and organizing team, especially Professor W. Duty, Medical Director, then Dean Dr. Sulan Maske sir, then Principal Physiotherapy Dr. Ganvi sir, Dr. Sandekar Madam, Principal Nursing, for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. The session, look at the topics, they are very interesting. Telemedicine, telenursing, robotics, and health informatics. There are total 4 speakers. Just as a quick review, I want to introduce all the 2 speakers first. My friend Dr. Vijay Patil will be introducing other 2 speakers. So going through their work profile of Dr. Mukhtar Lal Madam, she is a CMA in Manipur Hospital, Mumbai. Afterwards. But she is busy with busy scheduling some meeting. So I will request she will be joining shortly. So I will request Madam Adarasi ma'am to go through the session first, speaking on the telenursing and remote patient care. Here, just I will to introduce her to her work profile. She is a assistant professor, and she has done PhD in Ireland. And she's belong to Department of Health, Adult Health and Critical Care. Her areas of expertise are adult health nursing, advanced practical nursing, critical care, gerontological nursing, cardiovascular care. Her contributions are in actually different fields. She has organized too many various state level workshops. She has a number of articles published to her credits, associated and guided many research studies, a member of various professional social organizations. Now, so I'll just introduce Lad Madam. She will be joining shortly. She also has many expertise fields. She is the Chief Nursing Officer in the hospital, Nanavati Hospital in Mumbai. She has finished from the SNDT University Mumbai and a PhD in nursing from JJT University. Then she has done postgraduate diploma in education management. And she has all members achieved membership in the professional as well as social organizations, like member of Nurses Association, member of Alumni Association, patron of Indian Society, then managing committee member of Infusion Nurses. She has achieved certificate excellence in NEPH, which is very critical. She has also achieved certificate of Sigma Belt certification. She has been involved in the Nanavati Hospital for planning and implementation of various projects, CMEs, conferences, national, international, and state conferences. Then she is also a research person and speaker in many courses, in seminars and workshops. She holds the position as a TNI executive member and SN advisor for Mumbai City branch. And lastly, she has published many research articles in national and international journals, also involved in research projects. So I will begin with the first session, and I will request Dr. Mariam Adarasi ma'am first, Assistant Dean for Clinical Affairs, to start the session with telenursing, as the Mutalar madam is busy with some meeting. Thank you very much. So I request Mariam Adarasi again to join the session first and start the presentation.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the very nice introduction. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Hopefully that everyone will enjoy this session. I'm joining here from Oman, and I was delighted to hear the first few sessions. So I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully that everyone can view it now. Can you guys view the screen? Hello?
Yes. Yes,
Yes,
we can
madam.
hear you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to talk about using telehealth, especially in cardiovascular care, and it's a very important topic, especially during the COVID-19, after the COVID-19. So basically, let me just adjust my screen over here. So basically, the World Health Organization has defined telehealth as the delivery of healthcare services where distance is a critical factor by all healthcare professionals using information and communication technologies for the exchange of valid information for diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of disease and injuries, research and evaluation, and for the continuing education of healthcare professionals, all in the interest of advancing the health of individuals and their communities. So there have been a wide use of telehealth, and as the definition implies, in so many ways. And this is what we're going to talk about today. Now, if we talk about the evolution of the telehealth, it has been as old as the 1920, as early as 1920, and there was a vision to remotely have medical communication with patients. The patient is called radio doctor, or the process was called radio doctor, and it was experimenting television transmission at that time. Later on, then in the early 1960s, anesthesiologists started working on remote patient monitoring before and after surgery. And then the patient back then was described as a radio, and each monitoring point of data was a different radio station. So they were using a different radio station for different monitoring points to ensure or to convey different physiological information of the patient. Later on, 1960, the University of Miami had the first, and especially the fire department, had the first reported the transmission of an electrocardiogram at that time. And from back then, the advancement in telehealth in cardiovascular care has been advancing. Advances also in both broadband and smartphone tablets capabilities over the past 2 decades. It has increased the widespread of telehealth, and it made it even more feasible for patients. Now, with the recent and ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it has brought a lot of telehealth transformation to the front and the center of medical care delivery, especially in cardiovascular care, where we can monitor the patient blood pressure, pulse, and all of the other factors that we will talk about them. So if you see, there are different taxonomies that we usually talk about or we use when we talk about virtual care. The first taxonomy is the real time, which is synchronous, where the patient is having a virtual visit with the clinician. So there is a real time interaction between the clinician and the patient. And if you see here, the second one is virtual consult. A virtual consult means that there is a real-time interaction between clinician and another clinician to do consultation. And it can be minus or plus, the attendance of the patient. The second taxonomy that we are using is the store and forward, which is asynchronous, and usually it's an e-visit, where a digital exchange of medical information between the clinician and the patient happens during the visit, and usually it may go as long as 40 minutes. It can also include e-consult and second opinions, which include digital exchange of medical information between clinician and another clinician. And this is happening even from around the world. Another taxonomy that we use in telehealth is hybrid, which is an intermixed temporal modes, which is remote monitoring, where a digital exchange of patient is generated into a health data between the machine and the patient. And this is what I have used in my research, where we gave patients weighing machines that can be, the data can be converted to our to a certain app, and a nurse was following them up for heart failure patients. And then also it can be used in predictive analytics, where digital exchange between the machine and the clinician for decision that support and event prediction. For example, that the patient is having more weight now. A heart failure patient have increased 1 kg today. It means that he have accumulated more fluid. So the artificial intelligence through the analytical process will help the clinician to make more decision and make more informed decision. And for example, in my case, we need to tell the patient to come see the healthcare provider or to increase their water bills or furosemides, as we mentioned. And I have adopted these taxonomies from the American Heart Association. Now, what is the difference between usual visits and telehealth visits or virtual visits? The healthcare provider usually has an interaction. For example, in a usual visit, we do a welcoming handshake, listening to a patient complaints and stories, and also the examination of a patient's heart and lungs, visualizing lower extremities, edema and discoloration. And so there is a one-to-one discussion and decision-making that is happening one-to-one. Versus in telehealth, which provides actually a more fast, efficient, and a more personalized management of patients with chronic diseases. And it does not necessarily require them to leave the work. So it is more convenient for the patient. It doesn't have the hazards of, for example, the hassles of having more traffic or sit in a waiting area for hours, for example, waiting for the visit. So in telehealth, it is readily available. The virtual visits are readily available. They are reasonably simple. They are relatively inexpensive. And then they can be, if they are used within best practices, it can be a valuable tool to help manage risk factors for cardiovascular diseases. And we will talk about that in the coming few slides. It has also the potential to improve patient engagement. So when patients are engaged, for example, bi-weekly with their clinicians or monthly, they report better blood pressure control, for example, better heart failure data for not accumulating fluids, controlling their salt intake and their fluid intake, and also their activity progress. So we can use actually the virtual exchange or the telehealth, as I mentioned, and I adopted again this slide from the American Heart Association, and it is recommended to use it in these 3 areas. For example, the risk factor monitoring, like, as I mentioned, blood pressure, smoking, diet, and weight. Medication adherence, where we can track the patient, and now we are having smart pill box, where we can track what medication the patient is having and whether he is adhering to his or her medication. In addition to symptom monitoring, for example, having home electrocardiogram, pulse oximeter, pulmonary artery pressure monitoring, and this is what I have proposed in my next research. So again, in terms of risk factors, we do monitor different things by using telemedicine. The number one thing that we usually see is risk factor of hypertension by following up with the blood pressure monitoring, also weight loss monitoring and counseling. We can use it in cardiac rehabilitation. We can use it to see the progress of exercise, which is very important in cardiovascular care, as well as diabetes management. And I will talk about that in some details, as well as smoking cessations, and very importantly for our cardiac care, arrhythmias, and also primary and secondary prevention, which includes all the visits and, for example, taking the vaccination and prevention of further complications by controlling diet and taking medications and medical management in general. So to optimize a telehealth visit, we need to first, as clinicians, to explain telemedicine procedure or telehealth procedure and to the patient, and then verify the patient access to a broadband and telemedicine platform. So for example, what platform are we going to use together, like Zoom meeting, and whether the patient is having a Wi-Fi. And then patient uploads his data, and then the clinician, as clinician, we start to review the symptoms that they had, what medication and how they manage it, and also some physiological data, for example, blood pressure, heart rate, glucose activity. They should be automatically uploaded, and I will show you an example of that. Data integrated into electronic health records. And then also clinician reviews the data and questionnaire even before the visit, before the interaction with the patient. And then the patient and the clinician may meet virtually for a telehealth visit, and they can discuss and they can make decision-making around what should happen next in the patient management. So here is an example of a virtual visit. So if you can see here, we have all the patient's data. Okay, like for example, the diagnosis, medications that he is taking, and the patient's data with the date and diagnosis, for example, blood pressure and heart rate, how it was since the past, for example, few weeks or days, and then daily weight, daily sleep hours, steps per day, and walking pace, in addition to some, for example, communication or any health records that the clinician would like to visit or to review. Now, in terms of cardiovascular risk factors, the cardiovascular risk factors can be managed through telehealth and through digital health in general, both for primary prevention and for chronic established cardiovascular diseases. So of all the possible cardiovascular risk factors, I would like to mention two of the most common and very important risk factors, which is hypertension and diabetes, especially in our Omani community, and I believe it's worldwide issues. So these two risk factors are the most commonly managed risk factors in terms of cardiovascular related telehealth. Now, in terms of blood pressure control, there are recent data that shows that uncontrolled hypertensive patients have been increasing over the last few years, okay? And this may complicate, may lead to further complications like heart failure, as I mentioned. However, evidence shows that more visits and interaction with clinicians, so regular interaction with clinicians, is associated with better blood pressure control. And this have given us an evidence to use telehealth, or a door. It has opened the door to use telehealth for blood pressure control. So we need to, and also because telehealth provides a platform for those who are not physically able to visit their clinician, also provide optimal data for better blood pressure control, and to see the progress and the management of the patients. Now, in terms of glycemic control, which is another issue or another challenge in terms of cardiovascular risk, now the community or the companies are with the community are trying to connect between the insulin pumps to continuously and to continuous glucose monitoring. So whatever glucose reading the patient is having, the insulin pump will pump immediately into the body, and the device will send the data to the clinician for follow-up. And this has been a major transformation in healthcare, and it is still advancing. It has also provided open source research with surveys and data collection from these machines, and also the ability to provide better telemedicine tools for clinicians is important so that we can monitor what is happening with patient glycemic control. Another thing that we are using, and I have alluded to, which is rhythm monitoring. So in cardiac care, it's very important for us to see if there is any changes in the rhythm monitoring in the ECG readings, especially if the patient is having SVT, if the patient is suffering from arterial fibrillation. So in the population that I studied, which is heart failure patients, usually they are suffering from arterial fibrillation and SVTs, as I mentioned. So continuous monitoring to these patients, even when they are at home, will help reducing actually the burden on the healthcare system, and it helps save the patients in the first place, as well as reducing the cost. However, telehealth comes with a lot of challenges. So from patient's perspective, the patient and clinician perspective, there might be a challenge in the internet access, especially in countries or in remote villages where patients cannot afford internet access. Another thing, this culture change, because usually patients are very much willing, and they are more happy to go see the physician or the clinician or the nurse and have more interaction and can throw more questions and have an interaction. So it has there have to be a culture change, and we are hoping to see this culture change with this new generation, who are very much used to internet access. Patient awareness, so the patient should be aware of what data is needed and how many minutes he will spend with his clinicians, and what medications or what supportive data or questions he can use his virtual visit for. In terms of payments, especially, of course, it is with payment. However, there is a reduced payment for patients during the virtual visits. And in Oman, currently, we are going to have what we call virtual clinics. And these virtual clinics will be very important, mainly for consultation. We will start it mainly for consultation, and they are going to be for free. However, I understand from what I understood from many other countries that people have to pay also through insurance for their visits. Again, privacy is a major concern because of the platforms that are used. Many people have debated, for example, that let's say using Zoom for a virtual visit, medical visit, is questionable in terms of privacy. Now, in terms of language, I brought this as a challenge here because I know that now the telehealth have been broadened. So someone who is in Japan can consult someone who is in America, and someone who is in America or who is in Oman can consult someone who is in India. So there is a language barrier. However, there is what we call online immediate translation during those visits. And again, the other challenge, or the biggest challenge actually, is technical skills to transform the data from the patient device to the clinician. I would like here to conclude my talk with a very nice YouTube video for 2 minutes, and we can discuss some of the few things.
Hi, how are you? COVID-19 and the pandemic has had tremendous impact on all aspects of
So
life.
this is an
And
example of
there's been
cardiovascular
literature that
care
suggested that there
clinician.
unfortunately was a lot of delay in care due to patients being afraid to seek medical attention for serious issues. How have you been feeling since our last visit?
Really good.
That's great. Many of my patients have pre-existing conditions. So many of them, especially during the pandemic, are concerned about their safety and their health and feel much more comfortable speaking to their doctor in the comfort of their own home. Can you push on your ankle for me and so I can see if there's any edema or swelling?
So if you
That's an
see here, the
excellent,
clinician
excellent
is
view.
giving,
When I first heard the idea of doing a
checking on
visit
edema.
with the doctor in this way, I was skeptical, but I tried it. And, I realized that this kind of a visit is an exchange of information between the doctor and myself, and it worked just great.
The nice thing is I can actually share my screen with you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah.
In office visits, there's a lot of what we call lag time or time that's not spent directly in front of the provider. One of the things that I've enjoyed in doing telemedicine is that I feel like I have more time to actually talk to my patients. I'm not waiting for the patient to be roomed, to get their vitals, to get their EKG.
I think we have more time, better interaction. Both
So
of us
more
are more
efficiency even in
relaxed.
time.
I want to go over your medication list with you and just see if you had any concerns about any of them or if you needed any refills. Your hemoglobin A1C, which is a marker of either diabetes or pre-diabetes, that's actually lower than in November. So, this exercise that you're doing and the improvement in your diet is really, really shocking. You don't have to delay your care. You should take your symptoms seriously, and you do have access to see your doctors in an efficient and effective way.
After my experience with telemed, I urge anyone that's thinking about it, not sure, give it a try. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at how well it works. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Mr. McKinnon. Please feel free to reach out if you need anything, okay? And I'll see you at your next visit.
All right. Take care.
So as you can see here, let me just load a note. So as you can see here, so that was an example. That was an example for the for how a visit can go. I didn't want to present a larger video here, and however, we have experienced this in Oman during my study, where we hired a nurse and who was trained to follow up with patients. And it was really beneficial for patients to keep that interaction between them and the nurse. And the nurse was able to guide them through their care. Thank you very much, and I'm ready for all of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. It really, whatever worked so for so many years, it has been great in your presentation, right? So, I request question session. Okay, then I request ma'am, Dr. Mugdadar, to present the session.
Good morning, everyone. Can you share the screen or I need to share it?
You can share the screen.
I can share the screen.
Yes.
Priyanka.
First presentation, are there any questions? For the first presentation, again, I'm repeating, are there any questions?
Thank you. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll start the session.
Madam, please unmute you. Madam.
Is my screen visible?
No.
Yes.
No, madam.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Good morning, everyone. And thanks to Pratibha ma'am for giving me this opportunity. Thanks, Sridevi ma'am. The topic is transformation in healthcare. Let us see what is telemedicine and telenursing, because these are two new concepts which have come in the health. Yes, telemedicine of course was there, but it was not popularly famous among the population. So what is telemedicine? It is the delivery, management and coordination. Hello?
Ma'am, there's one request, presentation should be in presentation mode. Slides.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Share the screen.
Yeah, it is seen now.
Slideshow.
Yeah, it's done.
No.
Is it visible?
Madam, please, at the bottom, there is a click that.
Yes, it is done. So is it visible now?
No. It's visible, but not presentable.
Okay.
Please continue.
Share screen has been gone.
Share the screen.
Yes. अरे किधर है? हाँ PPT. Share. ये दिखेगा ना? Oh, PPT नहीं, मैंने इसमें से लिया था.
Mukta ma'am, it is okay if you do. This is okay. You please continue because we have to cram the time. Please.
Yes. So can everyone see now?
Please continue.
Please.
Okay. So what is telemedicine? It is a delivery, management and coordination of healthcare services provided via telecommunication and technology, that we all are aware. It has been one of the method of delivering patient care remotely, and which improves the efficiency and access to the healthcare, which we have seen during the COVID pandemic. Previously, people were, it was hard to believe that we can do something like this. Telenursing is when technology is used to provide the nursing services remotely. And telemedicine and telenursing go hand in hand. So unless telemedicine is developed, telenursing cannot go ahead. Perspectives. There was a survey which was conducted. In that survey, it has been understood that 60% of telemedicine services are opted for adult patients, 25% for the chronic problems and all follow-up consultation is used, and 15%
The slideshow is not there, so please bear with the ma'am. She will not be able to share the slides. It's not seen on the screen. So just see the audio presentation.
Sir, so is it possible that you can share the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So you share the screen.
Yes, okay, okay, ma'am.
So I have stopped the share screen.
Ma'am, like without presentation mode, simply opening the PPT and going to the next slide. That way you can do the presentation if you're not putting on the PowerPoint show mode. Because when you're doing slideshow, but the same home page is visible to us because that's what you share the screen.
But I am opening it in a presentation mode only, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. To you, it is visible in presentation mode, but here it is like the home page which you have shared is only visible. So, like instead of making presentation mode, the basic PPT, the next, the way you can proceed. Yeah, right. Yes.
Okay, okay. So it is been proved that we are not using this telemedicine services in case of the pediatric patient as well as in case of the emergencies. So it is like it is a trend become now that telemedicine will be used mostly for the adult patients and for chronic disease conditions. So reasons why people don't prefer telemedicine services, that no visual inspection. Right now also we can see that there is some problem, technology problems are there, and that's how we are not able to use our facility to the fullest. Chances of wrong diagnosis and wrong dosage of the drugs can happen. Then there is no personal or therapeutic interaction involved. That there is something in between patient and the doctor or patient and the nurse. So many a times people are not very comfortable having this kind of a view. Difficulty to patient in understanding doctor's orders. As we all know that many a time doctors write in their medical language which may not be interpreted best by the patients, and that's the great hindrance between or reason why people don't prefer this telemedicine services. Benefits, yes, of course it is a low cost because you don't have to travel, you don't have to make all the arrangements, time, sitting in the office also you can avail for it. Improved access to the care, so everyone whenever they need they can have or they can avail this kind of a services. Preventive care, yes, telemedicine may make it easier for the people to access preventive care that improves their long-term health, especially in the people with the financial or geographical barriers to the quality care. So from Timbuktu also a person can access the healthcare services wherein it is easily possible for him to get the medical opinion. Comfort and the convenience, telemedicine allows people to access care in comfort and privacy of their own home. They don't have to see 1,000 people, they don't have to be in the queue, so it becomes much more easier. Slowing the spread of infection. So many a times if immunosuppressant patients or those who cannot be getting exposed to the big mob, right now the condition of COVID, so it becomes very easy for this kind of a patient that they are not going to get exposed. Family connections, looping in distant family members virtually also is possible when telemedicine services are used. What challenges we are facing in telemedicine? There can be a communication error. It can be inefficiency to the respond to the question. Many a times if it is not understood well, or many a times cut in the network is there and the sentence is not going at length. Unavailability of the physician to attend the phone many a times. And it can be provoking to the patient. It may take some time for professionally and trained multidisciplinary team to gain the confidence of the patient and to convince them on the active role of the physician in reviewing their data and modifying medication charges, medication dosage. A universally recommended telemedicine protocols are yet not created, yet we are under the development, dependent on the technology and good internet connection. And if this everything comes together, our telemedicine can become a successful teleconsultation. What is popular now? So we all know that is mHealth. What is mHealth? It is through the use of mobile and wireless technologies to support an achievement of the health technologies, as well as now telephone or mobiles are much more accessible, easy to get and easy to access also. So why mHealth is important? That is unprecedented growth of mobile phone users. We have seen everyone in India, everyone everywhere is having mobile, and accessibility is much more easier. Rapid expansion of mobile networks, innovation in mobile technology, task shifting and other health system needs in developing countries. And these all are the few factors wherein mHealth is becoming popular now. So where we can use it? We can use it in family planning, maternal and child health, HIV and AIDS consultation, vector-borne diseases, tuberculosis. Widely we can use it, and health system functions we can use it. Few examples of wireless devices that medical science has proven time and again when resources are provided, great progress in the treatment, cure and prevention of disease can occur, and we are nearing to it. AccuFlow drip monitoring system, much more being in hospital also, even if patient is in the room, this IV access can be accessed by the nurses by understanding that whether with what rate IV is going on, what modification is required, and whether IV fluid administration is happening properly or not. Limitations, yes, literacy is the biggest thing. The cost of the phones and voice text services, gender inequalities in mobile phone ownership. Many a times, in some part, female may not be having access to the mobile. It may be considered that why do they need it? Availability of mobile services, that is network providers are not available easily and freely everywhere. Lack of electricity can be another limitations for the use of mobile health. Aspects of quality care in telemedicine: consultation time, benchmarking of the time between the consultation request and the doctor's response compared to how it would have been done in person. So many a times that is the factor, that how much time we will be able to give. After providing such a good consultation, there cannot be satisfaction just because time is not given to the patient. Rate of readmission will measure how the remote monitoring is able to prevent further injury, infection, and other problems. It need to be studied. Quality of service and technology, providing the right technology and right connections, proficiency of staff and responding to the queries regarding the technology, and know how to utilize it such that the patient doesn't feel the need to visit the hospital. And there are proven things that there are many health apps are coming up, and they are providing this kind of a consultation with better and fine quality services and technology. Current patient retention measures how the patient retention rate increases after they have availed the telemedicine. Even though post discharge, this patient can be consulted, opinion can be taken from the patient, from the doctor, wherein they don't have to come to the hospital and really visit the doctor. There are various apps, I said, and that is the future now. These apps, telemedicine is the way to access the healthcare appointments with doctors, psychiatrists, or the nurses on the internet using a phone or computer. And these appointments are usually video calls through an app or platform. Such app in Nanavati we are using, and through which patients are taking appointments. So app-based consultations are also happening. Online chat messaging. Yes, sometime there are people who are sitting and who can access the chats of the patients and can opine on that. Email supports, reports can be delivered on the email, the prescriptions can be delivered on the email, telephone calls, wherever necessary, calls can be done for the consultation. The idea of telemedicine isn't to replace the clinic visit with the doctor. People may use telemedicine to talk with the doctor and see if need a physical appointment. So only in case physical appointment needed, patient can drop into hospital. Of course, footfalls in the hospital can be reduced. The resources can be saved. A request or renew certain prescriptions of the medicine. Certain kind of a prescription are having validity for the time, only 1 month, only 3 months. So that can be renewed on app base. Assess and treat the minor health conditions. It can be done on the teleconsultation. Access therapy and other mental health services. Additionally, many telemedicine apps are making strides to become primary care providers for folks rather than just acute visits. So these are of great help for us. Use of telemedicine apps, how we can use it. Telemedicine is a growing popularity and can provide benefits over a traditional doctor visit. Yes, of course, it is difficult in India as of to accept this fact that this can be used widely. But I am one of the customer who is using app-based service for control of my diabetes, and that teleconsultation is really so effective. Doctor is following with me, the physician, the person who is advising the exercises are following with me, my dietitian is following with me. I am putting my reports on the app, and they are viewed by the doctors. They opine on that, they guide me what to be done. So it is of great use if we use it nicely. People who work full time may appreciate being able to schedule the telemedicine appointments and doctors outside or traditional business hours, including evening or weekends. It may also be more convenient for people with the children who would otherwise need to find sitters and keep the child and then go and visit the doctor. Telemedicine also improves the access to care for the people in isolated areas, older individuals, and individuals living with disabilities. Additionally, it can be helpful for people who frequently travel and those who may forget for the medications. There's also no need for travel, which can save the time, money, stress, and frustration. Looking for and attending telemedicine appointments for the comfort from the home is a far more tempting prospect. Additionally, telemedicine may be more economical than the clinic visits depending on the health insurances. So we need to see that this should be the future, that the insurance companies also should be having this inclusion in their packages. What are the disadvantages? As I said, that insurance coverage, internet access, a great hindrance. Data protection, if you access telemedicine through an unencrypted channel or a public network, there is a risk of hackers or other accessing information unlawfully. Emergency care, telemedicine isn't suitable for emergency care as of or more serious mental health or physical conditions requiring a healthcare professional's in-person assessment. Certain prescription can't be filled. Some apps can't prescribe or refill controlled substances or certain anxiety medications. Remote patients, the ability to monitor certain aspects of the patient health care from their own home has become an increasingly popular telemedicine option. So remote patient monitoring lets providers manage the acute and chronic conditions, and it cuts down on the patient's travel cost and infection risk, as we have seen. Use of remote patient monitoring with telemedicine, there are various disease condition, there are various conditions wherein we can use this the telemedicine as a remote facility. Few examples are this. Advantages of this monitoring: to reduce the hospitalization, shorter hospital stay if the patient can be discharged with a remote monitoring device to use at home, fewer visits to the emergency room, better health outcome for the patients in rural areas, better preventive management for chronic conditions, and reduce the risk of COVID-19 exposure along with other illnesses for patient and healthcare workers. How to help the patient to use at-home health monitors? Yes, remote monitoring may be new for the patient, and the best way to help patient is to be informed about devices we'll be using, and this includes how they work and how we'll receive the data from these devices and how we can monitor them. Make sure that patient understand why are prescribing at-home health monitors or telemedicine appointments before they begin using these devices, follow up telemedicine appointments, and to email the downloadable PDF explaining remote patient monitoring for their conditions and symptoms are necessary. Help the patient in understanding how to use their devices. Walk patient through the operating the device in telemedicine appointment. We can prepare small flow charts can be given to the patients so that they will understand how they can use it. Refer the patient to an at-home medical equipment providers in their areas who can set them up with the devices and provide the support. Tell the patient what type of readings will get from their devices. For example, glucose monitoring, BP monitoring, ECG monitoring. Make sure that patient has written instruction and they can refer to, including paper copies, emails, or downloadable PDFs. Encourage the patients to write down their questions and either call in healthcare center, email their questions through the patient portal, or request a follow-up telemedicine appointments. extended care on telemedicines. Applications in Indian scenario, training of healthcare workers from public sectors using the virtual platform facilities, public-private mix has to be there. Thus, exchanging best practices and ensuring the employees and patient safety during during this pandemic. Yes, of course, there has to be training requirement for the healthcare worker who can use this efficiently. There are many doctors still do not want to use this facility just because they don't want to get toggled between the screen or don't want to really get bogged down with this technology. Home isolation services for COVID positive patients having mild and moderate symptoms with no comorbidities can be managed at home. At one of the center in in Nanavati, we have also run with the help of the nursing staffs medical kit consisting of digital thermometer, pulse oximeter, BP apparatus, mask, and other equipments depending on the patient needs are provided to them, and certain instructions are also prepared for them. This is just an example I'm sharing. So tele-review with a doctor every 4th day. So these are the instructions given to them. Review by team, a nursing team every 3rd day. Breathing exercises by physiotherapist on video or teleconsultation. Twice daily vitals monitoring by trained nurse on call. Diet video, that is teleconsultation, will be given. And detailed guidelines on self-monitoring, isolation, personal and home hygiene also were provided on teleconsultation. Management of lifestyle diseases such as diabetes, we have seen that there are various kinds of monitors are coming. The diabetic telemanagement system, that is DTMS, is a telemedicine based follow-up program originally introduced at Jyoti Dev's Diabetic Research Center in Trivandrum, South India in 1998. It is a chronic disease management system which enables patients to interact lively with professionally trained multidisciplinary team comprising of diabetic educator, nurse, dietitian, pharmacist, psychologist, physician, etc., and modifying the dosage, medication, diet, physical activity, either through telephone, email, or secure websites. There are various studies conducted on this. A pilot study with primary objective to examine whether the telemedicine technology impact perceived level of internal services, service quality delivered by the nurses within the telemedicine organization. Data were collected from the nurses belonging to home care agency based on interview question inquiring about facilitator and inhibitors to telemedicine nursing service quality. A survey to measure this TNSQ based on the instrument was completed by adjusting description of original instrument to suit the context. Follow-up interviews were conducted to validate the questions on revised instrument. Finding this survey research were positive based on mean differences between the exceptions and perceptions of TNSQ. It indicates that satisfaction with TNSQ, and it shows that the quality of services is higher than what the respondent expected. The study highlighted how the telemedicine process provides daily monitoring of the patient health, leading to the benefit of immediate feedbacks for the patient, family, caregiver, as well as convenience of scheduling. Another study which was conducted, this randomized clinical trial was conducted from October 21st, 2013 to December 21st, 2018 in cooperative extension service officers of 14 countries in Florida of 528 individuals who initiated a 4-month lifestyle intervention. 445 qualified for randomization, and participants who were randomly assigned to extended care delivered via individual or group telephone counseling or an education control program. The study showed that this randomized clinical trial concluded that providing extended care for obesity management in rural communities via individual telephone counseling decreased weight regain and increased the proportion of participants who sustained the clinically meaningful weight losses. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And the idea of this telemedicine has been made crystal clear by your presentation. Very much transparent. So I would like to invite questions now. Anybody who is interested in asking questions? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I will invite the next speaker. And
Thank you, all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'll be introducing Dr. Belinda Sawant, madam. She is nursing director, Psychiatric Hospital, Mumbai. She is having 26 years experience on various cadres, that is teaching, clinical, and administration. She has done nursing administration, and she is also involved in designing and conducting certificate courses on critical care nursing, hospital infection control, operating room nursing in affiliation with SNTT Women's University. She is also ISO auditor. She has organized national and international as a speaker. She has published articles in various nursing journals. She was co-author on the section of cardiovascular system, textbook on surgical nursing, medical and surgical nursing, and she is executive member of Critical Care Nurses Society, also member of PNAI and member of Catholic Nurses Guild. So I'll not waste more time as we are short in the time. So I'd like Madam to please start the session. Please move the line, madam. Sorry. Belinda Sawant, madam.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Is my screen audible? Sorry, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Please continue.
I thank you for inviting me to deliver some robotics in healthcare.
Madam, sorry. Please share your screen. Share screen. Is it a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, it's a PowerPoint presentation and
Please share your screen. The green. Yeah.
Just 1 second.
Share screen below. Green.
Yes, I'm doing it. Yeah, is it visible now?
It is visible, but make it presentable mode.
Yeah, it's presentable mode.
Okay, please, ma'am, continue then.
Okay. So I will be delivering the session on robotics and healthcare. So we are going to look into the past, present, and future. And currently, the global medical robots market is projected to reach $12.7 billion by 2025, with hospitals holding the largest market share in 2020. Since the humble beginnings in 1980s, medical robots have come a long way supporting medical procedures and tasks. Innovators across the globe are also developing advanced capabilities for robotic systems in the healthcare. Yes, sorry.
It is not in presentable mode, so you can please move the slides at least. Yes. One by one, you can move the slides there.
Yeah, can I go ahead?
Yeah, ma'am.
So we will take a look at the different range of medical robots designed to perform specific functions. And we'll have a look at the different types of robots. The first are the surgical assistant robots. So basically, they enhance existing surgical treatments with features including artificial intelligence and depth cameras. These robots are used for minimally invasive surgery, wherein through a small incision, the ports are inserted into the patient's abdomen. It creates a stable platform for the surgeons to perform the surgery So this is how minimal invasive surgeries can be done for different on different organs, including the uterus, that is robotic hysterectomy, bariatric surgery, and so all small soft tissues which require surgery. Coming to orthopedic surgery, knee and hip replacement can be done with the help of robots because it provides a good space and a good boundary for the surgeon to perform the surgeries in a much desirable manner. Now, the tasks that are involved by the surgical assistant robots is it allows surgeons to perform complex procedures using more advanced instrumentation and visuals over traditional laparoscopic surgery. Now, as we know that laparoscopic surgery, the surgeon or the surgical team is at the operating table, right at the operating table, and the images that are used are 2D images. While likewise in robotic surgery, the surgeon can very comfortably sit away from the patient with the robot at the patient's operating table, and the images that are viewed are 3D images. So this is how the robots help in robotic surgery as compared to laparoscopic surgery. Again, compared to the traditional open surgeries where the incisions are big, the bleeding is much during a surgical intervention. But when it comes to robotic surgeries, because of the small incision, less of bleeding, the recovery time for the patient is much less, the hospital stay is much less, and the complications that the patient will have following an open type of surgery and the infection which the patient can be prone to is much reduced in robotic surgery. Next is the share video feed for consultation. So what is the share video feed for consultation? The surgeon can take views or he can take opinion from other specialist surgeons from the same field to enhance the outcome of the surgery, and the patient also in turn is good or expert surgeons across the world, on operating onto him or her. It also helps surgeon avoid muscles and nerve during procedures, because the camera vision, the HD vision that we have during a robotic surgery, it identifies the tissues in that operating field, thereby avoiding muscle and nerve damage during the procedure. So most of the hospital has got this Da Vinci surgical system or the robotic surgical system, which has magnified 3D high definition vision and highly precise instrument that can bend and rotate beyond the capabilities of the human hand. So in the previous slide, we have taken a few cases for robots in the surgical field, which first one was for minimal invasive surgery, where I have already mentioned that it allows the insertion of robot-operated tools, minimizing the risk of complications and infections. Orthopedic surgery with the use of smart robotic arms, 3D imaging system, and analytics, the surgeon can perform orthopedic surgery. The other device, or that is called capsule endoscopy, which is a microbot-assisted disease detection and treatment, where the patient swallows a tiny camera that will take images of the digestive tract and help physicians identify any diseases in the GI system. There's another example of remote surgery in 2019, where two cities in China, the doctor in Sanya could, insert a stimulation device in a patient with Parkinson's, who was almost 19,000 miles away in Beijing. So these are the few examples of the case, robotic surgeries that can be performed across the globe. So as I mentioned, robotic surgeries are used for minimal invasive surgery on soft tissues, and there are a range of surgeries that can be done with the help of robots, and likewise orthopedic surgeries, mainly hip and knee replacement. The next type of robot is a modular robot. These robots basically support patient rehabilitation efforts in patients with stroke and paralysis, and traumatic brain injury or multiple impairments with multiple sclerosis. So there are different types of robots available, that is exoskeleton robot and prosthetic limb, which help the patient improve or perform rehabilitation, so that they can come back to their normal life as far as possible. So the task of this robot is to monitor patients' form as they perform exercises, measure the degrees of motion, and track progress, which is much more precise than our human eye. It also interacts with patients to provide emotional support and coaching, thereby enabling the patient, to develop confidence in the progress of his or her treatment. This is an example of an exoskeleton which allows paralyzed patients or individuals to walk, and it is an extended arm. It is an extended muscle power, stamina, and weight-lifting capacity for both the nurses and the physiotherapists. We have this robot in our hospital where I'm working. Coming to service robots. These robots basically elevate healthcare professionals' workload by completing routine logistic tasks and sending a report once the task has been completed. So they perform tasks right from preparing patients' rooms, tracking supplies, filing purchase orders, restock medical supply cabinets, transport bed linen to and fro from the laundry. And when I was preparing on this particular presentation, I like this slide, I think the best, because in this current scenario, we have got so many non-nursing jobs which are done by a nurse, and there's so much of, shortage of nurses, or so much of patients inflow that comes to the hospital or into the unit. These robots will really be of a great, great source of help to help nurses to, get away from the non-nursing jobs that we do. So this is how the service robots help or they perform the task. This is an example. That is a mobile delivery robot which can carry up to nearly 450 kgs of rags, tasks, or bins containing medications, laboratory specimens, linen, or any other sensitive material. So this task may be sent or requested by hospital staff using a touchscreen interface, completing almost 50,000 deliveries each week in over at least 140 hospitals across the US as per the statistics. Next are the social robots. So they basically interact with patients and visitors in long-term healthcare environments. So they are friendly robots. They reduce the workload of the caregiver, of the patient or the person who's ill at home, and they also improve the social well-being of the individual or the patient. So they perform tasks of encouraging patients to comply to treatment regimens. They provide cognitive engagement, thereby keeping the patient alert and positive, improving the patient's morale, and it also directs visitors and patients in healthcare pursuits. So these are the few examples of social robots. Sam, this is a human-sized and smiling robot concierge that provides frequent check-in and non-medical care to patients receiving long-term care. I'm sure we have heard about social companion robots like Jibbo, Pepper, Parrot, Zarro, and Buddy robots that comfort elderly patients when they are lonely. And some of these robots are also equipped with touch screens and cameras and microphones for better communication. Next is the mobile robots. So mobile robots, they perform various tasks throughout the hospital or clinic while traveling along a wire or a predefined track. So if we have heard about LiDAR, that is live detection and ranging system. So basically, along this predefined track, the robot can transport patients, move heavy machinery, and also disinfect rooms. This is the task that can be performed by these mobile robots. Coming to autonomous robots. Now, these autonomous robots, we have heard in the previous slides also a lot about teleconsultation, telemedicine. So they allow physicians to provide care from afar through remote control. So the task that these robots do is they self-navigate to patients in examination rooms, hospital rooms, infectious disease ward, operating rooms, and public hospital spaces. They also facilitate on-screen consultation between a patient and their physician, and they also perform cleaning and disinfection. So this is an example of our autonomous mobile robot. If we have to talk about, this is a Zenex robot. This cleaning robot uses highly intensity ultraviolet light to disinfect hospital spaces. It is highly effective in causing cellular damage and damage to microorganisms. There are also robots which contains the hydrogen peroxide vapor and also air filtration to disinfect certain areas or disinfect all the areas of the hospital in a uniform manner. These are few more other robots which are available. That is a farm assist robot X. This robotic medical dispenser system and medication management solution uses data mining capabilities to help facilities adjust operations for volume and improve efficiency. There are also robots in the pharmaceutical department which help to identify the medications as per the prescription, pack those medicines as per the dose required and deliver the medicines via the chute to the concerned unit. So these are different types of robots which can be used in the pharmacy department. There are also robots called as origami robots. So basically it's a capsule that once it is swallowed, it gets dissolved and it is controlled by a technician to treat wounds in the stomach lining or remove any foreign items. So they are basically designed to swim through the bloodstream, through the lymphatic system and also across the surface of the eye. So these are the different robots that we have in the field of healthcare, right from surgical robots to farm assist robots and origami robots. Now that we have understood what are the different types of robots, we can sum it up that these are the automated functions performed by robots, right from interacting with patients to reviewing patients' living conditions, identifying patient needs for future appointments, operating in dangerous and emergency situations, conducting data mining to increase the pharmacy's efficiency, disinfecting hospital rooms, helping patients find information online and remind patients to take their medication. So, in general, or taking the advantages of these robots that we have got in the healthcare system, these are the benefits of robotics. So as we have seen in the previous slides, it free up workers' time for other important non-automated tasks by completing monotonous, repetitive, and other administrative tasks, just as we have seen in the service robots, eliminate time-consuming home visits, free up pharmacists' time to educate patients and provide practical advice, reduce the risk of patients acquiring a hospital-acquired infection by using robots equipped with advanced cleaning technology, provide enhanced ergonomics and comfort for surgeons, allowing for increased procedural volumes and reducing the fatigue of the surgeon, eliminating human error in high-risk procedures, shorten the duration of surgery, shorten patient recovery time, shorten the hospital stay, and increase the surgery success rate. So these are the benefits of a robot that can be are of great use in the healthcare arena. So what else do we want the robots to do for us in future? There are many advances that can be added into robots to enable or to make life of the healthcare industry a little at a better ease. So maybe they could perform lab tests without human intervention, remove plaques from arteries, take tissue biopsies, attack cancerous tumors, deliver personalized or time reminders for medication appointments and more, reduce patients' need for a doctor's visit by providing care for minor issues, speak to patients about their doctor, about their symptoms and refer them to a doctor when necessary and deliver targeted medication. Oh, I think it will be a wonderful healthcare industry if we have these robots who will really, take away a lot of workload from all the different categories of people that work in a hospital setup, and maybe will be able to, deliver more patient personalized care. So, with every change that comes into any industry, and with robots coming as a change into the healthcare industry, along with change, there are challenges, there are roadblocks, and there are solutions. So our previous speakers also have spoken about quite a few challenges. So one of the challenge is lack of patient trust. It has been reported that 1/3 of dental patients don't trust a robot with routine tooth cleaning. and 2/3 of patients don't trust the robot to perform a root canal. So what could be the solution for this? Healthcare practitioners will need to communicate the benefits of robots to medicine to build up that trust. The next challenge is lack of skilled professionals. So advancements in robotics, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity are creating high demand for graduates with these backgrounds. So here the solution would be that the healthcare industry needs to raise awareness of current and future needs and encourage students and healthcare professionals to pursue education in robotics and related fields. And the third is the safety risk. So as we always say, patient confidentiality is of primary importance in a healthcare setup. So the amount of data collected, stored, and analyzed by healthcare robots will need to be secured according to the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act regulations. And the solution here lies is the healthcare facilities need dedicated roles to oversee the use and cybersecurity of robots. So this is what we have seen overall, the different robots that can be used in a healthcare setup. And I will just take you through a video clip as we have got this. Surgical robot, that is Da Vinci system, in our hospital, and most of the hospitals do use it. I will just show you a small video clip on the robotic surgery. Just give me just 1 second. Can you view it? Can you view it?
Yes, yeah, ma'am.
So this is just open surgeries, laparoscopic surgery, and the Da Vinci system. So this is the Da Vinci robotic system that we have. So the Da Vinci system, irrespective of which make of the company you're using, it's any robotic surgical system has got 3 components. That is the patient card, the vision card, and the surgeon's console. So we'll have a look at the patient card. So when you say about the patient card has got 3 to 4 arms. You can see this 1, 2 numbers. These are the robotic arms, and the third arm is on the right side of the card. And in the center is the camera. Is the camera hand. Okay. So this is how a patient card looks like. And these lights which you can see, that the flickering light, which is a self-test to understand or to ensure that the arms are in working condition. So these are the 3 to 4 robotic arms, and in the center is the camera arm. Now we'll just see how this instrument and the arm draping is done. So these are the sterile plates which has to be put onto the robotic arm, just like a surgical health team member who downs onto a sterile gown. So this is how the sleeve is put onto the arm. Okay, this portion which you see is the adapter. Is the robotic arm adapter. So this sterile drape with a sterile drape with a sterile adapter is also sterile adapter drape, which is fixed into the adapter of the arm. So once this sterile adapter is fixed into the adapter of the arm, there are wheels on the adapter which spin. Once this wheel spins, it is understood that the system has recognized the adapter. So this is how it is fit. The adapter is fit into the adapter on the arm. These are the wheels which I was talking about. So the system has recognized the adapter, and the entire drape is put over the entire arm, right up to the center. Okay, now this portion which this nurse is handing on to is actually a black colored portion. This is called the cannula mount. So this cannula mount wing. So this cannula mount wing hold on to the ports which are introduced into the patient's abdomen. Because via this port will go all the instruments of the robotic instruments to perform the surgery. So this is the camera mount. Then this blue flex strip which you can see, it is made into a shape so that the instrument fits properly into this into the drape which goes into the hole. And when these white strip, the sterile drape is fixed onto the joint so that it can be flexible in movement as per the requirement. Likewise, all the three arms and the camera arm is being draped. So this is about the camera arm draping. So the camera arm has got the camera head. Okay, this is the sterile part of the camera head, which is attached to the non-sterile part of the camera head. And this black portion which you can see is connected to the cable, which is connected to the vision card. You remember I told you there are the second component of the vision card. And then the sterile drape is put over the entire cable so that the sterility is maintained, and this portion is laid onto the sterile trolley. This is how the cable is, and this is how the entire patient card is being draped. Now coming to the vision card. Now vision card, it has got the monitor, the screen to visualize the surgery. It has got the endoscope which is being connected to the vision card and the image processing unit. So now when the endoscope has to be used onto the patient, we have to do two things, that is white balancing and calibration. So now this is what the endoscope is attached to the camera head to check on for white balancing. So basically for white balancing, the light is flashed to the endoscope onto a white paper, and we can check for the white balancing onto the screen. So this is how the light is flashed onto a white paper, and white balancing is seen on the screen. It gives you a message that the clarity is good. So basically white balancing is done to check the clarity of the images. Then there is also calibration of the endoscope which is done, where the calibrator is fixed onto the endoscope, attached to the endoscope. Again on the screen, this is the image that we see, and then there's a light which comes, or the color changes, and there's also a message that it is calibrated. So basically when you see into the, there are two types of scopes that are used for laparoscopic and for robotic surgery, that is 0 degree and 30 degree scope. 0 degree scope remains static position, while 30 degree scope can move up and down. So these are the two types of scopes that are being used. Now we'll have a look at the surgeon card. So this is the surgeon card where the surgeon comfortably sits at one corner of the operating room with the patient card onto the patient, and he comfortably sits on his console and prepares and performs the surgery. So there are few parts that we need to know. This is called the viewing port. So it has got sensors on either side, and also there is also stereo view, that is, the surgeon can have a good 3D high definition image. So this is the viewing port and the stereo view. Then these are the two parts which are called the masters or the graspers. So this is where the surgeon holds on to these graspers and performs the surgery. The feature of these graspers is that it translates the movement of the surgeon's hands, wrists, and fingers into real and precise movement of the wrist instruments that are into the patient's abdomen. So these are the graspers. Then next is the foot. There are few foot switches. So this yellow and blue foot switches are basically used for coagulation of a cutting process, which is required in the surgery. Then these black switches are for adjusting and moving the camera. On these hands, on this ledge, we have got switch buttons. So you have got here on and off white buttons, which are for on and offing the console. And we have got a red button which picks up any emergency, senses any emergency which can be rectified. And on this side, the buttons or the switch pads which are there, they are basically for adjusting and for adjusting the viewport. So this is how the patient, the surgeon console looks like, and the surgeon can comfortably perform the surgery sitting at the console. Okay, so this is the surgeon performing the surgery in a comfortable position, using the graspers, using the switch pads for coagulation cutting. Just like any other patient preparation, the patient is, painted, patient is draped. There is no compromise on infection control practices, whether you use a robot or whether you use a laparoscopic surgery or open surgery. So all all the principles are well followed. So once the patient is prepared, the patient card is okay. Before I go to the patient card, I would just like to show the instruments to you. So these are the instruments which are used for robotic surgery. So these are the ports which are introduced into the patient's abdomen via the trocar. These are the instruments. Okay. Now, just I would like you to just remember that I have spoken to you about the wheels which are there on the robotic arm. So these instruments, at the rear side of these instruments, there are also wheels which are fit into the robotic arm. So this area is fit into the wheels of or the adapter of the robotic arm, and these are the instruments which are via the port inserted into the patient's abdomen. So at the tip of this instrument, there are endo instruments. So these are the endo instruments. So there's a cutter, there are needle holders, there are bipolars. Okay, so these are at the end of the instrument which perform the surgery. They have a great range of motion, and they are said to be, they have a 7-degree range of motion, and they are said to be more precise and more better than a human hand, wrist or fingers. So these are the instruments which are the tip of the instruments that go into the patient's abdomen. So coming back, once the patient is prepared, the patient card is brought to the patient's is brought to the operating table, brought close to the operating table, and just like how the ship is docked onto the port. Okay, so once the patient is prepared, by a small incision, the port is put into the patient's abdomen, and then the patient card is docked onto the port, which goes into the patient's abdomen. So you remember I spoke to you about the cannula mount wings. Okay, so these cannula mount wings, they hold on to the port. Now I'll just show you over here. So these ports via this black, remember I told you about the cannula mount wing. So they are holding onto the port, and this is the instrument which goes into the patient's abdomen through the port. So this is how the patient card is, it looks like when it is on the patient's body during the surgery. This is the instrument which is being introduced into the port. And this is how it is being seen onto the vision card. So once the surgery is done, just how again the ship docks away from the port, likewise, the patient card is removed or is disconnected from the port. Let me tell you, this docking, undocking, everything is done by a nurse. So this is it has been undocked and it is taken away from the operating site. So I just wanted all of you to appreciate how a surgical robot plays a very vital role in performing or assisting the surgeon and the surgical team in conducting a robotic surgery. Thank you. Yeah, any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. It was a nice presentation. And the video which you showed at the last, it was all explanatory. I think one question I have seen in the chat, somebody has asked, what sterilization method is used? You talked about sterilization of this robotic. What sterilization method is used? Somebody has asked in chat.
Yeah, basically these are disposable instruments, sorry, the arms which we are using, we have to, it is one-time use. The arms that are used for the, what to say, they are one-time, these instruments are one-time use. So we don't go to sterilize it. And the instrument that goes into the patient's body, that is a regular sterilization that we do in the CHSC department. There's nothing different for sterilizing these instruments.
Thank you. And how much is the cost, madam, this?
That's $1 million question. Yeah, of course, the surgical cost is very high. It's very high because it is into lakhs. It's a costly surgery. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
Dr. Belinda, there are some questions in the chat box. You can answer in the chat box itself because we are rushing the time.
I will do that. I will do that.
We are already encroached in the other slot.
Sure.
Thank you. It was an excellent presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stop share.
Now we'll move to the next session. I welcome Dr. Kavita Balekar. Is there? Dr. Kavita Balekar, she has done. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. She has done PhD nursing, MBA in healthcare management. She has also done certified professional in healthcare quality management. She is director of nursing for Health Plus network of specialty centers and Moorfields Eye Hospital, a Mudala health partner. She is having 23 years of versatile work experience in healthcare from bedside to leadership roles. She has successfully commissioned hospitals, medical centers, first aid centers, and school health clinics in UAE. She is having 23 years of teaching experience, undergraduate, and 13 years postgraduate experience. She has published 23 papers in international journal, and she has published 3 books in her credit. So, with this introduction, I welcome Madam, and we can start the session now. Thank you, ma'am. Please share your screen, ma'am. Can you hear, ma'am? Unmute. Madam, please unmute yourself.
You can send the message.
Message.
Yes. Am I audible now?
Yeah, madam.
Thank you. And is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for this lovely introduction and having me over here. I thank Dr. Pratibha for giving me this opportunity. I'll try to wrap it up very quickly and try to make it as informative as possible. After this wonderful session of Madam Belinda, I will try to make justice and keep the track going. My topic today is about health informatics. So health informatics is actually a culmination of everything that we have heard today. We have heard about telemedicine, we have heard about telehealth, we have heard about robotics. All this comes on a platform because a patient, and ultimately we require the patient care to be seen and visualized on one single screen. So all this comes inside the hospital on the data, which is called as health informatics. Okay, with this introduction, I go in front. So the objective for our presentation today will be about data and data management, health information system, components of health information system, the features of electronic medical record, or you can also call it electronic health record, the advantages, how decision making is done based on this health information system, and what is centralized EMR. So what is health information? So basically, when we talk about information and health information, it is all about human information or data. Okay, this data is about a individual, whether it is his demographic data, whether it is his clinical data, whether it is lab, whether it is x-ray, any kind of information, any consultation notes, the nursing care plans that are there for that patient, everything is called as data. So that is a data related to one individual which is available. So if we are having around 2,000 or 3,000 or say even 10 patients coming inside the hospital, there would be 10 different sections or 10 different files for the patient created, right? So every individual has got some data points. So if you see this picture over here, this is all about one individual. Okay, so imagine if so much of information you are collecting for 2,000 or 3,000 patients that are entering your facility, how is it going to help? Okay, so what the data management does is it actually tries to arrange it or sort it very much in a manner which gives a very holistic view of the patient as well as the hospital. Okay, so that is what is the basic of data management, wherein you have got a reliable, a consistent and a complete data which is available to the people or whoever is a healthcare provider or the caregiver in a manner which is accessible and available anytime and everywhere. Okay. So what is health information system? It is actually regarded as the memory or nervous system of the hospital. Okay, it is a combination of our business, science and information technology. Okay, business because healthcare is a business industry or the service industry. We have science, we are taking care of patients, and how our technology. We have seen that there is so much of technology which helps our patient. They need not even come to the hospital. Sitting in their homes, we can monitor them, we can take care of them. So all that information from home and from outside will come inside the hospital. So that is actually, and within the hospital also, the patient may be in a different ward, in a different surgery, in a different physiotherapy department. All that information, when it comes to one single platform, that is our health information platform. Okay. So what are the components of this health information? Basically, we are talking about two broad categories over here. We are talking about managerial information system, which is used by leaders and managers above. Okay, and we have got the patient component. Okay, so if we are talking about the patient information system, we have got purely three systems. One is called as a patient management system. Second is clinical information system, and third is a clinical support service systems. Okay, all these three feed into something called as patient information database, which is reflected on each individual's electronic medical record. Okay, so if I have to explain this, this looks something in the background. Okay, a server will have all these. It is where the entire data or the cloud is stored is called as servers. Okay, so we have got this patient management system as I had shown it over here in this picture. So this one is taking care of our billing. It is taking care of our admission. It is taking care of the entire patient index, master index. That means all the profiling of the demographic data of the patient. Everything will be in this patient management system. What does clinical service do? This has data related to our consultation notes from the doctors, whether it is OP, IP, nurses notes, it is the care plans, it is the integrated care plans, all that will come into this clinical service. And then you have the support services. You have the food and beverage because patient needs diet, so that whatever the diet has been put in the patient information will go to the food department or to the dietetics. They will be able to see only that page. Then it goes to the pharmacy, wherein in case if we have put medications, then it will be dispensed and seen by the pharmacist. If there is a blood bank request, if there is X-ray request or any radiological imaging request, lab and orders. So all this will again come back to our patient information system, which will be reflected as an electronic medical record for each individual patient. Okay, so if I have to show you the dashboard, this is how the dashboard will look for each and every individual patient when we log in. We have a unique number or called as a medical record number, based on which you will be able to log into each and every individual patient. So you'll have registration, billing, patient details, the records, lab, radiology services. So everything will be there very neatly stacked, and each and every person, whoever wants to visualize which aspect or which service for the patient, will be able to see that. Okay, so what are the basic features or what is the advantages of having this electronic medical records? First and foremost, you have individual patient files, right? How we used to earlier carry individual patient file, paper file, the same way you will have a file which is there basically for each and every individual patient. There is better communication, because if you see over here in the previous slide, as I said, everybody can see this information, right? So there will be a better communication, because this file of the patient can also be accessed through the mobile or to a tablet or to any hospital nursing station. It need not be that only that particular nursing station will be able to see, and even the reception or even the physiotherapy department or in the lab, anybody will be able to see this information for the patient. Okay. Next is something called as e-prescription, that is electronic prescriptions. So we no longer print prescriptions for the patient. As soon as a medication order has been put, that prescription goes to the pharmacy directly, and from the pharmacy it is vetted, it is seen, and the medicines are sent back to the department. So there is nobody who's carrying a prescription to the pharmacy or something like that. That is why it is called as e-prescription. Next, we have got something called as charting and documentation. There is no longer illegible writing. Handwriting is out. So we will be able to see the documentation very clearly. And we have got something called as approved abbreviations. So only those abbreviations will be used. So the language becomes really very clear for everybody to understand, and the patient care is really very safe. We have the integration of the lab as well as radiology into the system. And the next point, that is distributed access control. What do we mean by access control? Now, because this is available on the computers everywhere in the hospital, anybody will be able to visualize the patient document? No, it is not like that. It is only access is given only to those people, those who require to see that document. So that it is very simple. It is something called as read access and something called as write access and something called as read and write access. Read access is given only to the people, those who require to see the information but will not be able to make any changes. Okay, so a doctor will not be able to make any changes in nurses' notes, and nurses will not be able to make any changes in the doctor's note, right? So they will be able to read it, but they will not be able to write it. Okay, so that is why it is called as a distributed access control. Reporting, definitely, we, as I had shown over here, we have got different reports which can be made for the patient and how we want to do it, and then billing. Okay, so these are some of the common features of an electronic medical record. So this is the home page, and this is an individual patient. In case if you want to search the patient, how you want to search the patient, so depending on that. And if I open in for that patient, I will get the entire demographic data of the patient over here. Okay, including the allergies, the age, the gender, the insurance, because here we have insurance which is mandatory. So if, around, I can say around 90% of the population or 95% of the population are insurance based. Okay, and this is how the case sheet will look. Okay, so we have the entire information of that patient. We have the doctor's notes, we have the nurse's notes. What is the ward activities that is supposed to be done immediately now at present, whether any medication was to given, and what is the vital signs of the patient, at least the last 3 or 4 vital signs of the patient. So this gives a good snapshot about what is happening with the patient. If there is anything that the nurse has missed, it will be flagged. Okay, so it will be flagged as red so that we cannot miss out on something that is very critical for the patient. Like, for example, if the patient had a X-ray, but food was at that time to come. So we can always put a note saying that food to be delivered after 1 hour, patient is in X-ray, right? You don't need to actually call the department, catch the dietitian or catch the manager or something like that. So you can actually put it in the system and it is for everybody to see. So it's really very useful and very helpful also for the patient care entire. So advantages, we give a good comprehensive patient care that is patient-centered. Okay, because we are able to actually in this, we are able to put in whatever the data that the patient requires, his moral values and his care that is required. So basically, we are actually giving a very comprehensive patient-centered care because even the doctors, the nurses, the managers, everybody is able to view the patient as a whole. Okay, it helps in clinical decision making because we can also see how many days the antibiotic was given, whether the antibiotic is helpful or whether it is not helpful, whether we need to escalate the antibiotic or de-escalate. So all these decision making tools are really readily available. We can also put the infection control bundles, whether you have the ventilator associated bundle, you have the surgical site bundle, or the urinary tract bundle, you have the patient fall risk bundle. All this can be actually incorporated into the EMR and made it as a mandatory to be filled in, which helps in better clinical care as well as clinical decision making. It improves communication, obviously, because it actually allows everybody to see the data. You don't need to actually post in or call somebody inside. It gives an accurate automated document processing, okay, because it is very much standardized and it is to the point for the patient completely, which definitely increases productivity, improves efficiency, and it has, because we have the access for read and write, only those people, those who have the access or those who need to read a file or write inside a file will be given the access accordingly from the IT. So that control is there with the leader of the department. And it will definitely lower the cost of healthcare when we are doing such a good, wonderful job for the patient, because we can see everything for the patient, right? Whether it is the telemedicine data which is coming in, whether it is the robotics data that is coming in, whether it is the patient care data that is coming in, everything is on one chart on a single folder which is available. Okay, so basically it should be available, right? So how will it be available? It will be available with the help of this EMR server, okay, which is connected to the cloud, and it will distribute that data to multiple desktops across the facility, wherever you want it, okay. It will also be available on tablets or laptops or phones. Actually, now we have got really very good mobile phones, so it is available, and you can also have it on laptop. This access can also be given to home, hospital, or hotel. Now, this was actually very much useful during COVID when we had a team of people, those who are working from home. Okay, so we had a work from home kind of scenario. So this EMR facility actually helped us because we didn't need to sit inside the facility. We could be at home and still continue connecting with the patient charts, the appointment messages and test results. Everything is very well accessible and available to those who require. So all the entire health information exchange, when it comes on one single platform, that is called as a health information system platform. So whether it is coming from the logistics, whether it is coming from lab, whether it is electronic medical records, whether it is training, whether it is mobile, all this information is integrated on one single platform. So this helps in the decision making for the management. Now I'll give you example, like, before that, there's this operational system. Okay, operational system talks about our electronic medical patient records, the payrolls, the patient inventory. Then we have tactical information system related to management, and you have the decision making. So if I give you an example, like we had seen that we have a lot of, for during the breast cancer screening, we had a lot of patients, those who were coming with BIRADS 2 and 3 classifications, which required further investigations, further management, further treatment. So this information was collected, and then we went on to having a chemotherapy unit inside our organization. So this information we were able to track down and to find out and do an analysis as to which type of patients we are seeing more and what is the service that we can do to improve our patients. Like, for example, the other example is related to diabetes. Now, we had a lot of diabetic patients, their data which we started seeing, and we are tracking all those whose HbA1c is more than 7.1. So if we had to, it is not that this only because of AI that we are able, or because of the health informatics, we are able to do this data. It is whenever we want to find out or put in new services, what we would have taken 10 days to collect data when we are doing manual record, we will be able to do it in few hours on the health information system, right? Because in the health information system, within few hours, we can generate information as to how many diabetic patients are there on our HIS whose HbA1c is not well controlled, or it is more than 7.1. So for them, we have made into something called as a diabetic care pathway. We have made clinical pathways inside it, and those patients are either monitored inside the facility or with telemonitoring or with telemedicine. So they are connected completely with the primary care physicians, and to see to it that we are able to do a good community and population health for them. So this is how health information system actually helps even in decision making at the leadership level as well as at the physician level. Now, the last topic basically is Malafi. This is something very unique, which is now I have seen it, and it's really wonderful in UAE, wherein we have a centralized database for unified patient record. So what does this mean? Like, all the people, those who are residing in Abu Dhabi city, I mean, in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, for them, whether they go to a public hospital, whether they go to private hospital or to any other care provider, their information is on this platform called as Malafi. So we do not carry any files or any document, anything that is required. Even if we take an appointment, like today I took an appointment, say in a public hospital, tomorrow or after 1 week I go to a private facility, that doctor will still be able to see all my data, whichever test or labs that I have done in the public hospital will be able to see in the private hospital also. So definitely it helps so much into the improving the patient quality and outcomes of the patient. So on the Malafi dashboard, we will be able to see the allergies for the patient, the labs, the medications, radiology, pathology, I mean the problems, procedures, any clinical documents, vital signs that were collected. So all this about all the population that is there in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, we will be able to see anywhere that we travel or any facility that we want to go because of this platform called as Malafi. Malafi in Arabic means my file, actually. So we carry a file. It is what we carry is only a unique identification number. So lastly, this is my last slide actually. So if we have patients and we have the data which is coming in either from consumer data, any wearables, even we can wear on our body, right? So wearables, any monitoring devices, telemedicine, genomics, everything comes to the electronic health record. And this electronic health record, either the patient is treated clinically or either the patient, this data can also be used for clinical trials and for research purpose. So it actually helps us to improve the quality of care within the hospital as well as improves the quality of the population of the community because we are doing a lot of research. Obviously, with research, we have to take consent of the patient. Without that, we do not use the data for the patient. So to summarize, basically, clinical or health information system is really very useful. If it gives a unified access to patient medical records. It supports efficient delivery of care and improves transition of care and care coordination. It is very wonderful for chronic illnesses because it practices precision medicine, and it improves patient safety by reducing the potential and treatment errors for the patient. So in a nutshell, hospital information system actually gives us a very comprehensive information, not only about the patients, but entire hospital also as to how the hospital is functioning and is able to meet its KPIs or its quality outcomes. So with that, I actually will stop if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful speech, and I think everyone has got some knowledge from this presentation. Any questions? If you have any questions, put in the chat box so that Madam can answer you in the same chat box. Thank you, and we'll move to the next session. Thank you, ma'am.
Sridevi, if we can have only Dr. Musa for the presentation, and then we will have the AI physiotherapy presentation, and then we will have the your session as a next session. Yeah. Sridevi, am I?
Unmute collector.
Dr. Kavita, it was excellent. Sridevi?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Can we have only Dr. Musa, and then we will have the AI physiotherapy session, and after finishing that, then we will continue the rest of your session.
Sure. Can you hear me? Okay. So
Thank you.
I'll introduce Dr. Musa, and you don't have to introduce me now because we save time. Thank you everyone for this adjustments. My name is Sridevi, and I have the privilege and pleasure to introduce Dr. Musa. So Dr. Musa, he's already here. Where is this? Dr. Musa, are you online? I saw him before. Just ensure he's there.
He's there. He's there.
Yes, okay. This session is
She will speak. She will speak. Actually, you continue, okay?
right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, because
So-
otherwise we will have, the time slot is, like.
I understand. Thank you, Dean Dr. Sunil Maske. Thank you, my friend and senior Dr. Pratibha. I have the privilege, and to the College of Physiotherapy for organizing this. I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Musa Al-Busaidi. He is our esteemed speaker from the Sultanate of Oman, which is where I am currently placed. And this is going to be an exciting and interesting session. I'm excited because of this conference. I was able to discover that we have a VR specialist and an AR specialist in Oman Medical and Specialty Board, which we wouldn't have found out until now. So we have OMSB, or Oman Medical Specialty Board, which undertakes continuing education for medical as well as to some things for nursing. So they do regularly BLS, ACLS. They register or conduct our national licensing exam, etc. So Dr. Musa Abdullah Al-Busaidi is the acting director of Medical Simulation and Innovation Center in Oman and Medical Specialty Board. And he is actually an MD orthopedic doctor. And he has taken probably a break from his orthopedic practice to improve, or has been assigned to improve. Can you have the next slide, please, if you would like to show? Has been asked to improve or put into place virtual reality, augmented reality, and MR. I still need to understand. So what he is going to do is, he is the project manager and strategic person for the Oman OMSB Simulation Center and the device center. He has many achievements to his credit. He is going to showcase postgraduate, how in postgraduate education, virtual reality and augmented reality is being used currently in Oman, and what is the difference between all of these, and what is it going to be for healthcare education. Dr. Musa, thank you so much for accepting our invitation and to be on this conference on behalf of myself, as well as on behalf of my Indian colleagues. So, Dr. Musa, without spending time, in 20 minutes, if you could complete, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Redivi, and thank you for the organizing team for the inviting me to be with you in this actually interesting conference. And also there are a lot of themes. Do you hear me? Just to confirm.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. And you see the slides?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we are fine to go. So again, thank you everyone for this invitation. I am happy and glad to be with you today. My topic is about virtual and augmented reality in healthcare education. So when we talk about this topic, we are talking about a very important topic in this area, and the agenda and objectives that I will cover today. Briefly, I will talk about the differences between these technologies, ER, VR, AR, and MR. Also, I will briefly talk about the effectiveness of VR and AR technology in healthcare education. We will share our experience in in our Medical Simulation Innovation Center, which is the postgrad training arm of OMSB, Oman Medical Specialty Board, but we will share the same concept for undergrads, whether they are nurses, doctors, or physiotherapists. We will also talk about other new technologies in the center very briefly, and we will discuss the challenges of VR, AR, in healthcare education, and the future of these technologies for healthcare education. Of course, my colleagues, they have done a great job by introducing the concepts and the theories about transformation of healthcare, so they made my task much easier. It is very crucial to introduce the topic and the basics of this topic when we see the revolution actually of the utilization of VR technologies in different sectors. It is not only in healthcare education. We can see the implementation of VR and AR in manufacturing, in aviation, oil and gas, other sectors as well. But the focus here today is about the utilization of VR and AR in healthcare education. So, in fact, when I searched the literature about the first attempts of the utilization of virtual systems, it goes back early in 1965 when an orthopedic doctor, he tried to create a virtual system for his residents and students. And then there are other different attempts made in late 1980s and 1990s as well. The failure at the beginning, that's because of many technical difficulties at that time, like time lag and the side effects of this technology, like dizziness and dizziness, headaches, and so on. But since 1990s and in the last 20, 30 years, there is advanced improvement and upgrade of this technology, which leads to the widespread of utilization nowadays. It's not only about education, it is industry, a well-standing industry, but nowadays the market size of all extended reality technologies combined is expected to reach around 125.2 US dollar billion by 2026. So it is a well-standing industry and business as well. I would like also to start placing a virtual the concept and the framework behind all these technologies. So Milgram and Kishino in 1994, they created this concept of virtuality continuum. It is important to understand this concept so you will understand where these reality forms or technologies are. So when we see this this diagram here, it starts with the real environment in one extremity and the virtual environment in the other extremity. So what is virtual continuum? It is a full spectrum of possibilities between the entirely physical world or real environment and fully digital world or the virtual environment. In this continuum, the adjacent parts are almost similar, but the extremes are very different. This continuum can accommodate any other technologies that will occur. So now we know about augmented reality, virtual reality, and so on, and the mixed reality, which will I explain in details in the coming slides. So when we talk also about extended reality, which is an umbrella term which encompasses any sort of technology that alters reality by adding digital elements to the physical or real world environment by any extent. Extended reality keeps evolving and their full potential remains to be seen. If you see this diagram here, extended reality covers different types of realities, including augmented reality, mixed reality, and the virtual reality. In easy words, if we will go back, in easy words, that virtuality continuum we discussed in the previous slide, it started here in the real environment, the augmented reality, then mixed reality, at the end is the virtual reality. Then when we describe augmented reality, it is a technology that allows the superposition or overlaying of digital elements into a real world environment. That is no interaction between the digital elements and the physical world elements in augmented reality. This is a good example, which also from the nursing implementation in healthcare, this device which this nurse holds is called Echo Vein, which helps the nurses to find the best vein for IV starts and blood draws. Of course, there is no interaction here between this device, augmented reality device, and the patient. So this is a very excellent example of augmented reality in healthcare. Moving now to the next technology, which is the mixed reality. Mixed reality is a technology that allows not only the superposition of digital elements into the real world environment, but also their interaction. So the difference between mixed reality and augmented reality, in mixed reality, there is an interaction. So the user can see and interact with both digital elements and the physical ones. In other words, mixed reality is an advanced form of augmented reality. Virtual reality. Virtual reality is the technology that allows the creation of fully immersive digital environment. And in VR experience, the physical or real world environment is entirely blocked out. So the user is dealing with purely digital elements. There is no other physical elements in the virtual reality technology. Now, this is actually a very important question that every one of us in this field should ask him or herself about. Why to use VR and AR in healthcare education? Actually, because of the increased clinical loads, because of the reduced working hours, because of the increasing infection control risks, and also because of the high costs associated with the training practical skills in the classical modes, and also because of the improving patient safety comes with VR and AR healthcare education. Of course, these technologies have also its limitation and disadvantages, which we'll be describing, inshallah, in the coming slides. So what are the advantages of using AR, VR in healthcare education? It allows for spaced repetition. It reduces the time burden on senior clinicians because there are a lot of self-study tasks that can be done using AR and VR by students themselves. It permits students to practice in their own time and provide real-time interactivity and feedback. It records and compares data from different attempts. And this is very important also for the instructor or the consultant to follow up with his or her residents and students. And also, it is a good area of research that has been discussed in the first presentation today. What about the effectiveness of using virtual reality and augmented reality technologies in healthcare education? What the literature says? Actually, from the literature, there is a strong evidence that the VR improves the post-intervention knowledge and skills outcomes of healthcare professionals when compared with traditional education or other types of digital education, such as online or offline digital education. In addition, augmented reality also can effectively improve performance, time, satisfaction, and the confidence in medical training. What are the common examples where VR and AR technologies are implemented in healthcare education? It can be used, and it is used actually, in physical examination skills and training of basic life support skills, anatomy, and surgical procedures as well. So for example, VR has been used successfully in the teaching of cranial anatomy, allowing for virtual manipulation of body parts, including the cranial bones, by students wearing specialized goggles. It is also used after receiving a specifically designed VR curriculum. Both novice and experienced surgeons showed a significant improvement in performing laparoscopic colorectal surgery, illustrating that such training is equally suitable across the learning stages. I'm giving here some examples so you will know different implementations of these technologies in postgrad or undergrads. Actually, there is another study showed that participants performed better in knot tying and scores when using a 360-degree VR video compared with a 2D video teaching group. Another study of VR training curriculum for ophthalmology showed that the median pre-course score was improved by using a VR curriculum. And also we have good experience with the ophthalmology program here in Oman Medical Specialty Board, who are using a VR simulators, and we will discuss that. So now we briefly, because of the time, briefly I will explain to you our experience in Oman Medical Specialty Board when it comes to the utilization of VR and AR in postgrad medical education. But before that, I will take you a virtual tour in our Medical Simulation Innovation Center, where you can understand where are these technologies embedded. So as you see here, we are going to the simulation labs. I hope you hear this.
Yes, we can
This is
hear.
one of our simulation labs. This is actually the operating theater, and you can see it's fully equipped with audiovisual system. There is a control room behind these glasses, medical surgical furniture. This lab hosts many workshops and courses, which is surgical mainly. If I will pause the video here, you can see actually the virtual reality simulator for general surgery. It's called Lab Mentor, and I will discuss this later. We are moving now to another simulation lab. In fact, we are moving to the control room. This is the control room, which is attached to the operating theater, where the instructor and the coordinator usually control the vital signs and the scenario script for the scenario, which is placed or played in the simulation lab. And this is a debriefing room where the rest of the students or residents will stay and they will watch the scenario live. They can also interact with their colleagues and they can ask questions. After the scenario, usually they come back here and they do the debriefing. Moving now to one of the advanced technology areas. This is the immersive lab. The idea of the immersive lab is a lab which can host any environment, whether it is clinical or a non-clinical environment or scene. So we usually use this immersive lab to reproduce education environment for others. I hope you enjoyed the tour and also you get an idea about our simulation lab. Moving now to give you some information about the center. Actually, it was established in 2011 and it adopt new technologies in simulation. It is accredited as training and a reference center for AHA courses. Since 2011, and there is a lot of collaboration with other international institutes, and we organize actually a lot of courses and workshops for OMSP residents and allied healthcare professionals locally and internationally. We utilize these technologies, whether they are VR, AR, simulation-based, 3D printing, and other also technologies very frequently. So here are examples of the technologies that we are adopting in the center, like 3D virtual reality simulators. We have also virtual reality simulators of different programs. We have the immersive room or the living lab that you have seen in the video. And we have the different fidelity mannequins, high, medium, and also low fidelity mannequins, which are used during the scenarios in our simulation labs. So this is a very important slide when it comes to the integration of VR and AR technologies in residency simulation curricula. Actually, we started to introduce this culture for our residents, for our instructors, by purchasing highly advanced VR simulators in different surgical specialties. And we started to ensure the sustainability of the utilization. It is not the achievement or the outcome is not just having these devices in our simulation labs as a furniture. It is the utilization. The utilization is very important when it comes to the planning of having such technologies in your institutes. So we started to integrate these technologies in their curricula. There are a lot of scheduled simulation sessions using VR simulators and other simulation technologies And also the curriculum is competency based. So whether it is skills or knowledge or attitude that the instructor is aiming to achieve for his or her students, then it has to be through a build a very clear curriculum. Also, this simulators have a built-in assessment tools for the residents themselves and for also the instructors to monitor and assess and evaluate the progress of each residence based on their level. Our simulation specialists usually they provide the monitoring, they provide the technical supports when needed. And for example, during COVID-19, actually we conducted more than 200 VR simulator sessions between 2020 and 2022. Of course, as mentioned before, during COVID-19, this technology has played an important and crucial role in bridging the gap and also to compensate the lack of exposure of residents or students into the clinical or the surgical operations. In the center, we have, as I told you, we have different virtual reality simulators. The ophthalmology program, they are using, we have two different simulators. It is embedded within their curriculum and they have a clear plan for each resident, for each level. And alhamdulillah, we can see the satisfaction and also the high confidence of residents while they are moving to their clinical rotations. Similarly, orthopedic surgery program, we started with them purchasing different simulators starting from Arthromentor, and last year also we added the Verchamid simulator, which where they can practice their surgical skills in arthroscopy for different joints like the knee, the shoulder, and also the ankle. Different levels, they have different curriculum, and it is embedded within and integrated within their annual plans. We have also simulators for general surgery program. They have this simulator from Symbionics. We have the old version and the new version, where they can operate. I mean, laparoscopic operation can be done here, like cholecystectomy, appendectomy, all by by virtual reality. And one of the things that usually we do also, we let senior residents to teach junior residents and supervise them under the whole monitoring of the center's consultants and also the instructors. This is the immersive lab that you have seen in the video. The concept of the immersive lab is to recreate and reproduce any educational environment. This room has projectors. It has audiovisual instruments where you can also reproduce, for example, a rare operation in the operating theater. You can use it also for hybrid simulation modalities, where you can use standardized patient, high fidelity mannequins in one scenario, with the background of the emergency room, anesthesia, or whatever. One of the related technologies also we used during COVID-19, and also we continued actually to use because of its benefits, is the virtual simulation sessions, where we have combined the audiovisual system with the telecommunication applications. So we usually conduct, for example, this is a good example where remote learning and audiovisual system combination has been made. This photo on the left side here representing a consultant from SQUH who is performing the FCCS course for Yemen for Yemeni doctors. As part of the collaboration under the umbrella of WHO, we have conducted this course for a group of Yemeni doctors, and nurses. And the feedback that we have received was very excellent, although, you know, the distance from Oman to Yemen is more than 1,000 kilometers. Of course, we have different also utilization of this technology, not only in international levels. We have international for different residents, and they are rotating usually in tertiary hospitals in Oman in different cities or within the capital city, Muscat. So instead of all of them coming to the center to conduct the virtual to conduct the simulation session, we do it virtually, combining the audiovisual system where they can interact together, and also they interact with their consultants in different hospitals. Another related technology is the 3D printing models, which we have created for training purposes. We have a in-house 3D printer in the simulation center, and we started to produce our simulation task trainers and models for training purposes. I will skip this because of the time. I'm sure is not you have also shortage of time. We have the National Healthcare Education e-learning platform. We call it Tibian. We have more than 18 e-courses, and the number of participants last year exceeded 3,000. So if you ask me what about the challenge of VR and AR in healthcare education in general, in fact, there are some limitations. We talked about the advantages. The limitation include it can reduce the face-to-face communication and also the cost. Usually the cost is high. These simulators are expensive, and especially for developing countries and for small institutes. In addition, it has also some ethical concerns when we talk about the empathy and sympathy of the of the students to the patients. It has also sometimes hiccups, technical difficulties and hiccups in terms of software and hardware. More research is needed in terms of evaluation and validation of the VR applications of different simulators. Also, there is a limitation in the very advanced content creation because of it needs a lot of time of the experts, and it is very expensive. One of the side effects which are also started to be described in the literature is the addiction to VR. And also sometimes the instructors, because of, you know, it is trend nowadays to utilize VR. So sometimes it is used unnecessarily, or there is also sometimes a misuse of this technology. What about the future of VR and AR technology in healthcare education? In fact, to answer this slide, I I asked this question to one of the artificial intelligence application, which is ChatGPT, for a purpose you will know. The answer of this ChatGPT, the answer of this artificial intelligence for that question was, overall, the future of VR and AR technology in healthcare education is very bright. As the technology continues to advance and become more accessible, we can expect to see more widespread adoption in healthcare education and training, leading to better patient outcomes and improved healthcare delivery. So I totally agree with their answer, but I'm not encouraging our students, or, you know, we are in academic institutes. We are not encouraging them to use ChatGPT without any referencing, but I brought it here to to let you know about the advancement of these technologies. So artificial intelligence can react with AR, VR, and give us also in the future, it is happening nowadays, good results and outcomes. So, so if we will answer the same question, there will be a combination and integration with other new technologies like e-learning, and we mentioned artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and other, of course, technologies. More research and studies are needed in this field, and of course, the regulation and the ethical framework and standards to be set. Here I finished my slides. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Musas. It was so interesting. Actually, 5 minutes ago, I was supposed to stop. Please remember that you will have the College of Nursing SQU knocking at your doors soon. And
You are
back
welcome
to the
anytime.
organizers. Thank you so much. And back to the organizers.
Now we will continue with the AI figure. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. I welcome you all in International E-Conference on Transformation in Health Science. Now we'll move towards our next plenary session, that is on artificial intelligence. I will introduce our chairperson, Dr. Abhijit Dilkesh sir. Sir is a professor and head of cardiovascular and respiratory physiotherapy at Dr. Vikram College of Physiotherapy. Sir is a director, Vikram Patil Institute of Medical Sciences and District Disability Rehabilitation Center, DDRC, Ahmednagar. Sir is completed PhD at the Prouda Institute of Medical Sciences, Loni. Sir is a member of POS Nasik and DY Patil University, Pune. Institute of Medical Sciences, Loni. Sir is an editorial board member of HIMSS Health Sciences Journal. He is having 35 publications and approved PG and PhD at MHS Nasik. Sir has completed 16 years journey as a teacher, guide, and good mentor in teaching field. We welcome you, sir. Our next co-chairperson is Dr. Deepak Kanab, sir. Is a professor and head of musculoskeletal physiotherapy at Dr. Vikram Patil Foundation College of Physiotherapy. Sir is a member of IPSC at Prouda Institute of Medical Sciences, Loni, and also a member of Research Recognition Committee at DY Patil University, Pune, and Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karad. He is an approved PG and PhD guide MEHS Nasik. He is having 47 publication and 5 copyrights. So has completed 21 years journey as a teacher, guide, and good mentor in teaching field. We welcome you, sir. Hand over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First, kindly accept my sincere apologies for delaying the sessions. Now we begin with the second plenary session, and we have our guest speaker, Professor Dr. Supriya Awasthi, who is professor and head at School of Allied Health Sciences at Noida International University. Madam is recipient of Academic Excellence Award at 3rd International Physiotherapy Conference and World Physiotherapy Congress held at Udaipur in 2019. He is also recipient of first Significant Contribution Award at the first National Sports Physiotherapy Conference in October 2018. She served as Deputy Controller of Exams and has 6 copyright patents filed in her credit. She's written many book chapters, and she's a reviewer and editorial member of various organizations. She has 14 years of clinical and teaching and administrative and research experience. She has been an organizing chairperson, secretary, and convener for several institutions with international and national conferences, and has organized workshops and webinars. She's published over 20 articles in Scopus Index articles and national and international journals of great impact factors. I welcome Honorable Madam for the session.
Good morning, and I'm very thankful to the organizing committee of Vittal Rao Vicky Patil College for giving me this opportunity to come here as a speaker and discuss and interact about such interesting topic on artificial intelligence in physiotherapy. I hope I'm audible and I can share the screen. Am I allowed to share the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible during the last slide. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, yes. Good afternoon. I think it's now afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the panel members and the chairperson and the co-chairperson. So here I am to talk about a very interesting topic and a very relevant topic about artificial intelligence in physiotherapy. This topic is very much in sync with the today's conference theme, that is transformation in health science. And I think we have to understand how technology will be transforming healthcare. And as physiotherapy is a very important part of healthcare system, we will also see in this presentation that how an artificial intelligence will affect physiotherapy. So these are the few points that we'll be discussing. First is understanding, history, advances in rehabilitation, scope of AI, how AI is coming in India in a big way, and the challenges. First, we have to understand, what do you mean by artificial intelligence? Let us first, we all know that humans are endowed with intelligence. What do you understand by intelligence? It is the capacity of processing, understanding, comprehending, and processing the information which we get from our different sensory inputs and giving a sorted output. That this thing is only with human beings. But now you will see that machines are also developing this decision-making skills. So it is also sometimes called as machine learning. It is intelligence which is demonstrated by machines in contrast to the natural intelligence which is displayed by human beings. Now, the term artificial also mimics the cognitive function. When we talk about cognitive function, what is cognition? It's cause and effect. What is the cause and what is the effect of that function is the cognitive function. So those cognitive functions which were human beings, they have been also given to the machine, and that decision making can also be seen in machine. So they are no more just a machine, but they can also take some decisions on basis of the pre-programmed data which is fed into the machine. So we have to understand how our lives will be changing because of artificial intelligence. Let us start with few examples of artificial intelligence. This car, which is an automatic car and which takes decision on its own. So this is also an example of artificial intelligence. Automatic recognition of ripening of tomatoes by artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence in factories. In Japan is ranked 4th in the world. In 2016, 303 robots were installed per 10,000 employees in manufacturing sector, in industry. They were taking over the simple task. When you talk about tasks, there's simple, there's complex. Simple decision making. So initially they started with simple decisions and they were doing the monotonous and work which did not involve much of complex decision making. So Japan has already been using artificial intelligence in factories, and the repetitive and monotonous work has been taken over with the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is likely to be either the best or worst thing to happen to the humanity. Let us look into the history, a brief history about how the artificial has traveled down the line and how it has developed in today's world. In 1955, the term was coined by John McCarthy, founded as an academic discipline in 1956 in US. Then it progressed is the first problem-solving program, also known as expert system, known as general assisting to identify bacteria and recommending antibiotics. Then the growth of microcomputers and new level of network connectivity. AI systems in healthcare was designed to accommodate the absence of perfect data and build on the expertise of physicians. They were designed primarily to help physicians in improving their clinical decision making. And the genomic sequencing, AI in electronic health record systems, and robot-assisted surgery. We had very interesting presentations before me about how the robotic surgeries are being conducted. And initially, it was thought to be now most of the good hospitals and multi-speciality have robotic surgeries. These are also an example of an AI-assisted surgeries. Now let us look into how rehabilitation and physiotherapy is being impacted by artificial intelligence. This is example where there is a Portuguese startup which is called a SOT. SOT stands for a System for Home-Based Physical Rehabilitation. Now, as we discussed, that Corona had seen a lot of the way we look into the healthcare system. It has impacted the way we look. Initially, when we talk about healthcare system, it was very one-to-one, person-to-person specific. But Corona taught us, this pandemic, that how we should look at different aspects of developing a healthcare system. And I think artificial intelligence really progressed in that way. Even physiotherapists and rehabilitation specialists, they also thought of certain systems which we could have an interactive without being present in the person. Now, there's a Portuguese startup which is called a System for Home-Based Physical Rehabilitation. The system uses wireless motion trackers that patient attaches to the body. A digital therapist gives the feedback in real time, such as raise your leg higher. And SORD includes a web-based platform where remote clinical teams can view and analyze patients. So the therapist is not there, and yet the patient can be monitored and given the treatment protocol as per the requirement. In recent study that followed, and there was a study which was done with the use of this software, and they found the two groups of patients recovering from knee injuries. The group following the SORD regime had timed up and go test score half as long as the conventional therapy. So it was as good as any other therapy group. Let us talk about a second startup, which is Kaya Health, which is developed in Germany and has created Motion Coach, an app that tracks the motion points on human body using an iOS or an Android and their front-facing camera. Now, Android device is very much accessible. Most of the patients have a smartphone with them. So this technology can easily access with the help of an Android phone. An on-screen wireframe model guides the patient through exercises, and a programmed machine algorithm evaluates patient feedback and adopts the exercise program as per patient needs. The patient can use also a chat interference with the physical therapist about the progress and the clinical outcome of the regime. There's a few, so just I'll show you. This is how it does. Where the alignment, this is the tab. Is there, the patient can check the alignment. This is the points where it tracks the motion. So this is one of the use of artificial intelligence in physiotherapy. Now the another app, which is Physi app, created by international company called Physitrack, is an app for iPads and iPhones that tracks the patient exercise and performance, adherence and outcomes. It also features anatomical content developed by Primal Pictures. According to Physitrack website, the app is used nearly by 1 million patients per year in more than 100 countries around the world. People are adapting to AI, they're using the technology, and they are interested in technology-based healthcare delivery. Now, robotics, because most of the time people overlap robotics with AI. And AI-enabled robotics. AI is advanced decision-making, which is available in robotics, is also gaining traction in physiotherapy field. A classic example is Bionics Labs. They have rehabilitation devices that work with wrist, hand, and arms, guiding the patient with the correct movement in a correct way, providing assistance as needed. Robotic therapy systems provide a massive amount of data, getting smarter as they are capabilities. A therapy robot can sense even the tiniest of progress information about the improvements, and we can have a real-time data about the patient improvement and progress in their clinicals. As the patient gains strength and provide less assistance, encouraging the patient to move with more confidence. So a therapist can divide his quality time among the patient, and the machine can engage the patient for certain repetitive and monotonous work. And as a result, the patients which require more of human touch can be given them the importance. So it not only saves the time of the therapist, but also improves the patient care. These mechanical physical devices, just a minute, can work collaboratively with humans. The robots can fine-tune each movement, while therapists can help translate them greater function. So they work hand in hand with the therapist to give a greater and a good functional outcome recovery. This is the bionic. It's reach your potential. What is the scope of artificial intelligence? If you look, this is an interesting chart. And here we look how over the years, the artificial intelligence research has progressed and the fields where they are concentrated the most. The first and foremost is diagnostic imaging, which involves a lot of complex decision making. And if you look into it, the diagnostic imaging takes a major share of artificial intelligence in healthcare delivery. Second is genetic. Third, electrodiagnosis, monitoring and physiological disability evaluation, mass screening for big data, and others. So look at the graph. You can see how the weight has progressed. Is it visible? Yes. Now, what are the other applications? Recent studies have shown that machine learning models, just a minute. Recent studies have shown that machine learning models can learn to classify X-rays and MRI images with accuracy equal to or greater than human experts. They can also learn to classify patients into pain phenotypes based on the brain MRI with variable accuracy and by the level of knee injury. So they can really assist a patient, a healthcare provider in taking the decisions and reduce the burden of decision making into the delivery on the physician or a clinician at that point of time. Now let us look into the various aspects of artificial intelligence. Like Michael Rowe, the editor of Open Physio Journal writes, clinicians in the near future will find themselves working with information network on a scale well beyond the capacity of human beings to grasp. Therefore, necessitating the use of artificial intelligence to analyze and interpret the complex interactions of data and newly constituted care teams that will emerge as patients. Rowe speculates also that the patients of future may gather health-related data themselves and work directly with data scientists who will help them to analyze and interpret the information. As the technical aspects of physical therapy, there is a problem. Is it visible? Is the screen visible to all?
Yeah.
Okay. Zoom share. So this is so this in turn will require changes the way physical therapy is taught in the universities. Rowe also writes that we need to ask how to adapt physiotherapy education so as to deepen and strengthen the human-based components that are difficult for AI systems to replicate, as well as to integrate the technology and data literacies that are needed in order to understand and work with smart machines. So that will be the new age physiotherapy, where human interaction portion has to be strengthened and the other portion will be taken over by artificial intelligence. Now look into the how artificial intelligence is developing in Indian healthcare. This is an interesting article which I've taken from this, how AI transformation. AI transformation levers can play a very pivotal role in India's journey towards providing accessible, efficient, and affordable healthcare. If you look in, we are the most population country in the world. So delivering a healthcare to such a big population is always a challenge. And then affordable healthcare is one of the prime concern of India. So you can see how AI can help in reducing the workload of simple monotonous decision-making tasks, and that higher level strategic work can be given to the clinician, and the rest work can be taken over by the artificial intelligence in the near future. This is an interesting model. This is an AI-enabled fluid triangle, which we see how a three-pronged approach can help to improve our healthcare system. First is the reduced cost, improved accessibility, and enhanced quality. Let us look into how it can enhance the quality. It can give personalized treatment plans, precision treatment, because when the decisions are quick, the complex decisions are taken in seconds with the help of machines. So you get a very precise treatment. And of course, prognostics assistance, which is very important. Prognostically, you can evaluate with multiple variables that, okay, this will be this can have a good prognosis. This case can have a good or a bad prognosis. Improved outcomes, monitoring the conditions, chronic conditions, because it is available 24/7. It is adaptable, is technology. So 24/7, we can have a data, which are real-time data. 24/7 virtual patient assistance. A lot of patient assistants are now being used in Japan. As we know, Japan is an aging country, and you will see a lot of such sort of virtual patient assistants they are having, just like Siri and Alexa, which are voice assistant. You have seen such set of robots, which are artificial intelligence, being developed in Japan to help the geriatric population. And as a physiotherapist, we all know that how much we have a problem of fall in the elderly. So these robots are also helping those patients. Reduced cost. Now, this is very important in a country like India, that how technology can help to reduce the cost. First is the accelerated drug development, population health risk analysis, personalized health education, early disease detection, and targeted preventive care. These all points which will be taken care by artificial intelligence can really reduce the health and the disease burden cost in a country like India. So this is how it is. This is a locomat, you can see. Now, challenges, what challenges the artificial intelligence face? The challenges of artificial intelligence in India: lack of digitalization, digital records of the patient, high cost, new concepts require infrastructure and investment. This is a big challenge, because as we have also seen that other robotic labs or visual simulation labs which has involved, they are expensive. Lack of internet. If you look into internet accessibility and coverage in India, it is not as much as it is required. So this is also a very important challenge which needs to be taken care of. Safety concerns. Who is accountable in case of an error? This is very important in case of medical, because in medical negligence, we cannot say that how you can blame the machine. So this is a very important aspect which has to be taken in the medical legal aspect. Job loss. Fear of being replaced by machine will also result in unemployment. Last but not the least, data privacy. Who will have access to all this personal information which is being given to the system? So all these aspects pose a challenge to the healthcare system. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Okay. I think there is some problems with the slide. So it's not changing. So these are the challenges, but in spite of challenges that we face, or we will be facing in times to come, it is a very promising for the future of Indian healthcare system. And I think physiotherapy will gradually adapt to the new technology of AI. And we have an ecosystem where we have already a lot of things which is happening here, where we're taking already help of some robotics and other virtual reality. Like I remember we did a project on virtual reality in the frozen shoulder. We have then it showed a lot of improvement. The study showed that patients were much more adaptable to such sort of system than as compared to a physical exercise. We did one study. We have an iPad. It was connected to the virtual reality system, and the patients were doing exercise, and patient was quite they were very compliant with the system, and the improvement was also significant in that. So I think a lot of other we are already adapting certain things in our system, especially in children, where video games that will help in improving the sensory motor, which has been already using in the cerebral palsy children. So I think we are already in progression. Maybe we will see much more to come in time to come. Why is it not moving?
Ma'am, we are running short of time.
Yes, I'm just finished. So these are the challenges. So with this positive note, I was just summarizing the entire presentation, that I end this presentation with a positive note that AI will embark us on a very positive future. And we hope that we will adapt it to our ecosystem. And we, as physiotherapists, we always want that our patients should get best of healthcare recovery. So I think it will help all of us to deliver a better healthcare. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the updated and latest trends, presentation with the latest trends. We're thankful for your time, and again, as I said, we are sorry for all the delay caused. Your session was very much informative and covering all the aspects of artificial intelligence. And it was also in accordance with the speech what Honorable Prime Minister gave during the IP conference, recent IP conference at Ahmedabad, that telemedicine and telerehab is a need of hour. And you have, with your speech, given us the way to all of us how to go ahead with it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It was indeed a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our next speaker for this session is Dr. John Solomon. He is MPT Neuro and PhD. Sir is Head and Associate Professor, Senior Scale, Department of Physiotherapy, Manipal College of Health Sciences, Manipal, Karnataka. Sir is Coordinator for Center for Comprehensive Stroke Rehabilitation Research at Manipal. His PhD was on virtual reality training for incoordination and has been a pioneer in the use of virtual reality for motor recovery after stroke in India. He is active researcher with both national and internationally funded projects. Some of his projects are specific to virtual reality training, which are in line with our conference. He has 56 peer-reviewed scientific publications to his credit in international and national journals. Sir, I welcome you for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to all the organizing committee, and a special thanks to Professor Suvarna Ganve for giving this opportunity, and also thank Dr. Pratibha as well for this opportunity. Let me share my screen, and I'm going to keep my talk as short as possible as we are running out of time, and I'm probably going to focus, I edited it in such a way that I'm going to focus on one important aspect related to the entire virtual reality training. So, yes, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to briefly cover an aspect related to what is virtual reality and what are the components, and then after that, related to upper limb rehabilitation, our experience, some of the findings from our own study, and what is the take-home message from that. So virtual reality is now very popular. It's almost like it doesn't require an introduction because of its introduction in the games and the new generation using VR and almost so many other things. So, but in general, it helps in where a person can interact with the virtual environment and you're exploring that environment in a real time. And these systems usually have this software. This is a virtual environment, a display unit, and some kind of tracking system that senses the movement of the person and replicates it in the virtual environment. So these virtual environments can vary from a simple game related thing to functional tasks, environments such as like a supermarket where you can explore things, and also like a coordination training task kind of thing. So it can vary across, and you can see often a lot of implication towards sports as well. So in a virtual environment, you can reproduce activities of daily living, sports, game, which could be an imaginary game or exploratory games. Now, the display unit in which you see the virtual reality system can vary. A simple therapy, most of the time in therapies, we use a monitor that is big enough, a little large one, so which doesn't really have that much of immersion. Immersion means the feeling of you being in the virtual environment, it is relatively less, and it's a non-immersive environment. But the advantage of this system is that there are two. One, the therapist can communicate well during the task that is going on, so they can guide the patient better, and there is a therapist-patient interaction happens during the training. Whereas when you talk about head-mounted devices, where the patient is more immersed, they feel they are in the environment and they practice it. The immersiveness is good, they are more engaged, but the therapist-patient interaction relatively comes down. And in my days, when I used to start my PhD, I started with the head-mounted device, but I stopped. After a few first pilot, we didn't go ahead with it because of the patient had a lot of headache, dizziness because of the head-mounted device. But nowadays, there are very good ones that are much better, doesn't have much of side effects as well. There are also full immersive systems like called a cave system, where the patient stands, the entire room is filled with the virtual reality projections and making the patient feel that he's inside the virtual reality itself. Now, so the display system ensures how engaged the patient are and how you can interact with the environment. The component is the motion tracking device. Now, this can vary. It can be starting with a simple mouse also sometimes, but the ones nowadays we commonly utilize, focusing especially on upper limb. If you take, there are gloves that cyber glove that picks up the hand movements and represent it in the virtual environment. And it could be something like a haptic gloves. This is on the right side. The haptic gloves are more advanced. They make you feel the object that you touch in the virtual environment. So you basically can feel the shape of the object or the weight of the object, and gives a lot of sensory input. But those are quite expensive. So nowadays, the motion tracking devices often uses a camera-based system like Kinect cameras. Many of these pick up the human movements by just camera-based system, and the AI module that is there in that senses what is the structure, what is the arm, what is the spine, so that reflects it into the virtual environment. So virtual reality has been in rehabilitation since 1990, and it has been used for upper limb training, balance, as well as gait. There were initially very few research-oriented devices, and majority of them used devices that are commercially available, like the Xbox Kinect camera-based system or the Wii rehabilitation system. But the problem with those systems were that those virtual environments were ideally created for normal people, and the games that are there available were of advanced levels, and patients with stroke to participate in this was highly demanding and was not possible. So later, there are now many rehab companies that has come, uses these camera based systems to, and they have also designed the games in such a way that it can be the even patient with a small amount of movement can create a adequate movement in the game so that they can actually play it or use it. So based on that, a few I would say that I often come across is one is Gintronics rehabilitation system, which I will be talking about later. Mind Motion Go is one, a Switzerland-based company. Now they have established one in Indian counterpart, and they are aggressively marketing it. See Me virtual rehabilitation systems. All these three utilize Kinect cameras. There is one neuro rehab VR system, head mounted based system, but still not very well utilized in Indian system. And in Indian made companies are coming up. The one that I am more familiar with is the Armable. It's a gaming based VR based system that utilizes arm movements to train the function of the patient. It was based on a collaboration from our colleagues in our institution and IIT Hyderabad, and has been well. For today's my talk, I'm just going to focus primarily on Gintronic rehabilitation due to a lack of time. The focus is primarily upper extremity motor recovery in stroke, how it is going to be utilized. The main aspect is that it's not easy to train patient with upper extremity weakness, because lower extremity is often trained far better, easier than upper extremity. It's more complex. It requires a lot more training. Hence, majority of the patients really do not gain a lot of function in the upper limb. What is the most important aspect is that the amount of practice relatively is very less in upper limb, and many studies have shown that increased amount of practice through exercise, activity, or functional tasks result in better recovery in upper limb of stroke. But how much do we actually do in our clinical setup? If we ask majority of our therapists in clinical setup, though they say they do, actually when we see the number of repetition for these tasks are much lesser. So that is very important. So the two factors that are going to be primarily important is repetition of training, repetition of movements, and the intensity with which the tasks are practiced. And so this is the focus of my talk, using virtual reality training to improve repetition and intensity of training. And if you look at in a clinical setup, Catherine Lang's study showed, this is in US in a rehab setup, in one session, the maximum repetition that they do for average repetition that is done for upper limb training is about just 32 movements, which is way lesser than what is required to create a plasticity. You need somewhere around 100 to 300 repetitions in a session to get enough change in your brain. So in Indian setups or majority of the low middle income country setups, it's much lower. So the study that we did initially was to check use a virtual reality system and see if it is feasible, acceptable, and then we looked at whether it can be used to increase the repetition and intensity. The first part when we did, it's a Gintronic rehabilitation system that we use. I will explain it further and probably along with the picture. It basically has a virtual environment having some gaming modules where the patient's arm movements are picked up and represented, and they are used in it. So it uses both unilateral as well as bilateral arm movements. So the patient's movements are picked up by the Kinect camera and represented in some form. In some games, it is actual hand itself. In some games, it is a representation. But it picks up the patient's movement, and so that he can interact with the virtual environment, and it is being used for training. Similarly, it can, it can be used even for upper limb training. This was an earlier model where the it's not seen as hands, or rather as plates, but whereas in the newer system, it's more of a hand representation that is available when we did the subsequent study. So what we first found, okay, first let the Indian population, elderly people, are they able to understand it, use it? Is it acceptable? And when we looked at a acceptability questionnaire, and we found that majority of the participants as well as clinicians found it acceptable and found it very useful, perceived use that it would be helping in improving in treating the patient. So we went ahead and did a study. It's a large trial, but which involved three universities: McGill, Manipal, and Tel Aviv from Israel. And we were looking at use of virtual reality training along with involvement of non-invasive brain stimulation. But in a sub-analysis, we wanted to see whether with using virtual reality training, we can increase the repetition and intensity of practice. So in this, basically, we in this training, patients who did not have even much of upper limb movements, we supported using a sling and then made them practice the virtual reality games. And what we looked at whether across all the three centers, we are able to achieve a good number of repetition and intensity. And this we published it in the Disability and Rehabilitation Journal. And basically what we found across all the three centers is that in a particular session, we were able to almost achieve, you can see the training time is across all three centers. And you can the number of average time spent in by each patient varied somewhere between 45 minutes to 52 minutes of active practice. This does not include the rests that were given in between. If there is 15 minutes, then a 2 minutes gap, and again a 10 minutes session, taking out all the rest period. This was the average time that they were actually practicing the game. So we were able to achieve a large number of practice, and most importantly, we looked at the repetition. How many repetition do they do per minute? And we saw that on an average, in all centers, it was about 6 to 8 repetitions per minute in a game. So if you take, for example, if there is a 50 minutes of practice, it's about 50 into 6, 300 repetitions. So we were achieving the number of repetitions that are almost equivalent to what would be useful to create a good brain plasticity. So the level of intensity was significantly higher because they were doing it quite faster. The number of repetition per minute represents the intensity, and the overall repetition is the total duration time. And therapists were able to deliver this high repetition to all the patients, and we were able to achieve 300 repetitions in a session. And patients were also had a good compliance during the entire training. It's a 2-week training program. And what we see is the average training duration and intensity, and there was a good compliance. So we concluded that the level of intensity attained with the VR exercise program is actually much higher than a regular stroke therapy practice, which ranges from 30 to sometimes 60 repetitions. Whereas in this, we were able to attain up to 300 repetitions and also in a good intensity. And so it can be used to deliver intensive exercise program. And the system itself is arranged in a way that we can measure this progression across difficulty levels. What we have the evidence for this is that when we look at a meta-analysis that looked at upper limb function trained using different VR system, you can see that the diamond where the forest plot favors the virtual reality, saying that virtual reality training against the conventional therapy seems to have better effect on improving upper limb function. So a few general points, take-home message is that you need to choose a good VR system that can be modulated according to the patient's ability, and should not be like a commercial one that is only for that is designed for normal people. You should be able to achieve a good intensity and repetition, and that's the key for improvement. And patients should have different levels so that they could succeed it. And during the training, don't keep giving too much feedback. Let the patients practice on their own as much as possible. So virtual reality rehabilitation is a very promising tool to improve sensory motor dysfunction in patients with stroke. Patient motivation, participation, acceptance are key for long-term implementation, and that seems to be there. And this technology is one that can be transferred to home-based program and added to this for this concept of this particular conference. We are also takes a lot of data in, and new systems are incorporating AA modules where the AA module can adjust the target placements, distances, and the number of repetition based on the patient's abilities and things. So that is also coming up in the same virtual reality itself. So with that, I conclude my talk. Thank you very much. Stop sharing.
Thank you very much, sir. There are some questions from audience.
Yeah.
The first question is, how much is the cost of hardware and software which we need to install?
Okay, so it varies from company to company. So majority of the companies nowadays are going for a subscription model like Netflix. You know, you pay this much per month, and then they give you the device and everything, but you pay on a monthly basis to the device. Mind Motion Go, I know, and Gintronics as well are going to this particular model of marketing. So they are not really separately doing it. Otherwise, if you are looking at a low cost, and as I told, if you go for a commercially available normal gaming system, it will be somewhere around like a Xbox 360 with Kinect camera just for elderly population and all. It will cost you around 30 to 40,000. Along with then you have to install for the display. And again, depending upon its complexity, it also increases. Monthly subscriptions, I think, vary between 15,000 per month up to 40,000 per month. They have different modules.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? I think no question. Sir, thank you very much for your informative lecture. If any question is there, any query, we'll get back to you soon. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative and interactive session. Now I will hand over to Mrs. Urmila ma'am to proceed further. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Then I will call Dr. Sridevi.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Nobody has introduced me, but I'm Pratibha's junior and just 1 year junior, okay? And that's fine. I represent the College of Nursing in Sultan Qaboos University, and I'm a very senior teacher in the college, probably the senior most in number of years that have been going on. I thank Pratibha for giving us this opportunity to. Can you please unmute Deva Kirubai? Right. So just a brief introduction, like, you know, in India also, we have already started investing a lot of money in simulation. And recently I heard from CMC Vellore that they had an ASHA grant of 8 crore rupees to set up a simulation lab. And they have they have an 8 crore simulation lab, and they have a simulation lab for each of their nursing departments separately, which is a very commendable effort. And I know Manipal as well has a simulation lab. And from today's conference, I'm sure we know that we are actually, simulation seems to be a little far away, or we are outdated already because we have VR and AR and things like this. So the good thing about, while India is investing in simulation, what I'd like to say is that in Oman, there is much more openness.
Why the camera?
Openness to investing in nursing related nursing studies as much as in medical or any other studies. There is absolutely no discrimination in any ways in terms of investment not only in equipment, but investment also in resources, human resources. We are not Omanis, we don't belong to this country, but the university has made sure that we are also taught, like for example, simulation is something we learned because we had a consultant from Kennesaw University who came across to teach us on 2 occasions how to set up simulation scenarios, how we should do the entire process. So from the last 8 years, we are into simulation. So without taking much time, let me introduce my first speaker today, which is Miss Deva. And Miss Deva is my working colleague in my department. And she has been, she's a graduate of undergraduate graduation done from CMC Vellore and a postgraduate from SRM Chennai. She is with us probably for over nearly 10 years now, and she is our simulation queen in our adult health department. She has actually over 8 years worked with us in the department, developed scenarios. So we do it as a teamwork, but she takes the lead, which has developed scenarios. We have scenarios using standardized patients like in DKA, diabetic ketoacidosis. We work in critical care. So diabetic ketoacidosis, MI, septic shock, neurogenic shock, etc., etc. We also conduct workshops. We conduct workshops for faculty in Oman on about simulation. So we do a lot of work so that we can train our people. I can hear voices, please. Can you unmute? Can you please mute others? And we've conducted workshops which are very highly so she is a professor. We have a committee called Simulation and Interprofessional Education Committee, and we have ongoing projects and research on simulation from our in international journals. So over to Deva, she's going to cover for you basically how, it is the necessity now, like fast food, to produce nurses fast. If we cannot produce nurses fast, which is what some of our Indian colleagues, including medical doctors, are doing, thinking that nursing can be produced in 3 months, which is dangerous. But what we want our students in our country, in Oman, to do is to learn fast. They should pick up concepts very quickly in terms of critical thinking, caring, compassion, etc., which is important for fast food more than producing nurses in 3 months. So Deva will tell you how we are doing this in our College of Nursing, SQU, which is an established simulation center. Over to you, Deva. Thank you so much. And the next 18 to 20 minutes are yours.
Just a second, ma'am, sorry for interruption, due to technical error, we could not continue. So I'll just introduce, this is Sridevi Balchandran. She is a clinical instructor at Sultan Qaboos University. She is working with the Department of Adult Health and Clinical Care. She has completed her MSc and MS Social Work.
Already shared, na?
Educational profile.
Giving to you that time only you can share. No, sharing this.
Yeah. She is graduated from LT College of Nursing, SNDT Women's University. She has master in cardiothoracic nursing from again LT College of Nursing, SNDT.
Yeah. After this it will come.
Work profile. She's a registered nurse in United Kingdom, Australia, and Sultanate of Oman. She worked in PD Hospital for 5 years after master. Then she also works with the Royal Providence Hospital London and other large heart hospitals in the London. She also works in the Manipal Hospital, Bangalore, as a first director of nursing in 2000. She is a faculty at Sultan Qaboos University at present. And in 2010, she completed an Australian registration adaptation course. Contribution. In 2020, she has worked and completed 4 research papers. She has reviewed British Journal of Nursing and Sultan Qaboos University Medical Journal. In 2020, she completed 10 reviews. She completed an online certificate course in fundamental of peer review from Elsewhere Academy, and also certificate course from QMED, Humane Knowledge Foundation on Information Resource and Literature Searching and Mastering of Language. So I welcome you, ma'am, for this international conference. Now hand over to the speaker, next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you, Dean, and thank you, Dr. Pratibha, for giving this opportunity to do this presentation in your conference. So let me start with my presentation. I'll not take much of time.
Thank you, Deva, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
All right. So today I'll be talking on the topic high fidelity simulation. So as Ms. Sridevi, my colleague, has introduced me, we have been doing this simulation for our students for over maybe now around 7 to 8 years. And we have taken some training on doing high fidelity simulations. And we have seen that the results are so fruitful and our students are really enjoying and learning. And it's a great experience to be doing this. So today I'll be talking on high fidelity simulation. Moving on to the topic. So what I'll be discussing today is what is high fidelity simulation, little bit about the history of simulation, why we need to use simulation, what are the types of high fidelity simulation, infrastructure mainly of our simulation room, mollage in simulation, and I also have a short video clip on how we have prepared the simulation. So going on to tell you what is fidelity in simulation is, it is the degree to which a particular mannequin can reproduce any physiology, human physiology, which is known as fidelity, like how much realistically you can reproduce or make a mannequin to be in your simulation is what is called fidelity. So as a society of simulation in healthcare, it defines this high fidelity simulation is an experience which is extremely realistic and provides a high level of interactivity and realism for the learner. And it can apply to any method. You use a human being as your patient, you can use your mannequin, or we have task trainers, which we use in our simulation as patients. And the interaction between the patient and the participant is what makes your simulation so real. So going on to the history of simulation. So Mrs. Chase was the first simulator who was introduced in 1911, the first commercial-based mannequin simulator. And this simulator was called Mrs. Chase. And then we have the resuscitate, the Annie, the mannequin Annie for resuscitation, which was introduced in 1960. But the latest technology has helped us to have all these 3G simulators, which are called as your high fidelity simulators. So these are a couple of high fidelity simulators that we are currently being using in our lab by various departments. So I have shown you the first picture shows the 3G SimMan, which is mainly used by the adult health and critical care department to run our simulations. The little boy that you're seeing there is the pediatric high fidelity simulator. And then below us, the Mama Birth. She is the mannequin which the maternity, the obstetric unit is using currently to show how to deliver the baby and also the complications associated during labor and how you handle it. So these are some of the high fidelity mannequins that we are currently using in our lab. So why do we actually need to do simulation? So the first thing, it provides a range of accessible opportunities, easy opportunities for learning for our students. As we know, adverse medical events, WHO says that the at least 2.6 thousands of patients die every year, mainly because of adverse medical events. And this can be preventable by training our students in the lab, giving them ample opportunities to practice in a safe environment so that they learn the concepts, they learn and they're able to put it in practice when they come to the clinical. It also gives them the freedom to make mistakes. Like when you go to the clinical unit, you don't have the freedom to make a mistake. You cannot afford to make a mistake because it will cost you the life of your patient. But when you do a simulation or a practice in a lab, you can, the students are at ease and they are not stressed or very much tense as in the clinical area. They're able to practice and they can make mistakes and learn from them. And it is also an experience that can be customized. For example, if you are not able to show certain cases in the unit, for example, we don't get frequent cases of poisoning, or you cannot get frequently cases like DKA cases. It might be very rare. So these kind of cases are which we actually do simulations on, and our students really learn through these simulations. And it also provides the instructor to give a detailed feedback and evaluation to the students, which helps them to be able to recognize their areas where they need to improve, recognize their mistakes, and they themselves will volunteer and tell you, this is where I went wrong. That is why the scenario has progressed to like this. So it is a very interactive session. It is not just the students doing and somebody sitting and watching. It is a whole interactive session where you talk, you freely act, and you do and you learn. It's actually a great teamwork. So fidelity in simulation, it not only involves the mannequin or the people who are doing the simulation or the participants who are engaged in simulation. It involves your environmental fidelity. You need to take care of your environment, your equipment fidelity, and your psychological fidelity. Going on to environmental fidelity, it is measured by how similar the audio, visual, or the olfactory components of your simulated environment can be. For example, if you're doing a simulation in critical care, it might involve you to have a mannequin who's attached to a ventilator, who was attached to a monitor, and so many infusions and things going on. So as really as how you see the patient in the ICU with all those beeps on the monitor, the ventilator alarms. So you create an environment where you provide an audio as well as a visual and olfactory components which stimulate in a simulated environment to make it very real to your students. Going on to the equipment fidelity, like we cannot just put a stand and then say this is the ventilator and your patient is here on the ventilator. What we do is we have portable ventilators which we really bring to our labs, and we connect our mannequins to these portable simulators, and then it appears so real as if you are really inside the ICU where your patient is on the ventilator, and you can see all the ventilator setup. You can connect the mannequin to the monitor, and you have really vital signs being projected there, and the patients can monitor the simulated mannequin, and it appears really like a real situation. So equipment, also how much ever you can bring a real equipment from the clinical unit and be able to do a simulation also is very important. Going on to the psychological fidelity, it inculcates the belief that the simulated experience is genuine when compared in the clinical setting. For example, if we are showing the scenario where a patient is going to in a critical stage, and you have the relatives, we have participants who will be acting as relatives of the patient. So we make it so real that these participants are really making a lot of noise, and then they're asking so many questions, and they ask the doctor why this has happened to my relative, and so forth. We teachers will be usually act as the relatives, and then we really show the students how really real the patient's relatives will be acting in a particular situation, and we see how well they can handle the situation. So psychological fidelity, equipment fidelity, and environmental fidelity also matters when we are doing a simulation. Now, going into the categories of simulators, we have high fidelity simulators, medium fidelity and low fidelity simulators. So high fidelity simulators are simulators where a full body mannequin has the ability to mimic the functions of a human body at a very high level. For example, our 3G SIMMAN in our lab, with the use of a 3G SIMMAN, we can do so many things, like we can measure pupillary reaction, we can actually hear the breath sounds, we can see the rise and fall of the chest when the patient is breathing, you can see listen to the heart rate, feel for the peripheral pulses. Sometimes we even can make up mannequins to bleed and make it like show the students like the patient is bleeding and he is hemorrhaging, so they need to act quickly. So this is what is called high fidelity, which is the mannequin can exactly show you the physiological function of a human body. Sometimes some mannequins are also, you can make them cry, you can show cyanosis on the lips and the fingernails. So all these facilities inculcated into them in these mannequins are called as high fidelity mannequins. Then we have the medium fidelity mannequins, which are somewhat similar to the high fidelity mannequins, but they are simpler and they really don't require any special operation or training to handle them. For example, medium fidelity mannequins, the students might be able to listen to breath sounds or heart sounds, but you will not be able to really see the rise and fall of the chest when the mannequin is breathing. This is a little bit difference between a high fidelity and a medium fidelity. In medium fidelity, you might not be able to appreciate a pupillary reaction like as in the high fidelity mannequins. Then going on to the low fidelity mannequin, it is mainly task trainers. Low fidelity mannequins are mainly used to train the students in a particular skill, like you want to train them how to do venipuncture, or you want to train them how to check vital signs. So these are the low fidelity mannequins, and it is very easy to operate. There is no particular feed in that you need to do. For example, in a high fidelity mannequin, what we do is we actually put in the whole scenario, the way the scenario progresses, and with each step of the scenario, what will be the vital signs, what are the expected learners' action, and how the mannequin will exhibit the changes in the physiological functions. All this has to be fed into the high fidelity mannequin before we start the simulation. This cannot be done in a medium fidelity or a low fidelity mannequin. That is a main difference between a high fidelity and the low fidelity mannequin. Then we also use standardized patients. Standardized patients are healthy people who are trained to portray personal history, physical symptoms, and emotional characteristics, everyday concerns of an actual patient. So sometimes for some of our scenarios where a lot of talking and communication between the actual patient and the learner has to happen, we usually select standardized patients whom we train, and we put them into the scenario. So you can see our standardized patient there who's lying down is none other than our dear Miss Shri, who is actually comparing the program. Then we have also do hybrid simulations. Hybrid simulation is nothing but it is like a part task trainer where a particular thing can be attached to a standardized patient. For example, you can take a pregnant abdomen, or you can put in a urinary catheter model, and it can be attached to a standardized patient or one of our faculty themselves. And then you teach the assessment and the technical and communication skills in an integrated fashion. For example, some of our obstetric teachers, they attach this pregnant abdomen to themselves, and then they will act as a mother who is actually in labor to teach the students how a patient exactly reacts when she's in actual labor. This is what is called hybrid simulation. Then you have virtual reality. In virtual reality simulation, it is used as immersive, highly visual 3D simulations to replicate real life situations or healthcare procedures. We don't have virtual reality yet in our lab, but hopefully in future we will be able to get it for our students. We are hoping to do it. And now we will take a look at the infrastructure of our simulation lab. So you can see our students there with the patient and the relative. And what is so special about our lab is our audiovisual system. So we have this camera which is mounted here, which can actually view all around the room. Like it's a 360-degree camera. You can see the people who are watching from the debriefing room can actually see the participants in any direction. They can view the monitor closely. They can see exactly what they are doing and what is the conversation that is going on. Everything can be viewed using this camera. So it is a very specialized equipment that is installed here. And you can see the mannequin, and at the back, you can see the monitors and all the wall mounted suctions and so forth. This is the control panel. We call this the control room. So here is where the faculty or the team who's doing the simulation will be, the instructors or the teachers will be seated. If we have any interprofessional people who are coming from the hospitals to take part in our simulation, they will also be with us in the control panel. So from here, we will be watching how the scenario is progressing. We will be also adjusting the vital signs based on the student's action. For example, if we have a patient is in shock and we expect our students to start or give fluid boluses, and if they don't do, then we will be trying to bring down the vital signs and give them cues that something is expected. They're expected to do these things which they're not doing, so your patient is deteriorating. So all these things will be happening in the control panel or the control room. And we will also be able to clearly see what our students are doing there, because we have the computerized systems which will project what exactly is happening inside the simulated room. These are pictures which are showing our faculty who are pre-briefing the students and also assigning roles. In pre-briefing, we give them the scenario. We tell them what is the patient's condition or what is the complaints with which the patient has arrived in the unit, and how he is, what is the initial vital signs, and what is expected out of them. We will also be assigning them to certain roles, like we will assign one of the students for airway management, one of them for medication, one of them as a team leader. So the team leader will be coordinating and guiding the other team members to do things in the simulation. And you can see the last picture, the picture down below, where one of the faculty or the lab staff, she's orienting the students to the setup in the room. So we actually make it like a real hospital unit. So we have monitors and we have all these IV infusion pumps. Then the whole setup will be similar to the ward setup in the clinicals. And then we have the debrief room. So in the debriefing room is where all the rest of the class will be seated. Only 3 or 4 students will be participating in the simulation, but the rest of the class, along with a few faculty, will be sitting in the debriefing room, and they will be observing what is happening exactly. They will also be taking little notes of what their classmates will be doing, what went wrong, what they did well, and they will also be able to give a constructive feedback, peer feedback for their own classmates. And we have a very good screen that can show the room, the simulation room, from all different angles. You can see the picture there, where one part of the screen shows the vital signs, the next shows the patient himself, and the third one and the fourth one showing students preparing medication, and one student is trying to call the doctor to come in for help. So the debriefing room has a big screen where all the participants will be seated and they'll be watching the simulation. It's just like you sit and watch a movie in a theater. Next is moulage, and how you set up the stage. Moulage is very important. How do you, like before you do any drama, like how you put up the makeup and get ready, we need to dress up our patient, we need to prepare our patient, we need to set up the room. So moulage is very important, where we try to put makeup. For example, if you want to have a patient who has had a trauma, so you can see the picture that I've projected there. We really make the mannequin to appear as if he has been involved in a road traffic accident with many injuries, bleeders, and several lacerations. So this is what moulage is all about. So we sometimes even prepare wounds for our patients. You can see the second picture is showing some wounds, which are actual moulages that we do on the mannequins. And also these pictures are some of the examples of moulages that we do in our lab. So this supports the fidelity of the simulation. So it depends, even smells. For example, if I want to, I'm doing a simulation on DKA and I want to show a fruity odor. So this time, I mean, we've been using apple cider vinegar to be sprayed over the mannequin so that when the students approach the patient, they will be able to smell the fruity odor and able to appreciate exactly what is happening to the patient. So moulage is one of the very important things that the person who's doing the simulation has to focus on. So the more realistic you make it for your students, the more better is the outcome. So here is a picture of the burns. So, I mean, the burns makeup that has been made on the patient. So it's like a burn wound. And if you need, you can light matches and make the smell also as if the patient has had a burn injury. And so this is some examples of the moulages that has been done for the simulation. And I'll just want to show you a little video clip of how we have prepared one of our patients. We actually did a scenario on septic shock, like a patient who was going to be going into septic shock. And I have a short video of how we have prepared this patient. So you can see the mannequin, he is connected to the ventilator with all the drains. So he's had a surgery and he's had an infection and he's going in for sepsis. And you can see the monitors, you can see the number of infusions that we have put on for the patient. And these are all the drains. So what we did is to show that there is pus coming out of the drain, we have used.
We are not able to view.
Video is not like
It is not playing.
Only the link is visible.
Oh, video is not playing.
Yeah.
1 minute. I will replay it for you. Brother, the video is not playing. Why the video is not playing? I don't know. And this is the problem. This one. But they're not able to see the video, they say. Are you able to see the video now?
No.
Stop sharing.
Okay. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, now we can
So
see.
this is the, okay, thank you. So this is the mannequin. You can see the mannequin with a lot of infusions connected to the ventilator. And you can see the monitor that is projecting the vital signs. And these are all the drains that we have prepared for this patient. And this is a patient with septic shock. So we try to show that there is pus coming out from one of the drains. So we have used mayonnaise and different stuff to create that pus that we have put in the drain tube. So this is exactly how we prepare our mannequins to do our simulation. So I think with that, I will end my talk. Any questions?
Thank you, Deva. That was an amazing thing. See, I shouldn't be talking at this moment because we are all partners in the crime, meaning we all together work on this. So I know how amazing it is when we did this septic shock one with ventilators. It was really realistic. It takes a lot of effort, but it is fun teaching this. I leave it to the organizers to put any comments they like to. Thank you, Deva, so much. It was really nice.
Thank you. Thank you for the organizing committee. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, madam. And let's continue the next session.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now I would like to introduce my friend and colleague at the college, but from the mental health department, Dr. Blessy Prabha Valsraj. and she's an assistant professor in the Department of Community Health. We have 4 departments. She was previously the head of department of this community mental health. Now, COVID has changed so many things, and I'm not going to repeat it, but we were all stuck having to suddenly put things into place. So all of us had to then, just keep the slide there. All of us had to suddenly change our method of teaching, learn to understand what was going on, teach online. And that meant actually assessing people online as students online and giving grades. So Blessy, and along with many of us, she's a mental health nurse. She's got a PhD in mental health nursing from Manipal. She's worked there many years and joined us probably about 5 years ago. She has to accredit a lot of mental health training, and she has been teaching postgraduates in Manipal College of Nursing, and her interests are in curriculum development, nursing, positive psychology, nursing research. We have even got a project, nurse research project going together. She is keen on publishing because here there is no other way that we can survive, but she is very interested in publishing. She publishes with her friends and she has books to accredit. And Blessy will tell you today about how we did online assessment, or how online assessment goes, how e-assessments go, and what we are doing currently in terms of these 2 topics. Thank you, Blessy, and you have just about 20 minutes to complete the topic. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. Can I? So it is my pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you for this opportunity. Let me just share my screen. Hope you can see this.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. One second. Yeah. Oh. Time to reduce it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. My topic given as online assessment, and due to, and already you know about the university because there had been previous speakers, and the chair of this session would have already briefed you about it, but we are local, or the ambience of our work environment is like this, and somewhere here is our College of Nursing. And greetings from everyone here to you. So the outline of my presentation or talk on online assessment is just I will introduce briefly and try to define the online assessment, and we will just enumerate the different methods of assessment and benefits and challenges in par with this or attached to this online assessment. And also we will deal with the challenges, and we will summarize in the given time. Let us see more details on online assessment. And as we know, we were pushed into a situation during COVID-19, and we didn't have any other go. Everybody were enforced to teach online, and also whether we were ready or not, we were all of a sudden in the situation, both teachers, academics all over the world, and also the students. And just yesterday that I had a conference in another university nearby, and I was presenting on the challenges of students or stresses and their difficulties faced by the students during teaching. And another study we have published among few, a multi-centric study on the faculty experience. And altogether, we have learned tremendously during this time of COVID during emergency remote teaching and the later subsequent period. But although the most challenging experience, both from the teachers, especially from the faculty, what we know where like the assessment or evaluation or whether our objectives are achieved, student learning objectives are achieved or not, to assess this was a major challenge during that period. And we are facing a paradigm shift. The lessons learned during this time, we are taking it, processing it, and navigating it for the future benefit of the student and the education fraternity. So online teaching is something we cannot neglect anymore, and so does the evaluation or assessment, because without feedback or assessment, there is no point in, because we don't know what we are doing is right or not wrong, whether our students have benefited or not. So assessment is a crucial point in education process altogether. And blended learning is on the way in many universities. And what we are looking for, evidence-based practices in education, the right thing we have to do as educators for the better shaping of the future. So to define, all of you know, but for the completion, we will just look into that. Use of digital technology to evaluate a person's knowledge, skills, and attitude in a specific subject or area of study through the internet. This is what maybe online assessment can be defined as in brief. It involves also the use of various types of online tests, quizzes, exams, and other assessment tools that are accessible through computers or mobile devices with an internet connection. So the students will have prepaid, postpaid devices, internet connectivity or home broadband arrangement. Or this all is a factor when it comes to assessment, because if some students cannot access the test, it will be chaotic. We had certain situations like that, then we may have to stop the test or we have to redo the test and all those, then the credibility of the test will be questionable. So provide immediate feedback to the students and instructors. This we will discuss later also. So what are the differences between offline, and we will quickly just review this, or is there any differences, major differences? Of course we know, but the main characteristics, I have listed here, the convenience. So which you think the most convenient is? Maybe for the students, it is online. For all the party, it is definitely online would be more convenient, because it can be taken from anywhere, but there are challenges with that. We are in the university currently, we are using a blended form like online test, but in the computer lab, because to control to some extent of cheating, but convenient in other way. If once we upload the test, it is there for us. We can implement the test when we are traveling or something. So it is a lot more convenient than the offline test. Flexibility, fixed test durations and format, whereas this can be customized to suit specific learners, and specific objective and specific question type and format we can set in case of online assessment. Cost effectiveness is much more beneficial here in terms of online assessment. If you analyze, we have really experienced this, because the amount of paper and printing cost and so much of human resources are required for implementing a real test or the offline test, whereas online assessment, even we need a specific, in our institution, we had an exam coordinator, an expert from Philippines, and he used to manage the exam office in the sense printing, because in the high security area, the printing, photocopying, everything he used to manage. And now that post itself was taken out because of the not because of the online test per se, that is administrative reasons, also because of the Omanization and things like that. But even without a person or much resources, we can handle the online assessment. So you imagine we need to have so many people involved in conducting offline assessment and so many resources. And this all, we can cut those costs when it becomes online assessment. Cost effectiveness, yeah, we discuss. Security, more secure than the, see here the challenge comes, we will discuss this later also. Security will be much more in direct test, whereas it is for the test takers, it is much easier to copy, or the term, although it is little derogatory, we'll have to use it, that is cheating. Then feedback and result longer to grade, and feedback may be very delayed. And the previous university where I work, it is mostly essay questions, and it takes a month for the process. The first evaluation, second peer reviewer, and then the validation of the or reliability checking, and then third evaluation. All this process, as you know, it takes a lot of time, whereas this is a matter of seconds or minutes in case of, or immediately the result is out in case of online assessment. Then as we know, as we are educators, we all know that there are two major types of evaluation, formative and summative. Formative, how to conduct a formative assessment. Formative means ongoing assessment. That is, it is never a end game or something like that. Summative, I mean, a real education process should be ongoing assessment. Am I doing correct? Or the student also should know, the teacher also should know, are we in track? Whether the objectives are short-term goals are met or not, like that. So for that, there are varied methods like online quizzes, discussion forums, online surveys, online simulations, like that. Now my colleague and friend, Ms. Deva, has beautifully dealt about simulations. So I'm not going in depth about it, but online quizzes and the questions, different varieties are there. So that is aimed to assess the knowledge. Learners understanding, discussion forums can be used to assess. We use it at a great extent in the current teaching here. So that means maybe later, if we have time, I will just show you the Moodle what we use here. We have the platform for the students to, we give a topic or scenario, and students can put in their comments, and they can interact with each other. So we have a rubrics to evaluate how the students are doing, and it's a very good means for assessing their in-depth understanding and critical thinking, all those. And online surveys, we use SurveyMonkey or Google Forms to tap their opinions or feedback on certain things. And this is also a way of assessment. Online simulations, we already said. The type of questions, like as we just mentioned, it can be multiple choice, true or false questions, matching questions, fill in the blank questions, or essay questions, short answer questions, multiple response questions, ranking questions, or even hotspot questions. These are questions where the test taker is presented with an image, or even, so the image can relate it to a question or prompt. We use this in anatomy, physiology, or specific courses. Whereas I teach more of concept related mental health and all those, I don't use this. So there are different options in our Moodle to go with, to navigate or to create different forms of questions like this, and we use that creatively. And I am sure different teachers also will be using that in different based on the suitability or relevance and appropriateness. So having said about formative assessment, summative assessment also will have more weightage because it is certifying or the final assessment, which include all the course content material which is covered during a semester or a year. So online exams are mostly mandatory for, except for masters and all that. Masters, certain courses we don't use online exam. We might use open book exam or project method or something like that. But majority of the undergraduate courses, we use online exams to assess learners' knowledge, and methods, Moodle, Blackboard, or any different method, different universities will have, but we use Moodle as I just mentioned. And online projects. So depending upon the level of the students, like masters, as I just mentioned, or graduate level students, the final level students and all, online projects also could be useful. And attached with the Viva, it is not only submission. Through plagiarism check, there is a provision through Moodle and different other platforms. There is specific submission mode. So we can, it is a very good form of assessment, research papers, and so we use it in undergraduate and master level, and even PhD programs we can use. So online portfolios are another creative way of assessing the final objectives or achievement of the course learning outcomes. So learners' progress over the time we can assess, and learners can compile a portfolio, and more creative learning environment we use this, especially for example, in animation technology, where my son is studying for that, and even for the application, and because it was this online parade only, even for the entrance to the university, this was asked, the online portfolio to the another to Manipal University. So many places, this is a main form of assessment, especially in the different field, where more of creative assignment and skill-based thing are there. Online portfolios are assessed for final evaluation. Online simulations, we have dealt with it already. Then, yeah, how to use, how to assess the skills. Simulation, of course, simulation scenarios are a good means of assessing in nursing, in medical or health-related professions. We can use simulations, and record and post a video on a case presentation. This we have used this during the COVID time or remote teaching time, because students cannot come and present in the clinical areas. So they have the case scenarios are posted to the students in the Moodle, and they have to submit back the recording of the presentation, like that. Competency videos, giving them a procedure and making them to make a written demonstration, we can assess through video. Virtual objectively structured clinical evaluation. This is, I have used it in mental health during the remote teaching time. Similar to the on-site assessment, there were the audio recordings and video. For example, a schizophrenia patient, the symptoms presentation are enacted, and video is shared to the students, and they have to come out with identify the symptoms instead of going to the clinical directly and identifying the symptom or doing a mental status examination. This was experimented, and it was beautifully, successfully implemented or achieved. And even the assessment of this auditory hallucinations and all, the patient responses, even therapeutic communication, identifying the therapeutic and non-therapeutic communications, the record of between the talk between the nurse and patient, we have recorded, and we have made the students listen individually, and we have tapped their answer. So that way we can make different stations of objectively structured examination, and instead of clinical, we can do it as a virtual examination. Then concept mapping is catching a lot of attention, and it is highly beneficial in higher level learning to understand their learning or the comprehension or level of understanding in precisely. So we can give the concept and ask them to pathophysiology or any given concept which is little complex. We can give them the topic and ask them to chart it. And now the students are techno savvies. They all carry in the classes. If you see, they carry even in the direct classes, they all have the tab with them with their pen, and they learn their ways itself as making concept maps. So this we can utilize effectively in this also. In case of yeah, somebody's Okay, that's fine. Yeah, in terms of assessment, we can use it very effectively. Portfolios, I already mentioned for skill, and e-poster. E-poster is one I use for this kind of merging this concept mapping with the technology. I give topic. For example, management of depression or prevention of suicide. Such topics I assign to the student, and they refer, they make it, and management, they brainstorm and make it a poster and submit to the Moodle. So all these are possible to assess indirectly the skill through online. So should we assess attitude? This is the question to the audience, to you. Quickly, can you answer that? Should we assess attitude, or is it possible to assess attitude through online? So 2 questions. Should we assess attitude? Oh, by the way, I cannot see now because I'm in the presentation mode. Attitude, is it a
In the chat box, someone has reacted yes. No. Someone
Oh,
said,
okay. Thank you. Then I will proceed to save the time. Okay, attitude, definitely it is a very mainstream of our assessment objective itself altogether, especially in case of nursing or medical profession, because where the otherwise robot will take over our position, isn't it? So the way we communicate and interact with the patient, that is why a lot of psychology, sociology, all these elements we incorporate in the curriculum just to build the attitude, right attitude among the students. So what if we plan the curriculum and if we don't assess that part, it is of no use, isn't it? So definitely it has to be assessed. And to tell you one interesting this, and I know Ma'am Sri Devi also had taught sociology. Now I am currently teaching sociology. I know it's all the entire course is to build the right attitude and to avoid prejudice and judgment and all those among the students. So attitude is the mainstream, and attitudes are beliefs or opinions that can influence behavior of a student in future. That's why we need to tap this very well in our evaluation. Attitude can impact the learning. Attitude can affect how the learner process the information and also utilize the skill. So it's a part of professional competency, and it is important for maintaining communication and one-to-one relationship or interpersonal relationship in the profession. So this has to be, and you know, in the current world, in the interviews, whether it is industry or in the hospital, anywhere, if you see, attitude is so much assessed. Even here, we recruit people, we look that into a consideration through different questions and through video conferencing. So how to assess attitude? I already mentioned about video conferencing. A panel sit and ask different questions, and how, for example, in recruitment, we certainly ask such things. What are some of the conflict situations you have faced during your career, and how did you navigate through those situations and all that? We get a lot of ideas into their person's personality through such questions, by posing such questions. So similarly, we can do that among our students also. So by online interviews. So this we have done during COVID. We have done for the exit students, that is advanced clinical nursing. We have a course. So there we have used interview part of the clinical examination, we have done that. And also research we have used, and for master students, we have used online interviews and video conferencing through platform of Zoom and Skype or Google Meet. This is possible. Still, we are, because of the feasibility and convenience, we are still using for our master students' thesis presentation and final evaluation and all that. Online discussion forum, I already mentioned to you, it's a very effective means for assessing the attitude. Online survey, so I give a scenario and I give 3 questions, and one will be knowledge-based, one will be more conceptual understanding or skill-based, and one question will be attitude. What do you think? Reflect on this, such questions I give to the students. So individually, I get their answers and get an opportunity to assess the students' attitude. So online surveys also can be with the open responses we can give. Rating scale is also a good means for assessing the attitude. Now, gamification is a trend now, because yesterday when I presented the result, there was a huge discussion among academics in other university here. Multidisciplinarians, there were a discussion like the one factor which was boredom of the students, how we can eliminate this boredom in online teaching, because lacunae of the face-to-face interaction, there is a they can easily get bored, or even in the online testing, lot of MCQs or lot of answer to write. So instead, we can try different methods like Kahoot, Quizlets, and crossword and puzzles and all those. We can get even the traditional method with the interesting pictures and videos and all that. We can apply this gamification, which is very trendy and which is useful and very, very acceptable for the student population now. Then another thing is, which is coming up in the recent textbook or in the material which when we refer it, is technology enhanced authentic based assessment, or TABA we call. So it is assessment approach that combines the use of technology and authentic tasks to evaluate student skill and knowledge in real world context. So the same thing only, whatever we discussed, but this is a concept that is emerging and that is seen in the literature now, to apply their knowledge and skill in a creative, innovative ways to solve problems, to complete projects, or to make decisions. So the application is the same through portfolios and videos and recordings and all that. So this is the reference for this teaching in higher education by Goyli and Stevenson, and many other references also are, if you will get related to TABA now. Technology is used to facilitate the assessment process using resources, tools, and information. This can include online database, simulations, multimedia resources, and communication tools such as email, chat, and video conferencing. So put together to assess the knowledge, skill, and attitude, that we call it as, that process is called as TABA. So benefit of online assessment, we already mentioned in the introduction some, and throughout in the brief talk, I mentioned accessibility is a very important feature that is very attractive of this online assessment. That's why universities are looking forward to online assessment. Efficiency, if we create it, develop it, implement it, administer it with the utmost care and talent, it is one of the best method. Personalization is possible, like based on the individual level, and based on the objective, we can taper this or tailor make the evaluations. This is personalization. So it is easy than the real world examination. When it is to personalize online assessment, it is more feasible for us. Data collection become easy. That means we can accommodate large number of students. We need not look for so many facilities, but in the currently, as I mentioned, it is blended form. We use it in computer lab and all that. So it is a constraint, like large number means large 2 halls we may require, and all those. For more computers we may require. So that is to safeguard or to assure the security. Other than that, if we are conducting it remotely, we can, n number of students without any problem, we can do it. Technology integration is one factor that students like technology. Now teachers are also moving forward towards technology. We are embracing that change positively. So it's a good forum for us to learn and to implement further. Standardization is possible through online examination, like we can assess the complexity, difficulty index and all that, and we can process we can analyze the result easily, quickly. So everything comes with, although there are a lot of benefits, it's not totally devoid of challenges, as we all know. Security concerns are huge. There are articles coming up, or even the studies when we conducted also, this was a huge concern which was expressed by the faculty, security concerns. So are we really assessing is it reliable? Are we tapping their knowledge, skill, and attitude, or someone else's? This is a crucial question which we have to think. So cheating is there. Cheating could be in offsite. We could control with the direct invigilation, whereas it is very hard when it become online. So, and technical issues, sometimes it could be suddenly somebody's computer may go off, or internet connectivity can be, this student is no more connected in the list when we are proctoring. So this will be a huge challenge which we have faced in the initial. Then we learned to navigate or to come out of that. We have really conducted survey on the internet accessibility of the student. We found that even in the recent survey of among the students, we found that some 3%. So it depends upon the how far they are and how good is their connectivity. So these could be issues, but the major issues which can be amenable or we can control is this 2 factors: security concerns and cheating. How do you think we can control? Maybe this also I should ask. Maybe I don't have much time, so I will quickly sum up. Maybe I will just mention, you all may be experts in this because of your real time experience. You may be knowing better strategies. You can contribute to that maybe in the discussion time. So provide best practices for designing and administering the online assessment. So the first itself, while planning itself, we need to know how to, no, I missed that. Yeah, I think that one, I just misplaced this. So security concerns here, yeah, how to control the cheating. Here comes, here is the slide I meant. Use online assessment with proctoring. So there are different programs available for proctoring the exams. So direct proctoring, we tried, like we assign for this many students, one teacher, another teacher, like that. But online also we can do that through ProctorU, Examity, such programs. So certain universities are using this. And Safe Exam Browser, we use in the Moodle, we use Safe Exam Browser. So student, when we set the question in the setting, we create this. So it is, the advantage is that once it is through a Safe Exam Browser, they cannot open while the exam is going on. They can, their other panels will not be, other websites or even their content in the Moodle, nothing will be open. Only the one exam can be one at a time, only that they can do. And of course, mobiles have to be away in such a case if we have to implement Safe Exam Browser. Password protection also is one of the things we are trying now, because initially we did not know that. We trial and error method, we learned that password protection of the exam. So we give after the start of the exam, if a student has to enter the exam and to attempt the exam, we have to give a code, password to the student. So that this will eliminate the cheating from another. Otherwise, we found that even within the given computer lab in front of us also, somebody else can do using student ID, somebody else can do the exam. So the students have a lot of creative ideas and strategies to overcome that. We have come out with this. So password we give then and there, so the students cannot share it by other means. So only the students will do the exam. Sequential items, see, this is especially for multiple choice questions. We apply this method, that is one after the other only way, and they cannot go back to the first question. So it will be, in a way, we can avoid a lot of cheating, because when they have doubt, they keep it and they discuss, or somehow they will try to get the answer. And also timing is one thing which we are doing. We don't give majority in undergraduate program, we use multiple choice questions based on Bloom's taxonomy, and based on their level, we put more critical, analytical, or synthesis kind of questions. And whereas basic level, we put application, or even the lower level, we put understanding kind of questions.
Blessy, can we
Yeah.
conclude? We are running short of time. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So shuffle or physical setup also, which you may be well versed with this. So what are the benefits of, to conclude, what are the benefits of online assessment? Cost effectiveness, scalability, accessibility, time saving, personalization, flexibility, we already know. Best practices, clarity, use variety of questions, create clear and concise questions, consider accessibility, assessment, test the assessment. This is a very important point. As an examiner, if I keep set the online question, I need to attempt it personally and review it many times so that I can foresee or identify the pitfalls and rectify it in before the real-time test. So very important. Use reliable and secure assessment software, provide clear instructions to the students, provide feedback and analyze the result. To conclude, change is the rule of life, and it is beautiful when the change is for the betterment. Let us be confident and clear how to do this, to do the very important function of education, that is proper evaluation through online. Thank you. Do you have any doubts or queries?
Thank you, Dr. Blessy, for I'm sure there are a lot of questions, but we don't have the time. We are running 1.5 hours late, as you know. Sorry. And thank you for actually patiently waiting, all of you and Deva. Just to tell you quickly that we are thankful to our administration for so many facilities that they give us, whether it is online assessment, whether it is simulation center, and they actually listen to our feedback. If we tell them that students are cheating, then there is systems, there is survey, there is checkup. I mean, so people try to solve the problems as soon as possible. If we ask for equipments, we get them. Even if it takes a year or so, it is not so bad, but people try to invest in equipments to improve and update technology. So with this, I thank Pratibha and the organizers, the dean and the team for giving us this opportunity, to the Oman team, to 4 speakers. Thank you, Dr. Blessy, Dr. Deva, Dr. Musa, Musa and Dr. Mariam. And once again, from on our behalf, we thank you very much. If there is anything, do contact Dr. Pratibha and we'll try to get back to you. And Blessy, if there are any questions, please answer them on the chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Next session. Thank you so much, Sridevi, Deva, and Blessy, for bearing with us. And it is so late, but still you waited and you gave your precious time. Thank you so much.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's begin with the third plenary session, that is recent advances in healthcare equipment. I'm happy to introduce the chairperson for this session, Dr. Yogita ma'am, Vice Principal, Dr. Victor Rao V.K. Patil College of Nursing. Also, I would like to introduce co-chairperson for this session, Medical Superintendent Dr. Victor Rao V.K. Patil Foundation's Medical College and Hospital, Ahmednagar. He is MD in Preventive and Social Medicine from Lokmanya Tilak Municipal Medical College. Also, he has ranked first in the Mumbai University. In his achievements, Sir has had an initiative, My Maharashtra, Addiction Free Maharashtra, a statewide de-addiction drive in collaboration with Brahma Kumaris, was awarded with Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi State Level Award for de-addiction work by Government of Maharashtra. Now I would like to request the chairperson and co-chairperson to chair the session. Thank you. Thank you, Salome. I welcome and introduce to Dr. Elizabeth David, Director of a Nursing Head Organization, Strategies and Operational Excellence Strategies and Initiatives at Kerala. On her contribution, she has worked as a healthcare leader and leader mentor since 25 years. Her career has included the work in all domains of nursing, like nursing education, practice, research, administration, and policy and advocacy. In her most recent association with the Sir H.N. Reliance Hospital,
She started as the chief nursing officer and stepped up to the director strategies and operational excellence. She is a certified NABH assessor for the hospital accreditations and nursing excellence. She is the frequent consultant and speaker at various conferences and also the visiting faculty for various courses related with the hospital administration and quality management at Tata Institute for Health Sciences. She wishes to dedicate her career to the creating high quality, reliable system of care and developing the next generation of nurses and healthcare professionals to lead in this ever-changing time. She has built up the effective international nursing training programs for the hospital, such as the South Norcia Community Hospital at New York and the Medicine Group of Hospital, Life Healthcare and Netcare Hospital in South Africa. I welcome you, madam, for your session, and thank you very much for sparing your valuable time with us. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to try and share my screen out here. Just a second.
Yes.
Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am.
Not yet.
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay. It says it's visible here to me.
Yeah.
It's visible, ma'am.
Oh, it was? Is it visible now?
Yes.
Put it in presentation.
I'm just trying to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that okay?
Yes, clear, ma'am.
Right. So, well, thank you very much, everybody, for this wonderful opportunity. And well, a big thanks to Dr. Pratibha and also all the organizers of the conference and the Dean and the rest of everybody at Dr. Vittal Rao V.K. Patil Foundation Institute for giving me this opportunity to talk on the recent advances in healthcare equipment and technology. To begin with, I would like to extend greetings from my hospital, that's Rajagiri Hospital, which is at Kerala, God's own country. So welcome anytime, anybody to visit us. To start off, I would like to quote Charles Darwin. He said, "It is not the strongest species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change." So in today's world where advancements in technology continue to develop, I'm sure the ways that we care for our bodies will also change. Patients will continue to turn to organizations whose incorporation of innovative technology into medicine allows patients to take control of their health. So increasing longevity and improving performance is easier with a health system that is changing to become more proactive, more personalized, and more convenient. So in today's world, change is even more constant than ever before. And if we cannot keep pace with this change, we are probably on the losing team. And I think in today's conference also, change was so evident. I think my topic was supposed to be like an introductory topic, but now we're ending it up to be a concluding topic. So the good part is that we would have, I can go quick and fast because there will be a lot of repetitions. So please bear with me for that. But having said that, there would be some things that would be new as well. So when we're talking about healthcare technology, World Health Organization offers a very detailed definition of healthcare technology. They say it's an application of organized knowledge and skills in the form of devices, medicines, vaccines, procedures, and systems developed to solve a health problem and improve quality of life. So in today's session, I'll be quickly introducing about 12 such top healthcare technologies which have been making news in the recent times, and which all of us probably have utilized or would have heard of as well in some time or the other. So the first one is the mRNA technology. This I'm sure each one of us is aware of because this has been in the spotlight recently as the new vaccines for COVID-19 used this particular science with their high effectiveness, capacity for rapid development, and the potential for low production cost. mRNA vaccines offer an alternative to the traditional vaccine approach. So mRNA or messenger ribonucleic acid is a single-stranded RNA molecule that carries the genetic information
that is derived from DNA. So mRNA vaccines work by providing a genetic code to cells that allow them to create protein within the body. So once the proteins have been created, the body can then produce an immune response. Now, the good thing is that mRNA, the potential of mRNA is thought to extend beyond just vaccines. So mRNA can code for just about any protein. So it might allow us to develop all kinds of treatments by getting the body to produce a drug-like response. Many protein-based drugs, such as antibodies made outside the body, have proven to be extremely effective, but at the same time, they're extremely expensive as well. So mRNA technology could reduce the development times and the cost considerably by enabling the body to work on manufacturing the protein. Instead, we ourselves can start manufacturing the protein with the use of mRNA technology. Now, going on to the next technology, that is cancer immunotherapy. So as the name suggests, immunotherapy is a type of cancer treatment. It uses substances made by the body or in a laboratory to boost the immune system and help the body find and destroy cancer cells. It can be used alone or in combination with chemotherapy and other cancer treatments to treat different types of cancer. The premise of immunotherapy is to genetically alter the patient's cells to work in tandem with the body's immune system to fight cancer. But the good part here is that, unlike chemotherapy, immunotherapy does not destroy the healthy cells as a collateral damage. So by altering the immune system, one can teach it to detect and destroy more cancerous cells and reduce tumor growth. The immunotherapy is now changing the definitions in the world medical history, primarily by curing previously uncurable diseases. Going on to augmented and virtual reality, we've talked a lot about this. We had great speakers talking. We had Dr. John Solomon, who talked about immersive technologies and how it can be used effectively in rehabilitation. We also had Dr. Musa Abdullah, who talked about how virtual reality can be used in the learning and development side for medical professionals. Now, other than this, AR and VR technology can also help in medical imaging by aiding the surgeon to avoid invasive procedures. It can reduce complications. It can make remote diagnosis faster and effective. There are AR apps who can also be used for pre and post-surgery care. It is also being increasingly used to treat and manage a wide range of psychological illnesses and conditions, ranging from stress and anxiety to even dementia and autism. So it is also being used for effective pain management by changing the patient's thoughts and perceptions about pain. Now, coming on to another technology, which is called as neurotechnology. Neurotechnology encompasses all components that are developed to understand the brain, visualize its processes, and even control or repair and improve its functions. So these components can be computers, they can be electrodes, or any other devices that can be set up to intercept the electric pulses that run through the body. So how does it help in healthcare? Neurotechnology is currently being used in brain mapping by recording magnetic fields produced by the electric activity within the brain, neurostimulation, stimulating the brain and nervous system to influence brain activity, and in neuro devices, which is an emerging technology that monitors or regulates brain activity using an implant. Now, neuro devices are still in the research phase, but it holds major potential for treating brain disorders. A perfect example of this is Neuralink. Neuralink is pioneered by Elon Musk, and Neuralink is developing a device that will be embedded into the human brain, where it would record brain activity and transmit this data wirelessly to a computer. Researchers could then be able to analyze these findings and use them to electrically stimulate brain activity. So if successful, this can possibly be used to cure brain diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. So Neuralink is now applied for FDA for approval to begin human trials. So if they get an approval, they are expected to start human trials this year, 2023. So again, we talked a lot about artificial intelligence, which includes machine learning and deep learning. We had a detailed discussion by Dr. Supriya Avasthi, who talked about how AI can be used in physiotherapy. And that was a very detailed discussion, so there's no need to get into a lot of details about this. But we also know that there are a lot of other applications that AI can be used for. An example would be in breast cancer care. So we've seen that AI can enable the review of mammograms to be 30 times faster and 99% accuracy. So it is reducing the need for unnecessary biopsies. AI can also be used for certain situations like to identify early stage of heart diseases by allowing healthcare providers to discover potentially life-threatening problems at a very early stage and at a more treatable stage. So what are the other activities that AI can be used for? AI can also be used for automation of processes. So if you have a lot of mundane processes, a lot of repetitive procedures and processes that are being done by healthcare professionals, one such example would be vital signs monitoring. We all know that a nurse spends literally about maybe at least a minimum of 15 minutes per patient when she does a vital signs assessment. And if she has about 6 or 7 patients, she's spending considerable time doing that. Now, on the flip side, what is also important is that the patients are not being monitored when the nurse is not assessing them. And there are also multiple instances of wrong, errors with regards to monitoring, errors with regards to documentation as well. So with AI, you have the real-time vitals monitoring of patients, which is even remote monitoring of patients. So you can pick up errors, you can pick up, you can pick up changes in the patient's vitals pretty quickly and at real-time basis. And you're saving the nurse from this activity, and she can concentrate a lot of other activities that are more important from a patient care perspective. AI can also help us in terms of developing individual treatment plans for patients and also discovering new medicines. It also helps in health monitoring, like I just mentioned, online consultations, genetic-based diagnosis, and precision oncology. So these are very important, contributions of AI to healthcare. Coming to 3D printing. 3D printing, again, has become, very like a hottest technology in the market. So in healthcare, these game-changing printers can be used to create implants and even joints to be used during surgery. So 3D printed prosthetics are increasingly popular as they are entirely bespoke, with the digital functionalities enabling them to match an individual's measurements down to the millimeter. This allows for unprecedented levels of comfort and mobility. Basically, since 3D printing is done in layers, this technology is very useful in the printing of organs, complete with layers of various tissues and blood vessels, etc. Since the various layers and these components of object printed can be made in different materials, the object printed is as near to actual specimen as possible. So this concept of printing artificial organs and tissues and cells has a lot of applications, which, for example, it can be utilized in research. So researchers can now create artificial tissues and organs to conduct research on cheaper and more available alternatives that can be created in the lab within a matter of few hours. It can also help in education because we have now cheaper and easier alternative to actual human organs and tissues, which has immense application in the field of medical education. Preparation for surgery. So this is an advantage because you can have surgeons, they can actually practice surgery, especially when you have long, tough, difficult surgeries to perform. The doctors can actually practice this on a 3D created structure and then do it on a patient, thereby saving time and increasing the success rate as well. Custom-made prosthetics, one of the most current application of 3D printing is in the medical field, is in relation to prosthetics. This technology allows for the immediate creation of custom and tailored prosthetic limbs, dentures, and even skin. And this is helping a number of patients live a life of comfort and fulfillment. This concept is currently so successful that we're looking at a future where the creation of artificial organs in a matter of few hours can become a possibility, thus totally eliminating the year-long wait period for organ transplants. So what is the future? We're talking about organ, 3D printing organs and all of that, but we are also talking about printing of surgical instruments that can be made as precise and as small as required. And you can also print actual living cells and tissues with biomatter as ink and many more. So that's about 3D printing. Coming to the next technology, which is called as CRISPR. So CRISPR means clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. So this is one of the most advanced gene editing technology yet. It works by harnessing the natural mechanisms of human system of bacterium cells of invading viruses, which is then able to cut out, you can look at the CRISPR molecule, it is then able to cut off the DNA from the, cut off the infected DNA strands. As you can see this, it can cut off the infected DNA strands. This cutting of DNA has got power to potentially transform the way we treat diseases. So by modifying genes, some of the biggest threats to our health, such as cancer and HIV, could potentially be overcome in a matter of years. And CRISPR is also giving us a very promising future in terms of treating rare genetic diseases such as cystic fibrosis and sickle cell disease. Currently, there are several ongoing clinical trials to see if CRISPR can be used to correct these mutations. So while CRISPR has got many potential applications, including correcting genetic defects, treating and preventing the spread of diseases, the improvement and the growth of resilience of crops as well. However, the technology also raises ethical concerns because mostly over humanity's right to play God. And there is a worry that gene editing can be used to produce designer babies as well. Telemedicine, again, was covered in detail by Ms. Mugdha Lad and Dr. Mariam Alarasi. So not getting into the details of it, but the fact is that telemedicine has become increasingly in demand since the COVID-19 pandemic and is gaining a lot of momentum. And the global telemedicine market is projected to grow from the current about 68.36 billion to about 218.49 billion by 2026. So there are a lot of benefits with telemedicine. Coming on to health wearables. So to quote Benjamin Franklin, he said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So this is especially true for health wearables because health wearables are causing a paradigm shift where we are moving from, preventive, like rather curing to prevention of diseases. And it's also helping to reduce healthcare costs considerably and increase the quality and duration of life. So there's a lot of demand for wearable devices because we have a lot of developed countries which have aging population. So wearables can be effective at prevention of chronic conditions such as diabetes and cardiovascular disease as well. And they are also helping patients to monitor and improve their fitness. Smart watches remain one of the most popular wearable devices in the healthcare industry. And we have a lot of major tech firms such as Apple, Google, Samsung. All of them have a major share in the market. They have a lot of capabilities such as to record sleep patterns, blood pressure, oxygen saturation, and electrocardiograms as well. The manufacturers are now currently working on integrating sensors for blood glucose measurement into their smartwatches. So in addition to smart watches, we also have smart clothes, smart rings, hearables, and all of these are becoming increasingly popular. Now, the next phase for technological advancements in terms of devices which are worn on the body, we now have insidables and implantables, which are also in the process of being developed. So insidables are also referred to as smart pills and are considered by many to be the next phase of external wearables. So these can be swallowed in the form of hard capsule and they send measured values such as glucose levels or images from inside the body to aid diagnostic processes. Implantables and insiders are just emerging, but they're expected to transform healthcare in the years ahead. Coming to technology in mental health, it is estimated that by 2030, depression will be the leading cause of disease burden globally. So it's very important to have new therapies, which are more crucial for now than ever before. Over the last year, many such new technologies have emerged and have helped address patients' ongoing mental health needs as well. Some apps are able to complete patient intakes and provide an initial diagnosis before a patient meets with the provider, and an AI-powered tools are transforming the way mental health treatments are delivered. AI chatbots like VBot can help patients practice their cognitive behavioral therapy strategies. There are smartphone apps and voice recognition software such as Ellipsis, which can analyze a patient's voice and speech patterns for warning signs of emotional distress. In addition, online symptom tracking prompts patients to share data daily. And an AI algorithm then analyzes this data to identify patterns and alerts providers in real time of any warning signs. There is another new technology, and that is the use of video games. So this is approved in 2020, and Endeavor RX is the first and the only FDA-cleared video game treatment that is available. The game is used to help improve the attention span of children aged 8 to 12 years old with ADHD, and it requires a prescription. So there have been clinical trials which are conducted for this particular video game, and it was found that 73% of participants reported an increased ability to pay attention. So after this success, video games are now set to become a more popular, affordable, and accessible treatment for a range of health conditions. And Deepwell Digital Therapeutics is expected to launch the first of its kind video game dedicated to creating gameplay that can simultaneously entertain and deliver, enhance and accelerate treatment for an array of illnesses and conditions. Coming on to Internet of Medical Things. Now, this literally means interconnected network of physical objects or things which are integrated to exchange data between devices using internet. So it's basically got 4 layers. The first layer is a perception layer, that is your equipment or the sensor layer. The second layer is a gateway layer. So if you're talking about a smaller setup, you may have a wired or a wireless network, or in larger setups, you may have long distance networks as well. The third layer is your data storage layer, which is either the RAM or you have the cloud. And the application layer, that is your artificial intelligence, which also includes machine and deep learning. So what are the benefits when you're talking about Internet of Medical Things? For healthcare professionals, these connected devices will help deliver more personalized services and immediate medical care to patients. Monitoring the state of health in an ongoing manner, IoT allows doctors to make diagnosis more precisely, and you can also control the adherence to treatment by the patients. For hospitals, the Internet of Things carries numerous options for usage in many areas. It helps track medical equipment on the premises. It can help to monitor hygiene, even in your bathrooms, even in your operation theaters. It allows you to track what is the usage of the bathrooms before it gives you an alert for cleaning. So all of those things can happen, and it can also control your inventories. For health insurers, data received with the IoT can enhance underwriting and claim management processes. Additionally, insurance companies can have more details about their customer behavior and tailor services based on the generated data. The last, again, is robotic surgery. Again, a beautiful session by Ms. Belinda Savant, and she talked in detail about robotic surgery, so I'm not going to get into anything of it at all. So those were the top 12 technologies that I wanted to cover in this particular session. And what are the advantages of having these medical technologies? They make healthcare more efficient and accessible. You're allowed, and it gives you an opportunity for early predictions of diseases. You can have faster recovery times, faster surgery times. You can make care more efficient in the hospital. You can have a lot of data that becomes available, and you can also have opportunities for quick analysis of these data. You can have faster development of drugs and vaccines, and there is increased legibility of medical documents, especially when we have electronic health records. And what are the disadvantages? Of course, there's a forced reliance on internet connection, so it sometimes can become harder when you have to go into the rural kind of a healthcare scenario, or you want to connect with people in the rural scenarios. Data privacy can be a bigger risk in case there is data breaches due to data sharing. There's always a lack of human touch when you're talking about AI and technology, which has a direct connect to patient vis-a-vis the human being. More expensive in terms of capital cost for healthcare providers. There's a high chance of frustration if technology fails. There's a fear of job loss, and you can have a question on patient safety in case of a failure in technology. So I'll conclude by saying that the rise of life expectancy worldwide and the aging of population create a very demanding area for innovation and technology in healthcare. However, I think innovation in this field is very robust, thus changing the landscape
every going year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth. It was quite comprehensive and beautifully presented. The slides were extremely beautiful. And the message of responsive to change has come from God's whole country. Therefore, we thought of just like in the beginning, we thought of just equipment. But you touched the 12 healthcare technology models, wherein actually we were not aware of many of those things. Here at Wikipedia Hospital also, we have a few of the latest equipments and say models. Like we were the first one to have this oxygen generation plant from at last when the COVID second wave was there, and to PET scan and those things. But like, we were really thankful to you about this 12 healthcare models you presented here. And I really like that health variables. Our chairperson is also wearing that one of the smart watches, which is therefore that was. So and even you mentioned about the video game treatment. That was also quite exciting. So we can experiment here also. We really thank you for this comprehensive presentations. And I think this is the last presentation. Therefore, I request Dr. Pratibha Chandekar, Madam, to say a few words on this.
Madam, for your excellent presentation and presentation was very informative.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for we made you wait for long. Thank you so much bearing with us for the change of schedule, and you made your presentation so excellent. Though you are very busy, but still you took time for us, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pratibha. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. My privilege.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all the participants for in spite of the lunch time, still so many participants are attending and they are enjoying this knowledgeable feast. Thank you so much. And we shall now have the scientific paper presentations. We will break into break rooms and then we'll continue with the scientific session. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you all the
yes, sir.
participants and all the speakers. Thank you.
Here is one request that we have shared with you, feedback link. Kindly provide your feedback in the given link. Before you proceed with the comments. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll proceed with the further session of paper presentation. So I'm requesting all the participants to will be right now dividing into the groups. So the break room will be done. A, B, C, D. 4 break rooms will be done. So those who are participants, yesterday's meeting, we told them to specify your group and the code numbers. So right now we are making you allotted into that specific group. Other participant can join any group who all want to listen or present for the paper presentation. So in between like those who are the sequence is already given. So as per the sequence, the presentation will be there, and the judges of that specific group will coordinate the activities. The coordinator has been allotted to the specific group. So the judges and the coordinator will continue with the further process of paper presentation. Thank you. So anybody is there still whose display name is not mentioned with the code number who are there in paper presentation? Right now you can make the changes, so the allotment will be done quickly. Thank you. there is slight change. The meeting now we will end the meeting for 5 minutes because that setting has to be updated in the login. So again, with the same link, you can join after 5 minutes. Again, the group allotment will be done. So for the time being, we are ending the meeting. Like after 5 minutes, again with the same link, you can join. So the breakup room will be applicable after the same join. Thank you. With the same link and whatever link you got for the conference, with the same link you're supposed to join.